Section 1 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by cyndajm. 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. F.O.B. Venus, Part 1. Lancelot Biggs was perhaps the worst second mate Captain Hansen had ever shipped, and he was convinced of it when he ruined their cargo. But how dumb a man is may sometimes be a matter of opinion. Something had gone a little haywire with my bug, and I just repaired it and was CQing on the 20 band when the door opened and Captain Hansen walked in. Naturally, I was surprised. We were only 4 hours out of the Venus H layer, and I hadn't expected any visitors, least of all the skipper. But he plunked himself down in the best chair and said, "Sparks, look at me. What do you see?" That gave me a jolt. Even the best of them make the old dipsy-do once in a while. But I never thought I'd live to see the day when Captain Hansen went space nutty. He'd been with the corporation, man and boy, for more than 30 years now and had never spent a day in dry dock. I reached behind me cautiously and said in as soothing a voice as I could muster, "Why, I see a very nice man, Captain. Now you just sit quiet for a minute. I've got to—" "Stop being a damn fool, Sparks," said the skipper wearily, "and put down the monkey wrench. I'm not slipping my gravs yet. I'm just asking you a simple question. What do you see?" I said, "Is it facts you're after, Cap? Or am I allowed poetic license? If it's facts, I see a swell, slightly gray-haired guy in his middle 50s who's been through the mill, knows space like a book, and—" "Wrong," said Hansen. "Sparks, all radio men are dumb. I guess that's why they're radio men. What you see before you is a broken man. A man sadly buffeted by fate and the dread clutch of circumstances, not to mention meddlesome vice presidents." This time, I got it. "Biggs?" I said. "Yes, Sparks, Biggs. Now, tell me, man to man, what did I ever do to deserve Biggs?" He had me there. Being the skipper of the Saturn is not what I call an easy job under the best of conditions. The Saturn is the oldest space lugger still doing active duty on corporation runs. She was built way back there before the turn of the century. For the past 10 or 12 years, she'd been on freight service, having been judged unfit for passenger duty by the SSCB, the Space Safety Control Board. To make matters worse, while we were taking on cargo at Sun City Spaceport, the skipper had been called into the company offices. When he came out again, he had this Biggs in tow. Biggs was tall, Biggs was lanky and gangly, and all the other adjectives you can think of that mean a guy's Adam's apple sticks out. He was overflowing at the mouth with a great big grin, and he was dumb as they make 'em. He had his third mate's papers and was entitled to be known as Mr. Biggs. The Mr. being a nice camouflage for his real name, Lancelot. But Biggs was the nephew of crusty old Prendergast Biggs, first vice president of the corporation. So there was nothing the skipper could do but gulp and say, "Very good," when they assigned Biggs to the Saturn. There was nothing to prevent him from hoping Biggs would stumble over his suitcase and bust his scrawny neck, but Biggs didn't do it. He was awkward enough to stumble, but lucky enough to fall on a cushion if he did. I said gently, "What's he up to now, Captain?" What isn't he up to? Groaned the skipper. First, he said he could handle the grabs when we broke out of Venus's clutch, so... Oh, I said. He did that, did he? Stop rubbing your head and feeling sorry for yourself, said Hansen. You got off lucky. Chief Garrity is nursing 2 black eyes. One of the wipers has a busted arm. Everybody on the ship went floating off to the ceiling, same as you did. Anything else? I asked. Everything else, snorted Hansen. While we were all scrambling around midair, Biggs made a grab for the hand controls. He got the manual deflector by mistake. Todd has just finished shaping the course revision. We're 0.07 degrees off course now, almost 300,000 miles. We've got to up revs and waste fuel to get back, or we'll report to Earth a day late. And you know what that means. Sure, I knew what that meant. Cap on the carpet before the board, the rest of us sitting around chewing our fingernails, wondering whether they'd yank the Saturn off the Venus run. Well, what are you going to do about him? I asked. What can I do? There's always the airlock, I suggested. Nobody would blame you. This ain't no time to be funny, Sparks, complained the skipper. This is a serious problem. We've got a valuable cargo of Meckel root and collard beans to take into New York. But if that guy messes up our flight anymore... He shook his head dolefully. I scratched mine. Then I got a brilliant idea. Cargo, I said. There's your answer, Captain. I'm listening, said Hansen. Put Biggs in charge of the cargo. That way he'll be down in the hold throughout the trip. He won't be up in the control turret to bother you, and there's nothing he can do down there that'll hurt anybody. But that's the supercargo's job, frowned the skipper. Biggs knows that. Sure, but Harkness will play along with you. Tell him to let on he's sick. Give him a vacation for this trip. He deserves it anyway. Then it's logical enough to put Biggs on special duty below. The skipper grinned. Sparks, I take it back what I said about Radio Ben. I think you got something there. Then you'll do it? Immediately, said Hansen, rising, if not sooner. So, that was that. That night, my relief came on duty, and I went down to the mess hall to eat whatever I could stomach of slop some gullion. First person I met up was Mr. Lancelot Biggs himself. Hello, Sparks, he said. Hello yourself, I answered. What are you doing at this mess? I thought you ate the skipper's hours. I did until now, he grinned. Harkness was taken ill this afternoon, and the skipper put me on emergency duty in his place. Is that so? I said, looking as surprised as possible. Well, that's quite a job. Lot of responsibility, you know. That cargo's valuable. I had to grin at the way his lean face sobered. I realize that, Sparks. I'm devoting a lot of thought to the job, too. You know, I'm a bit of an experimenter, and it seems to me... One of the mess boys brought on my chow then, and I didn't listen to the rest of his chatter, which was a sad mistake. If I had listened, I would have been able to warn Captain Hansen that trouble was on the way. I think it was about the 3rd day out that I began to smell those smells. Yes, I know it was the 3rd day because I just contacted Joe Marlowe on Lunar 3, giving him declination and cruising speed of the Saturn. I thought it was funny, but guessed it would go away. It didn't. It got worse. Finally, on the 5th day, I decided to do something. There's nothing like meeting trouble halfway. I was just on my way from the radio room to the control turret when I bumped smack into Captain Hansen. It was a head-on collision, but the skipper's oof took longer than mine, so I got to talk first. Listen here, I yelled. I've had about as much of this rickety old tub as I'm gonna stand. You can't put a stop to those stink slops makes in the galley. Hansen gave me a look that would wilt lettuce. I don't want no trouble with you, Sparks, was his comeback. I've been smelling those smells, too. That's what I was aiming to ask you about. Have you been fooling around with some of them chemical experiments of yourn? I have not. I informed him loftily. And besides, while chemicals may stink sometimes, they don't ever give out a smell like the butt of an overripe cabbage, except perhaps some of the sulfur compounds. Then I stared at him. I'm not kidding. I think those smells are coming up from the galley. The skipper groaned softly. Trouble. Nothing but trouble. It ain't enough I'm supposed to shuttle this barge between Earth and Mars. Now I got smells to worry about, too. Well, come on, let's look. We went down to the galley. Slops was stirring something in a bowl. I took one look and shuddered. Tapioca. Again. And don't tell me you're not supposed to stir tapioca. I know it. Tell Slops. Then the skipper loosed his blast. Okay, Slops, he snarled. We give up. Where'd you hide it? Slops looked puzzled. Hide what? I didn't hide nothing. What is this, a game? Sure, I chinned in. It's called Sniff the Atmosphere. You play it by pressing your thumb and forefinger to your nostrils, and then you try to guess what died. Quiet, Sparks, roared the skipper. Then to the cook, well, Slops? Slops shrugged. I ain't done nothing, he protested. I ain't hid nothing. I ain't smelled nothing. Now I got a meal on the fire. Go away and leave me alone. The skipper looked at me, and I stared back at him. Both of us realized the same thing at the same time. Slops wasn't lying. The smell wasn't as bad here as it had been up deck. Hansen scratched his head. He said suspiciously, Sparks, are you sure you ain't been mixing chemicals? I'll swear it, I told him, on a pile of logbooks. That smell came from... Hey, what else besides the galley lies beneath my room and the control turret? I'm a cook, said Slap, still stirring the tapioca. Not a blueprint. Don't ask me. Shut up, snapped Captain Hansen. He ain't asking you. Let's see, Sparks, there's the storage closet, the reservoir, the refrigeration tanks, and the... His eyes widened suddenly, fearfully. Sparks, he asked. Yes? The vegetable hold. Man, that was it. The minute he said it, I knew. The vegetable hold, and Biggs in charge. We hightailed it for the nearest ramp. The minute we turned down the corridor, the smell got worse. Hansen blasted down the aisle like a rogue asteroid with me trailing along behind. We hit the door, rammed it open. Biggs was in there. The darn fool was standing in there, dressed in a bulger, calmly spraying the bins of Meckelroot and Caleb with a hose. He turned as we entered, and his eyes lightened behind the quartzite. His audiophone clacked pleasantly. Hello, he said. Is there anything wrong? Anything wrong, bellowed Captain Hansen. He asks if there's anything wrong. That suit and that hose. The skipper's face was turning purple. And this heat. I turned off the refrigerating unit, clacked Biggs pleasantly. You see, I had a theory that since the climate of Venus is warm and moist, it would be better for the cargo if I attempted to stimulate its normal conditions of growth. So I... And the suit? Roared Hansen. Why the bulger? Biggs moved his hands deprecatingly. Why, possible infection, you know. I didn't want to expose the vegetables to any organisms. In fact, moisture? Heat? Captain Hansen gave up. He buried his face in his hands. Tell him, Sparks. Tell him what he's doing. I said, listen, Biggs, your theory is no good. Caleb and Meckel have to be kept in a cool, dry atmosphere or they rot. As a matter of fact, they are rotten. That's why the captain and I came down here, to investigate the smell. If you weren't wearing a bulger, you'd notice it yourself. Smell? Said Biggs. Why, now, come to think of it, I have noticed a curious odor about the ship from time to time, but I thought it was rats. Rats on a spaceship. Imagine! That was the last straw for Hansen. He'd been trying, and trying hard, but now he exploded. Biggs, he roared, you've ruined this cargo. Now, you're relieved from your command, but Before you report to your quarters, I want every bit of this mess cleaned up. And I mean every last bit. Understand? Junk it. Clear it out. Biggs faltered, But Captain, I only tried to. You heard me. The skipper wheeled, fiery with wrath, and strode to the doorway. I hurried after him. I whispered in his ear, Take it easy, Captain. He's the vice president's nephew. Maybe you ought to go slow. Slow? Groaned the skipper. A $50,000 cargo ruined, and you tell me to go slow? I'll see that idiotic son of a space wrangler frying in chaos. I'll blast him out of space if I'm blacklisted for it. I said nothing more. What was there to say? $50,000 worth of cargo rotting in the hold. The board would love that. That was all until the next morning. The next morning, I was on the bridge when Captain Hansen had a visitor. Garrity, the chief engineer. Garrity never came to the bridge, so I knew the minute I saw him something was vitally wrong. It was. Garrity's first words made that clear. He glared at the skipper accusingly from eyes that were still faintly purpled. Captain Hansen, he exploded, would you be so kind as to tell me where I can find my forensic jars? Hansen said, Forensic jars? What are you talking about, Chief? You'll be knowing what a forensic jar is, no doubt, said Garrity caustically. 'Tis a lead container for battery solution. Yesterday, there were 30 of them in the storeroom. Today, there are only half a dozen left. Hansen said pettishly, Now, Chief, be kind enough to conduct your own search for the jars. I don't know anything about them. If you can't watch your own equipment, don't complain to me about it. I'm complaining to you, sir, said the chief, for the very simple reason that 'twas one of your men who removed them from the locker, your third mate, Mr. Biggs. Biggs, said Hansen. Biggs! His face reddened. He walked to the intercommunication unit, jabbed the button that connected with Biggs' quarters. Mr. Biggs, he yelped. Chief Garrity is up here in the turret asking about 24 lead containers that disappeared strangely from his equipment locker. Do you know anything about... The diaphragm clacked in answer. Hansen started. His eyes bulged. He yelled, What? Again, some metallic buzzing. This time, Hansen didn't try to answer. He tottered away from the phone. Garrity, he faltered, will you be needing the forensics before we make port? Well, 'tis not exactly vital, admitted Garrity. But why? Hansen made a weak gesture. Because they're out there. What? I said outside the ship? How come? Why? Hansen's eyes were haunted. Biggs, he said in a hollow voice, thought they were garbage cans. He used them to dispose of the rotten cargo. End of section 1. Section 2 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. F.O.B. Venus, Part 2. Well, there wasn't any danger of the forensics getting lost anyway. But do you know, I even had to point that out to Mr. Biggs. Yes, that night I got a personal message for him, and I took it down to his cabin. Being confined to quarters, he was lonely. He looked so abject that I felt sorry for him and lingered to talk for a while. I guess you think I'm a frightful dummy, Sparks, he said ruefully, and I know Captain Hansen thinks so. But this is my first flight, you know, and nobody ever told me what to use for garbage pails. Look, Biggs, I told him, there's no need for garbage pails in space. You can't just dump things out the airlock and expect to get rid of them. But Captain Hansen said to junk the spoiled vegetables. Junk, not dump. They should have been thrown into the incinerator. You see, anything tossed out of the Saturn in free space just follows along with the ship. I grinned. I'd hate to be one of the spaceport attendants on Earth when the Saturn comes in surrounded by 24 lead satellites full of garbage. He picked me up on that one quick as a flash. But they won't be with us when we land, Sparks. As soon as we hit Earth's atmosphere, the friction will destroy the Ferenzies and their contents. I whistled softly. By golly, you're right. I clean forgot about that, and Hansen was so sore he forgot it too. That means we have to get those containers back into the ship before we hit the tropo, or we're going to lose a couple $100 worth of equipment. Biggs said meekly, I'll be glad to go out and reclaim them, Sparks. Can you fix it up with the skipper? I'll try, I told him. So the next day I told Hansen about it. The captain yanked his lower lip thoughtfully and agreed. Let him do it. It's better than giving him a free ride to Earth, and maybe he'll slip into the rocket blasts. I passed the order on to Biggs, then went back to the radio room. Joe Marlowe was calling me from Lunar 3, and what he had to say drove all other thoughts from my mind. His message came right from corporation headquarters. Please report, it said. Exact amount and probable value of cargo. Must have immediate reply. I shot through an okay and passed the message up to the skipper. Then my curiosity aroused. I contacted Joe on our private conversation band and asked him how come and why. He answered cautiously. Stock market taking nosedive in New York, Bert, he told me. Corp bonds fading. Need this cargo badly. Boy, there was bad news. It was a private message, but I figured the old man ought to know it. So when he came in, I passed it along. He stared at me. Hell's bells, Sparks. Then in that case, I can't send this. This was the message he'd intended to relay. It said succinctly, cargo ruined, value 0. If you do, I told him, we'll all be studying the want ads as soon as we hit port. Stock markets are screwy. This can't be a bad panic, or $50,000 cargo wouldn't be that important. But if the corporation's under suspicion and they learn the Saturn's cargo is worthless, what will we do then? Stall, I suggested. Maybe by the time we get in, the situation will be cleared up? So we framed a message that wouldn't upset the apple cart too soon. It said, value of cargo estimated at Sun City Spaceport as $50,000. And that was true enough. Biggs, with his unerring facility for selecting the wrong moment, chose this time to come bouncing into my radio room. He'd taken off his quartzite headpiece, but he was still wearing his bulger, and its deflated folds hung around him like the poorly draped carcass of a Venetian mammoth. He said, Hey, Sparks, have you got a book on energy and radiation? Help yourself, I said, pointing to my bookcase. Why? What's the sudden excitement? I've been thinking, he said, but maybe... Captain Hansen let out a blat like an angry lion. Mr. Biggs, I thought you were reclaiming those Ferenzi jars. Yes, sir, I was. I am, but... Never mind the buts. Get back to work. Yes, sir. Biggs saluted meekly, tossed me a grateful glance. Thanks, Sparks. I've got an idea, and if I'm right... Get out, Biggs, roared the skipper. Yes, sir. Biggs backed out hastily. He was thumbing the pages as he disappeared. Hansen yanked his lower lip angrily. The corporation goes busted. The Saturn goes under the hammer. We're all out of jobs, and that insane young whippersnapper wants to play school. He seemed mighty excited about something, I said. He'll be worse than that, promised the skipper, if he doesn't get those jars back on board. All this, to get biblical about it, took place on the 7th day. The Saturn is a 10-day freighter, so we had 3 more days of headaches before us till we slipped into New York spaceport. They were 3 days of headaches, too. The skipper and I spent most of our time hanging over the radio, watching the progress of the stock market slump in New York. We hoped the situation would ease up so that our coming in with a 0 cargo wouldn't make any difference, but no such luck. Somehow the rumor had gotten around that the Saturn's cargo would not be of sufficient value to keep the corporation in the blue, and the Wall Street wolves were closing in, getting ready to snap if the rumor were true. In the meantime, our stupid friend Biggs was taking a hell of a long time to reclaim those frenzies. It's really not a hard job, you know. All he had to do was slip out through the airlock, throw a grapple around each jar, and bring it in. But he seemed to be as awkward at this as every other job he had attempted. On an off period, I went down to watch him once. I found he'd thrown grapples around the jars, but had not brought a single one into the airlock yet. I told him, "You better get a wiggle on, Biggs. We hit the tropo tomorrow. If those things get into the atmosphere, you'll be able to pour them into the airlock." "I know," he said abstractedly, "but I'm not quite ready to. Sparks, according to that book you lent me, cosmic rays go down to 1/100,000th angstrom units." "That's right," I told him. "That means they're more than 10 times as intense as gamma rays." "Right again. Why? What's the payoff?" "That's what I'm trying to find out," he said strangely. He finished tying a loop around one of the jars, pushed himself free, and toward the airlock. "You want me to help you drag him in now?" I asked. "No thanks, Sparks. I think we'll leave him out till tomorrow," he said. "But Captain Hansen," I began. "Tomorrow." "After all, I'm just a radio man," I shrugged. "It's your funeral," I said. He got him inside the next day. I saw him lying in the corridor beside the airlock, covered with a strip of tarpaulin. And he got them in just in time, too, for about an hour later we hit the heavy-side layer. We set out our ampy and eased through all right. From there on, it was just an easy coast to Earth. We threw out our lug sails, the retractable metal fins which gave us space luggers their name, and put on the power brakes. In a couple of hours, we were settling into our hangar off New York Spaceport. Closed out my key and locked the radio room. There was nothing more I could do now, so I went up to the control turret and found Captain Hansen gnawing the fingernail of his index finger down to the second joint. "Well, Captain," I said. "Any late news, Sparks?" he demanded anxiously. I shook my head. "Only bad news. The board's sending over their appraisers immediately." He said wearily, "Well, we did our best. If it hadn't been for that crazy Biggs, we'd still have our cargo, but as it is..." "I wonder if the international stratoplanes need any radio operators," I said gloomily. We were grounded now. As we walked down the corridor, the motors went off, and I could hear the hiss of the airlock opening. We reached the port just as a committee entered. Doc Challenger was there, and Colonel Brophy, and old Prendergast Biggs himself. I knew then that things were in a bad state, or all the big bugs would not have come out. Challenger stepped forward beaming. "Happy landing, Captain," he chortled. "I need not tell you how glad we are you came in safely. We've been experiencing bad times in New York, sir. Bad times, but everything's all right now." Hansen said, "Yes, sir, but I've got something to tell you, sir." "Later, Captain, later. First, we must take up this cargo question. Approximately 50,000 worth of Meckel and Clab, is that right? We'll have our appraisers here. If your estimate is right, the corporation will weather this, mild storm." Hansen coughed nervously. He hedged. "Well, now, you see, about that there cargo..." You never saw three faces lose their smiles so suddenly. There was a stony silence for a minute. Then Colonel Brophy said in a deep voice, "Captain Hansen, There's nothing wrong in your estimate of the cargo's value, is there? No, sir. I mean, the estimate was right, but... It was right here that young Lancelot Biggs interrupted. Excuse me, gentlemen, he said, but I don't quite understand. Is it important that we land a cargo of clab and meckle? Captain Hansen whirled on him. Biggs, he snapped sternly. Then he turned to old Pendergast Biggs. Sir, he said, I've delayed telling this as long as possible, but now I must tell you, this precious nephew of yours... The old man smiled fatuously. Yes, Captain Hansen, a fine lad, isn't he? What was it you were starting to say, Lancelot? I grabbed Hansen's arm. I thought he was going to blow his tubes and hit somebody right then and there. But before he got a chance, Lancelot Biggs was talking again to the captain. Captain Hansen, he said seriously, I wish you'd told me this before. I didn't realize that our cargo was so important. Then he turned to the committee. I hope you will not be surprised to learn, gentlemen, that our cargo is not vegetable. At the last minute, Captain Hansen decided to make a change. Hansen's face turned white. He squawked. What? Are you trying to shift the blame to? Biggs's voice drowned out his protest. And so, gentlemen, we have placed the cargo right here for your inspection. Look. With a swift motion, he tore the tarpaulin off the forensi jars. I looked and gulped. They were the same jars, all right, only different. They were no longer a dull, whitish metal. They were a glinting copper color. Biggs patted one of them affectionately. Ask your appraisers to estimate the value of these, gentlemen. I think they'll find their value to be approximately $250,000. These are pure gold. It's a good thing I was holding on to Captain Hansen's arm, for just as the committee was exclaiming, Excellent! Excellent trading, Captain Hansen, the skipper's nerves came out. He collapsed like a punctured bulger. I remembered shouting, Water! Water, somebody! Then I passed out too. Afterward, the three of us were alone in the turret, and Hansen was asking, But how, Biggs? I don't get it at all. How in the blazes did it happen? Biggs blushed and looked uncomfortable. Well, it's pretty obvious when you come to analyze it, Captain. I can't understand how it is that no one ever discovered it before in 20 years of space travel. But perhaps it's because ships and bulgers are made of perma-alloy instead of lead. Or it may be that some enzyme secreted by the rotten vegetables acted as a catalyst. Lab workers will have to study that. You're still not telling us what happened. Don't you know? It was transmutation induced in the lead forensi jars by the action of the cosmic rays. Footnote. Lead has an atomic weight of 207 plus, and its atomic number is 82. This atomic number corresponds to its net positive nuclear charge. Gold, on the other hand, has an atomic weight of 197 with an atomic number of 79. End of footnote. Captain Hansen said in an odd tone, Exposure to cosmic rays done that? Yes. Artificial transmutations were caused way back in the early 20th century through bombardment with gamma rays, and cosmic rays are more than 10 times as short as gammas. I began to suspect something strange was happening to the forensi jars when I first went out to gather them in. Their color had changed slightly, and their exterior was rather more granular. That's why I came in to borrow Sparks's book on radiation. What I saw convinced me that the lead was being transmuted. Was then in the mesoled stage, approximately an isotope of thallium. I decided to wait and see if the transmutation would continue. Hansen wiped his hand across his forehead. Suppose there'd been more time, and suppose the transmutation had gone a step further. What then? Well, now that's an interesting question. The next element down the ladder is platinum. It's quite possible that... Footnote. Platinum has a weight of 195 plus and a net positive nuclear charge of 78. Author. End of footnote. Wait a minute, interrupted the skipper. Did you say platinum? Yes, why? Nothing. That is, nothing much. The skipper rose and strode to the intercommunicating phone. Ross, he yelled, listen, I want you to get this crate ready to roll again. We're taking off for Venus first thing in the morning. And hey, Ross, send to the warehouse for about 5. No, make it 6 dozen forensic jars. Yeah, forensic jars, I said. And Ross, get the biggest ones they got. The corporation ain't found it out yet, but we're going into the transmuting business. And Mr. Biggs comes aboard as first mate. End of section 2. Section 3 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. Lancelot Biggs Cooks a Pirate, Part 1. Cooking, explained Biggs, is simply a matter of chemistry, but he didn't expect that he'd have to prove that statement. The whole trouble started with Slops. Slops wasn't a bad cook, you understand. He just wasn't a cook at all, rightly speaking. He had what you might call a tapioca complex. It was tapioca for breakfast, tapioca for lunch, tapioca for dinner. Every day. Boiled tapioca, stewed tapioca, even fricasseed tapioca. Ugh. When you hop grabs twice a month on a lugger shuttling between Earth and Venus, you can't get by forever on a diet of that stuff. Anyhow, it finally got to be too much for even an iron-bellied old space dog like Cap Hansen. So, when we pulled into Sun City Airport, Cap said firmly, "You're through, Slops. And I do mean through." And he kicked our alleged chef off the Saturn, along with his clothing, his back pay, his harmonica, and his you know what. Which left us way out on the end of a limb, for it turned out there wasn't a single space-riding cook dry-docked in Sun City. While Saturn was taking on its cargo for Earth, pepsin and medical supplies mostly, with 1 or 2 holds full of Meckel and Caleb, the skipper did his doggonedest to scare up a grub wrangler, but no soap. An hour before we were scheduled to blast off, he ambled up to my control turret. He plumped himself into my easy chair and scratched his gray pate nervously. "Damn it, Sparks," he complained. "I thought I was doing the right thing when I fired Slops, but..." "You were," I told him. "By chucking that greaseball off the ship, you saved 14 lives. The crew, they were planning on either mutiny or murder. They didn't care which if they had to eat one more dish of that goo. But," he continued worriedly, "in another hour, we throw lugs for Earth and we don't have no cook. What the blue space are we gonna do?" Our first mate, Lancelot Biggs, had entered as the skipper was talking. Now he offered helpfully. "I'll ask Slops to come back if you want me to, Captain. I saw him at the Palace Bar." "No!" said the Cap and I in the same breath. Biggs looked hurt. His wobbly Adam's apple bobbed in his throat like an unswallowed orange. And he defended, "Well, after all, tapioca's good for you. It contains valuable food elements that..." "Shut up," howled Cap Hansen. He wasn't in a mood to take advice from anybody, and especially Lancelot Biggs. Perhaps that was because our recent transmuting trip, in the course of which we had attempted to turn lead jars to platinum by exposure to cosmic radiation, had failed. The corporation had carpeted Cap for that, and Cap was sore at Biggs because the whole thing had been Biggs's idea in the beginning. "I'll murder the guy who even mentions that stuff," Mr. Biggs said aggrievedly. "I was only trying to be helpful." "You're as much help," the skipper told him caustically, "as fins on a dicky bird's chest. Now get out of here. Go on, get." Our lanky first mate turned and started to leave the turret, and then suddenly, "Wait a minute," yelped Cap Hansen. Where do you think you're going, Mr. Biggs? Biggs gulped. Why, you told me to. Never mind what I said. Do what I say. I think I've got the solution. Mr. Biggs, that cranium of yours appears to be stuffed with miscellaneous lore. Do you by any chance happen to know anything about the art of cooking? Who? Said Biggs. Me? Why, no, Captain. But I don't imagine it would be very difficult. After all, it's based on elementary chemical processes. By exposing certain organic substances to the action of hydrogen dioxide under suitable thermostatic conditions. Cap Hansen's jaw dropped open. He goggled at me. Well, what's he saying, Sparks? He means, I translated, the cooking is easy. All you need is water, heat, and vittacles. Oh, the skipper grinned ghoulishly. In that case, our problem's solved. Mr. Biggs, you've just earned a new private office and a new uniform. You'll find both of them below decks, third door on your right. It was Biggs's turn to look shocked. His protuberant larynx performed a reverse Immelman. Huh? But I'm not a cook, Captain. I'm your first mate. You was my first mate, corrected the old man coolly, until just now. The IPS code book says it is the captain's privilege to draft any member of crew or command for any duty in times of emergency. This is an emergency. And besides, you just got done saying that cooking is simply a matter of exposing certain whomachacallits to the action of a thingamajigs, so... He brushed his hairy paws with gesture of finality. That's that! To the galley, Mr. Slops! And he was right. That was that. But the funny part of it was that, forced to a showdown, Lancelot Biggs came through. The first meal out was lunch, served at noon Earth time. I went down to the dining hall thinking anything might happen and expecting the worst. I got the shock of my life. And shocks are a not inconsiderable part of the life of a space lugger radio man. Mr. Lancelot Slops had pulled a banquet out of the hat. We had fried chicken with cream gravy, hot biscuits, candied yams, a side dish of stewed caleb, Creole style, raisin pie, and the best damn coffee ever served on the wallowing old Saturn. What the other men of the crew thought, I have no idea. They didn't say. Every man jack of 'em was so busy shoveling grub into his puss that the conversation was dead as a Martian herring. But after I'd bulged my belt to the last notch with fried pullet, I waddled into the galley and confronted Mr. Biggs. Biggs, I said accusingly, you've been holding out on us. Why didn't you tell us before you could cook a meal like that? He shuffled his feet sheepishly. He said, Was it all right, Sparks? All right, it was terrific. I haven't had such a feed since I was a kid. He looked relieved. I'm glad because, you see, that was the first meal I ever cooked. It was the first what? Mm-hmm. But there were lots of cookbooks here in the galley, and I figured so long as I had to do it, I might as well do it right. He grinned at me shyly. Once in a while, I wondered briefly whether any of us understood this strange, lanky genius, Lancelot Biggs. This was one of those times. I found it rather interesting, Sparks, to tell you the truth. It is, just as I told Cap Hansen, just a matter of elementary chemistry. The pots and pans are the test tubes. The stove is a huge Bunsen burner. I said admiringly, I'll hand you one thing, Mr. Biggs. You believe in sticking to theories, don't you? But of course. Get the theory first. That's the big secret of success in any undertaking. He looked pleased and a little excited, too. We're going to have a good trip home, Sparks. There's plenty of food here to experiment with, and in the holds. It was just then that I caught my number being buzzed on the intercommunicating audio. I cut through and yelled, Sparks speaking, what's up? Sparks? It was my relief man calling from the radio room. You better come up here on the double. A message from Sun City, and I think it's bad news. Right with you, I hollered. I snapped a brief, see you later, to Biggs and raced up the Jacob's ladder to the turret. My relief man was there, also Cap Hansen, and the second in command, Lieutenant Todd. All three of them looked a bit grim and a bit glum and quite a bit apprehensive. My relief shoved a wire flimsy into my hand. It was a cipher message from Sun City Spaceport. I knew the code as well as I know English and Universal, so I read it aloud. Hansen, Commander, IPS Saturn en route Venus Earth. Turn back immediately for convoy. Pirate Hake reported on coordinates 315 plus 909 your trajectory. It was signed Allenby, Commander, SSCB. I stared at Cap Hansen, wondering if my face were as queasy as my tummy felt. I said, Hake? Runt Hake? Hansen said, yes, but that's not the worst of it, Sparks. Tell him, Mr. Todd. Todd wet his lips and faltered. We're in a serious spot, Sparks. We accelerated to max 20 minutes ago and cut motors for the free run. And since we had, or thought we had, almost 9 days of idleness, I told Chief Engineer Garrity he could take down that number 3 hypotomic that's been missing. That still didn't make sense. I said, so he took it down. So what? He could put it together again, can't he? No. He found the casing worn, melted it down for recast. We can't recase it for at least 2 days. For the sake of you Earth lovers who don't get the lingo, let me say it in words of one syllable. We were in a hell of a jam. The hypotomics are the motors that operate spacecraft. In this case, one of them had shown signs of weakness. With the ship freewheeling, so to speak, in space, the engineers had taken down the faulty motor, discovered it needed remolding, and had melted down the casing. As Todd had said, it would take at least 2 days, probably more, to recast the molding, put the hype together again so we could blast. But the worst of it was Hake, Runt Hake. There are pirates and pirates in the wide transverses between the planets. Some of them are good guys. That is, if an outlaw can ever be considered a good guy. Like Larko Day, for instance, that gay, smiling bandit who always gave lugger captains a signed receipt for the cargo he stole, and who had once let a tramp freighter go through untouched because the captain acknowledged his life savings were wrapped up in the cargo, who had once stopped a passenger superliner for the express purpose of stealing a single kiss from its charming passenger, the newly crowned Miss Universe. But others were skunks and dogs and, well, think of the nastiest things you can think of, then multiply by 10, add infinity, and you have Runt Hake. Runt Hake was a killer, a throwback to the rotten old days when men's first thoughts were of death and war and violence. He was a pirate, not so much because of the value of the cargoes he lifted, as because he liked to do battle. And he had a sadistic strain in him somewhere. His idea of good, clean fun was to board a freighter, like the Saturn, unload the cargo at his convenience, then blast a slow leak through the outer hull. After, I might mention, having first removed all life skiffs, all bulgers from the ill-fated victim. Once in the asteroid Saragossa, I saw a ship that had been scuttled by Runt Hake's cutthroat crew. Its crew still remained with the ship, but not as recognizable human beings, as raw and frozen clots of pressurized flesh. Oh, a swell guy, this Runt Hake. And now we, disabled and helpless, were drifting right into the trajectory where he awaited us. Cap Hansen said grimly, "There's nothing much we can do about it, of course. We've got one 6mm rotor gun forward. We'll give him that." "And get ourselves blown to atoms?" interjected Todd. "With his Pierce guns? No, Skipper, that's no good. How about the Ampy? If we set our Ampy, maybe..." An Ampy is that strange energy-devouring beast from Venus whose inordinate appetite for electrical power forms a shield for spaceships penetrating the heaviside layers of the various planets. Wasn't altogether a bad idea, but Hansen shook his head. No, it wouldn't work. and Ampy couldn't take a heat ray. There's only one thing to do. Send word for the convoy to come on the double quick and hope it reaches us before we run into Hake. That was my cue. I shoved the relief man to the hell off the bench and got the wobble bug going. And I filled the ether with SOSs and added a couple of PDQs for good measure. I picked up an acknowledgement from Sun City and threw them a hasty explanation. They wired back that the convoy cruiser would make all haste and to not be frightened. Ha! Can I help it if my knees chatter? There was one thing you could absolutely depend on Lancelot Biggs to do, and that was stick his nose in at the wrong minute. For as we three were given the Sobtal the good old go-over, the door popped open, and who gangled in but Mr. Slops, first mate and bottle washer. His face, in contrast to ours, was radiant with joy and delight. He had a grin on his phiz that stretched from here to there and back again. He chortled, "Hey, Cap!" "Go away," mourned Cap Hansen. "I'm thinking." "But look!" Biggs opened one ham-like paw, and there was a wee gray ship mouse. He placed it on the floor before us. "Look what I found in the number 4 bin. It acts a darn funny." "Go away," repeated the skipper, still gloomily. "If you make me lose my temper." Biggs said, "But he does act funny." And to tell you the truth, the little mouse did. Usually, a mouse is the scarediest thing alive. Put him down in a place like this, surrounded by giant humans, and he'll run like mad to the darkest corner. But this little twerp didn't run. Matter of fact, he deliberately moved to the man nearest him, Todd, that was, and began to nuzzle himself against Todd's shoe, just as if the lieutenant were an old and loved acquaintance. Mr. Biggs chuckled again. "See that? Do you know what makes him act that way, Skipper? I'll tell you, it's the Mr. Biggs!" The old man's face was fiery red with rage. "This is no time for nonsense. Within hours, or perhaps minutes, we may all be dead. Now, for the last time, get out of here." Biggs, sort of stunned, said, Yes, sir." He retrieved his curiously acting little pet from where it rubbed its soft muzzle against Todd's shoelaces, put it in his pocket, and backed out the doorway. As he went, he tossed me a beseeching wigwag. I nodded, then when no one was paying me any never-minds, joined him in the runway outside. "What's the matter, Sparks?" he demanded. I gave it to him, both barrels. He had a right to know. Every man has a right to know when it's bye-bye time. "But don't tell the crew," I warned. "The old man'll do that if he thinks best." Big's eyes were huge and round. Runt Hake. Gee, no wonder the skipper was cross. He plunged into one of his characteristic silences. Then he said, "Hey." "Hey, what?" "They say Hake is a show-off, likes to crack the whip on captured ships, ordering up big meals and so on before he scuttles it." "Well," I said, "you think you're going to poison him, maybe? Don't be a dope. He'll make you swallow a pussful of everything you serve him." "Never mind. I'm not sure my idea is any good yet. But have you got a book on physiochemistry?" "In my office." "Swell. Get it for me, will you? I'll explain later." Well, I got him the book, and he jammed it in his pocket and disappeared toward the galley, jogging along like a stork on stilts. But I had no time now to laugh at Big's physical or mental peculiarities, because my ears had just caught a sound they did not want to catch. The sound of metal grating on metal near the off port. The banging of a mailed fist on perma-alloy. The asthmatic wheeze of the airlock. A sailor's shout ending in a choked gurgle. I charged back into the radio room. "Cap," I yelled, "at the airlock! Somebody! It must be!" It was Runt Hake and his pirates. End of section 3. Section 4 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. Lancelot Biggs Cooks a Pirate, Part 2. You wouldn't think, to look at Runt Hake, that he was a killer. True, he held a hand-pierce gun on us as he approached, moving smoothly, lightly up the runway. A half-dozen men behind him also held their sidearms poised, ready for action, while another half-dozen deployed down the side corridors toward the engine rooms and control turrets. But as Hake came nearer, he tossed back the quartzite headpiece of his bulger, and I saw that his hair was wheat gold, his lips curved into something like a tender smile, his cheeks smooth, soft, boyish. His voice was gentle, too. He said, "You offer no resistance, Captain. That is wise." Cap Hansen said, "Hake, I surrender my ship to you freely, but do not harm my men. That is all I ask. My men do not deserve—" "But, Captain," the slender little pirate's eyebrows lifted archly, "surely you're a little premature in your pleas. We've just arrived. There are so many things to be done before we, enjoy our little pleasures." And then, as he said that, I saw why men cursed the name of Runt Hake. It was not in his face. His golden hair, his pink cheeks, his soft mouth, all these were but gilding for the rottenness within him. The real Hake was in his eyes, those dancing, glinting, gloating eyes that leaped into swift, flaming delight as he hinted at that which was to come. He was a devil, pint-sized devil perhaps, but a devil nonetheless. I knew now that the stories were all true, that we could expect no mercy of this man. He would amuse himself with us for a while, toying with us in feline fashion. Then he would leave, and we would stay, like the broken things I had seen in the Saragossa. He was speaking again, softly, melodiously, as if he were a warrant officer at some cargo port on Earth rather than a mid-space pirate appraising his take. "The cargo, of course, Captain, is mine. Even now my men will be transferring it to my ship beside yours. But there are few other things we will do while aboard. It is lonely being in space for months on end, and we do not dine luxuriously. You have, I suppose, a well-stocked larder, with fine foods, wines, perhaps to tempt the palate?" Hansen tried again. "We have, Hake, and they're all yours if you'll promise me the men will be unharmed." He hesitated. "Take me along as a hostage if you want to. That'll be all right, but—" "But no, Captain, that would never do. I think you had best remain with your men." Again, there was that tiny dancing light in Hake's eyes. "You see, many know my name, Captain, and I understand I have a small reputation, but none have ever seen my face and lived. It would be unfortunate if I were to be identified, would it not?" He turned to his followers. "Disarm them," he designated us negligently, "and when the cargo has been transferred, have our men come in to dine. We will dine aboard the Saturn." You Earth lovers will think this part strange, maybe, that we showed no more resistance than this to Hake's invasion. Well, I don't blame you. I've read Martian Tales and Spaceways Weekly, too. The writers for those mags would like you to believe that every freighter captain is a hoary-fisted John Paul Jones. But think it over. The Saturn was a lumbering old cow compared to Hake's streamliner. Hansen had adopted the only sane policy: to placate the pirate, be nice to him, hope we could stall off his scuttling plans until the SSCB cruiser reached us. So, for more than 2 hours, unarmed and disconsolate, we of the Saturn sat around and diddled our fingers while Hake's men, using our engine crew, the wipers and blasters for porters, transferred the more valuable parts of our cargo to their ship. They didn't take the bulk stuff, just small necessities that could be fenced from a hideout on one of their rogue asteroids. Meanwhile, Runt Hake had made at least one special trip down to the galley. He took Todd and Cap and me along so he could keep an eye on us. Down there we found Lancelot Biggs quietly reading. Hake said in that soft purr of his, You're the cook on this ship?" Biggs answered, "Mm-hmm." "You will address me," suggested the little outlaw, "as sir." "Very well, Slops. I want you to prepare a meal for us, a good meal. Fresh meats and vegetables. You have no idea," he drawled this last to Hansen, "how one wearies of canned concentrates." Hansen just glowered, but Biggs looked confused. He said, I'll have to get produce from the storage bins if you want a big meal. This galley's small." He looked about him helplessly. Hake nodded. "That is granted, but mind you, attempt no medieval, toxological exploits. I remember the chef of the Specia tried something of the sort. Poor lad, he screamed horribly. I shall never forget it." I bet he wouldn't, the louse. But I hoped now that Biggs would understand. I had been right. He couldn't pull any funny business on Runt and get away with it. He seemed to understand all right. He said, goggling, "I'll do the best I can, sir. It will take a little time, of course." "We have time and to spare," agreed Ike. "A good meal, that is what we want. And now, gentlemen," he motioned us toward the turret room. We started to leave the galley. I was the last to pass through the door. As I did so, I felt a fumbling at my side. Mr. Biggs was shoving something into my pocket. He whispered in my ear, "Sparks, give each of our men a piece. Tell them to chew it." For a moment, my hopes flamed high. I didn't know what Biggs had up his sleeve, but I dared dream that he had devised some way of overcoming the pirate menace. But when I managed to get away unobserved a few minutes later to see what he'd thrust in my jacket, my hopes died as suddenly as they'd been born. The stuff was nothing but pepsin. Plain, ordinary pepsin, a byproduct from the outspread Venusian ranches. I was half a mind to chuck the damn stuff away. I thought maybe worry, desperation had made Biggs slip his gaffs. Then I thought better of it. After all, he may have had some reason. And in a spot like this, any gamble was worth taking. So, slowly, I started getting the stuff distributed around. I managed to slip half the package to Doug Enderby, the steward, with instructions to get it to the Black Gang. I met Chief Garrity between decks and gave him some for his engine room crew. Todd took a piece, wondering, reluctant, but put it in his mouth when I signaled him to do so. Me, sure, I had some too. After all, it tasted good. And a man might as well check out with clean taste in his mouth. The only man I couldn't slip a piece to at any time was Cap Hansen. Runt Hake had the old eagle eye on the skipper. Matter of fact, Hake had the eagle eye on all of us. He didn't miss a trick, that murderous little squirt. Just before dinner was served, he made my heart miss a beat and he asked, "What are you chewing on, Sparks? Gum?" He gave me the fright and the out at the same time. I nodded. "Yeah," I said, then fearful not to ask, "You want a piece?" He shuddered delicately. "Barbarian custom. I do not want a piece." Boy, that was a break for our side. So, like I said, Biggs donged out the dinner call and we all went down into the mess hall. Talk about irony. Here we were, a score of honest, hard-working spacemen and an equal number of pirates sitting down to the same table, eating the same meal. Screwy? Sure, but that was Hake for you. As Mr. Biggs had said, he was a show-off. But don't think he took any chances. We were unarmed. His men were walking hardware stores. As for the conviviality of the banquet, that was strictly on the stinko. To outward appearances, we were all palsy-walsy at the banquet table. Actually, we of the Saturn were being fattened for the slaughter to follow. Still, well, you know the old gag. The condemned man ate a hearty meal. That's what I did. And that's what most of the other fellows did too, because Mr. Lancelot Slops had come up with another QED that cooking is, after all, nothing but applied chemistry. We had, just to make you drool a little, chilled consommé with a light sherry, then a tempting wisp of baked whiting, served with Moselle Erdenier Trepachan. And was the old man fuming? He'd been saving that for his golden anniversary. Then a chicken sauté Florentine. They were the preludes. The main drag-em-out was a saddle of lamb accompanied by peas and mint, potatoes Parisienne, and served with a pommade 1974. The salad was a salad Alma. The dessert was something which Biggs told me later was a plombière à la Havane friandise. Pineapples, bananas, frozen custard, and not a damn bit of tapioca in it. This came along with the Piper Heideck's 65. A demi-tasse was next, then liqueurs. It was here that Runt Hake called a halt. "We'll transfer the beverages," he said, "to our own ship. We want no drunkenness aboard while we, do that which is now necessary. Captain Hansen?" He nodded significantly toward the turret room. I rose, so did Todd. Surprisingly, Biggs joined our group as we moved up deck. Hake said, with a malevolent regretfulness I shall never forget, "We have enjoyed our banquet exceedingly, Captain. But you understand I can allow nothing to stand in the way of my next duty. So," Hansen said stonily, "you will give us a life skiff before scuttling the Saturn, Hake." Hake lied. "Captain, I had planned to do that very thing, but a most unfortunate accident. It seems that some of my men were so careless as to blast holes in each of the skiffs. Of course, if you'd still like to take your chances in the damaged craft." Oh, he was a whipper, that Hake. I looked at Todd and saw the same thought mirrored in his eyes that I was thinking. This was our last chance. If we didn't get Hake now, it would be too late. I tensed myself. If we could grab the pirate chieftain, maybe his men would not dare to do anything for fear of hurting him. And Hake, quick as he was on the trigger, might not get us both before... Then, once again, Lancelot Biggs intervened. To me, he barked, "No, no sparks." And to Hake, quietly, almost tenderly, "Why, Mr. Hake, it's all a big mistake, isn't it? These rough, nasty old men think you want to hurt them, and you don't at all. Aren't they the old meanies? And then, hold your hats, folks." And then Runt Hake's soft mouth began to twitch. Yes, twitch. It pursed up like the mouth of a kid, eyes wrinkled, and he began to blubber. "Hurt them?" he complained. "Me? Hurt them? Why, I wouldn't do a thing like that. I love them. They're my pals." And he tossed his Pierce gun away, reaching out and patted Biggs' cheek. Beside me, I heard Lieutenant Todd whisper hoarsely, "Good gods of Greece, what is this?" I myself was stunned for a moment, but I had sense enough to stoop down and get Runt Hake's gun before this crazy interlude had passed. "He's blown his fuses," I squalled. "Grab him, Todd. Mr. Biggs, come with me. You and I will round up his crew." But Biggs said quietly, "Take your time, Sparks. There's no hurry. See?" He stepped to the wall, flicked on the visiplate that showed the interior of the mess hall, and there, where a moment before a grim-faced score of space pirates had maintained watch over our crew, now our crew were standing staring with blank, uncomprehending faces at 20 men who looked and acted for all the world like affectionate puppies. They were hugging each other, patting each other's arms and faces, murmuring soft words of endearment. It was stupefying. More than that, it was embarrassing. Off in one corner, a bearded, one-eyed outlaw dandled a companion on his knee. Another burly bruiser, big enough to tear a man in half with his bare hands, was playing piggyback with a buddy. I gulped and stared and gulped again. I choked. "But what? What?" Biggs said suddenly, "Sparks, You didn't give the skipper a piece of that pepsin." "I didn't get a chance, but how?" And then I saw it. The skipper and Runt Hake were sitting in the same chair, murmuring soft words of tenderness at each other, stroking each other's hair fondly. Just as I looked, the old man leaned forward and gave the pirate a big, juicy kiss on the forehead. And just then, there came a welcome interruption. The audio throbbed to electric life. A brusque voice rasped, "Calling the Saturn. Saturn ahoy! SSCB cruiser Iris calling. Stand by. We'll come alongside you in 20 minutes. Afterward, when Runt Hake and his pirates, still babbling incoherent protestations of endearment, had been removed to the patrol ship and taken back toward the Venusian prison that had long awaited them, we held a confab in my radio room. Todd was there, and Chief Garrity, and Lancelot Biggs, and myself. Also a very foggy-eyed, befuddled Captain Hansen, who seemed to be having a hard time keeping from saying we were all dear sweet boys, as he had told us quite a few times in the past hour or so. I couldn't make head or tail of it, so I asked Biggs bluntly, "But what was it, Mr. Biggs? We all know it was something you put in the food, something from which the pepsin saved us, but what? Surely no drug would make a man act like that." Biggs grinned. His Adam's apple jerked amiably. "No, not a drug, but a chemical. Prolactin, to be exact. If you'll remember, I started to tell you we were carrying a load of it to Earth." "Prolactin," said Todd. "What's that?" "An extract of the pituitary gland, the hormone that governs human affections. Prolactin is the hormone that is responsible for all acts of parental love. It causes roosters to brood and sit on eggs, tomcats to give milk, and milk-deficient females to become normal. It is commonly known as the mother love crystal." "And we," I said, "were carrying a load of it? I still don't understand, though, why we had to chew the pepsin, and why it failed to turn all of us into bunny huggers like—" I glanced at the old man, then glanced away again. He looked at me fondly. "Well, you see," explained Biggs, "prolactin happens to be a pure protein, and pure proteins are insoluble in most things, alcohol, water, anything you might normally take in your diet. I cooked Hake's banquet and his goose with liberal sprinklings of prolactin, but as you have previously pointed out, I had to find some way of keeping our men from being affected by the hormone that disrupted their morale. Pepsin was the answer. Pepsin breaks down pure proteids into soluble peptones. That is why it's commonly used as a digestive agent." "Drus brain lovey," mumbled the skipper soothingly. "Eh?" I demanded. "What is that?" Biggs looked embarrassed. "I'm not sure," he said, "but I think he's saying, 'You're a dear sweet baby and I love you very much.' Sparks, I think maybe we better put him to bed until it wears off." So that was that, and maybe I shouldn't have told you all of this. I don't know, because the skipper, recovered now from his spell of maternal affection, is rather sensitive on the subject, and I'm still clicking the bug on the Saturn. Anyhow, now you know. But if you ever tell Cap Hansen I told you, it's going to be just too bad for me. I may have to catch the next express for Pluto and points west. Me and Biggs both. There's not much mother love in Cap Hansen's right cross. End of section 4. Section 5 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Madness of Lancelot Biggs, Part 1. There was more at stake than just a football game for Lancelot Biggs and the crew of the Saturn. So Biggs made a bargain. His rocket emblem in exchange for a new uranium condenser. And how it worked. We had barely cleared Lunar 3, and I was taking final instructions from Joe Marlowe, the Port Sparks, when my plate stalled out and I was staring at a blank expanse of metal. So I said, "Meredo," which is universal for a naughty word, and started looking for the trouble. I was on my hands and knees under the audio bank when Cap Hansen came into my control turret. He said, "You lose something, Sparks?" 2 minutes ago, I told him. "Take a look around. If you see something bright red and covered with hairy spikes, don't step on it. It's my temper." The skipper sighed. "If my troubles," he declaimed, "was as mild as yourn, I'd do cartwheels from here to Venus. Sparks, you got a copy of the space manual here, ain't you?" I nodded toward my bookcase. He found the reg book and leafed through it carefully. Finally, he shook his head. "It ain't here," he gloomed. "Are you sure this is the latest edition?" "Just what are you looking for?" I asked him. "I was kind of thinking," he said hopefully, "there might be a paragraph giving a space commander permission to boil his first mate in oil, or cut him into small cubes and feed him to the octopuses. But the waffle fannies that wrote that book..." I knew then it was the same old complaint. Our lanky and incredibly omniscient friend Lancelot Biggs, whose genius for getting ye good ship Saturn out of tight spots was surpassed only by his ability to fester Cap Hansen's epidermis, was back in the soup. I said, "But sweet comets, Cap, what's he done now? He hasn't had time to do much. We just pulled our ampy." Footnote: the strange, energy-devouring Venusian creature that serves as a protective shield for spaceships going through a planetary heaviside layer. Editor. End of footnote. Out of Earth's H layer. Which, rasped the skipper, took 3 hours, or time enough for Mr. Biggs to render himself liable to homicide. I tooken plenty of that long-legged scarecrow. I got carpeted for platinum chasing on his say-so. I caressed pirates, which, by the way, if you ever tell anybody, Sparks, I'll massacre you for. And You also, I reminded him, got your stripes saved on 2 separate occasions, not to mention your bankroll and your life. Remember? "Nevertheless," said the skipper stiffly. "And however, this time he's gone too far. He's been making eyes at my daughter." "Your," I repeated slowly, "daughter?" "You seen her. She come aboard at Long Island Port for the Venus trip." Here his space-gnarled, leathery face cracked into a grin that would have melted custard. "Pretty as a picture, don't you think? Some say she resembles me." "Some people," I told him dazedly, "will say anything for a laugh." I was thinking about that girl. What a girl! 5.5 feet of cream and velvet, surmounted by hair the color of a Martian sunset. Eyes like blue haze over Venus, only alive with crinkly laughter. Sure, she resembled the skipper. They had the same number of arms and legs. They each had 1 nose and 2 eyes and 2 ears. But there the similarity ended. Their difference was that between a lumbering old space freighter like the Saturn and a modern, streamlined man-of-war. And I do mean streamlined. The skipper said sourly, "Well, get that blank look off your pan, Sparks, and take down a special message from me to Mr. Romeo Biggs on account of if I try to tell him myself, I'll forget my dignity and tear him into asteroids. Tell him the next time I catch him tossing goo-goo eyes at Diane, I'll give him a 1-way ticket through the airlock. That's all." And he left the turret, snorting. I stared after him dreamily. I found myself doing something I haven't done since I was a kid, counting off my name with that of Diane Hansen. Friendship, courtship, love, hate, marriage. It came out friendship. I told you I had my troubles. After a while came a sound like a three-legged pelican doing the Martian fling in a corn patch, and Lancelot Biggs ambled into my turret, eyes aglow, his unbelievable Adam's apple bobbing up and down like a photon in a cyclotron. I could tell he was bustin' with a desire to spill his overflowing heart to me. But he said, "Trouble, Sparks?" See, that's why you couldn't help liking the guy. Soon as he saw me fiddling around with the audio bank, he was ready to help. It's hard to figure a Jasper like Biggs. I sometimes thought he was the dumbest mortal ever to hop graves. But just about the time I'd be ready to delegate him to the Booby Hatch convention, he'd come through with a spark of brilliance that would make Sol look like an infrared ray. I told him glumly, I wish the nearest I'd ever come to radio was playing that kids game with beans. This time the audio's gone haywire, and I can't even find out what the hell ails it. He came over beside me and looked. He jiggled a few wires, snapped switches, and succeeded in bunting the button on the feed line cable. At last he said, "The trouble's in the plate, isn't it, Sparks?" "Looks as if it's gone cold and I can't raise a signal out of it." "These plates you use," he frowned, "are made of selenium aluminum alloy, aren't they?" "Right," I told him, "as rain. However, right that is. And they're as dependable as a space comber's promise. Always going on the blink just when you need 'em most." "That's what I thought." Big shifted his gawky length from one foot to the other, a sign of deep cogitation I'd seen before. Then suddenly, "Listen, Sparks," he blurted, "I've been thinking over that problem." I rose hastily. "Look, Biggs, if you've been thinking, this is where I get off. Don't tell me, or I'll catch the contagion. I'm just a hard-working bug pounder." "And I think I know a way," he continued eagerly, "to put an end to space radio transmission difficulties. They're using the wrong metal in the audio plates. That's the trouble. The selenium aluminum alloy was all right for radio in the early days of television, but spaceflight demands a sturdier and at the same time more sensitive receptor." "Like?" I demanded. "What? Comet tails, maybe?" "Uranium," exclaimed Biggs simply. "As I told you, I've been experimenting, and I've discovered that uranium, no longer as rare and expensive as it was when audio plates were first invented, is the ideal plate." "It's been nice," I said sarcastically, "seeing you, Mr. Biggs. Any schoolchild knows that mobile electrons account for the electrical conductivity ability of metals, and as the number of electrons per atom increases, metallic properties decrease. The metals become harder, more brittle, less ductile, and poorer conductors. Uranium, my friend, would be what we universal hurlers call in our simple pathos a first-class stinkeroo." Biggs flushed faintly, and his liquescent larynx leapt in a lopsided lurch. There was a hurt look in his eyes. "Would you be convinced if I showed you?" "St. Louis," I said. I beg your pardon?" "I'm from there. It's in the state of Missouri." But I gave my slumberous receiving set a glance of despair. "Still, the thing's not working. If you want to try out your new flopola—" "I've got it in my quarters," he said delightedly. "I'll go get it right away." And he started toward the door. I remembered then that I had a message for him. "Wait a minute," I said. "I just remembered. Our beloved skipper left you a billet doux. He told me to tell you ipsque the aspe on the otter day." Biggs frowned. "Latin?" he hazarded. "Pig Latin," I told him, "and horse sense. Hanson says you've been wearing on the sleeve for his gal Diane, and if he sees it pounding in the open once more, he's going to chop it into mincemeat." Biggs' face looked like a national holiday on the calendar. He strangled gently. But I like the girl, Sparks, and I believe she likes me." "She'll revere your memory," I told him frankly, "if you don't obey the old man's orders. When he issued his manifesto, he had granite in his jaw and mayhem in his eyes. You better do as he says." But it's not fair, protested Biggs. After all, I'm an officer and a gentleman, I finished warily. By courtesy of the USSA. Yeah, I know, but in my estimation, that's just 2 strikes against you. Skipper doesn't have a lot of use for you graduate wranglers, you know. He graduated from NRI before there was such a thing as an academy. Perhaps for the sake of you Earth lovers who are tuned in, I should explain this. The rivalry between Earth's 2 great schools of astronavigation is something paralleled only by that which existed centuries ago between the United States' 2 military schools, the USMA and the USNA. The National Rocket Institute is the older college for spacemen. Originally designed for merchant marine training, it became a natural, friendly foe of the United States Spaceways Academy when that institution was founded 14 years later. Today, there is a constant, companionable rivalry between graduates of the 2 schools, one subordinate, of course, to the routine of daily work, but that flares into definite feeling when, each Earth autumn, the current football teams of the academies meet in their traditional grid battle. They tell me that in the old days, soldiers and sailors the world around used to gather about their shortwave radios to hear the broadcast of the Army-Navy game. Well, it's that way. Only worse. Nowadays in space, graduates of NRI, Rocketeers we call them, listen cheek to jowl with wranglers from the Spaceways Academy. There's a lot of groaning and a lot of cheering and a lot of drinking, and sometimes there's a sizable chunk of fisticuffing. It usually ends up with the representatives of the winning team standing treat and the grads of the losing academy vowing they'll win next year. Take our ship, for instance, the Saturn. I won my brevet at the academy. So did Dick Todd, the second in command, and Lancelot Biggs graduated just last year. Chief Engineer Garrity, on the other hand, took his sheepskin from the Rocketeer School, and so did Cap Hansen, which made another important reason why I should do something, and do it mighty fast, to get the Saturn's radio clicking again, because the annual Rocketeer Wrangler Grid Fracas was to be broadcast just 2 days from now, and my scalp wouldn't be worth the price of a second-hand toupee if the old grads from both schools couldn't hear the game. Big sputtered like my condenser would if my audio had been working, which it wasn't, if you know what I mean. I'm not one to complain, Sparks, but when Hansen tries to come between Diane and me, I said, "So, Mr. Biggs, accept my apology. I underrated you. It's reached the Diane stage already, has it?" It, Biggs stammered into silence. Then he said almost meekly, "Sparks, can you keep a secret?" "I'm a mousetrap," I told him. "Then I'll tell you, this isn't the first time Diane and I have met. We knew each other before I came aboard the Saturn. As a matter of fact, I asked for this berth in order that I might gain her father's favor so we could get married." That explained a lot of things. I had wondered why Lancelot Biggs, whose uncle Prendergast Biggs was a vice president of the corporation, should have chosen to serve out his junior officership on a wallowing, old-fashioned Earth-to-Venus freighter like the Saturn. Now it all became clear, and I began to feel like the advisor of a lovelorn column in a daily newspaper. I said, "So, to put it poetically, Biggs, you're a bit off the graphs for the gal, hey?" "Little bit," he said miserably. "Sparks, you'll never know." "That's what you think," I told him, remembering how it came out friendship. "What?" Then he forgot his curiosity in a burst of, well, for him, uncommon petulance. "But I'll not take this lying down, Sparks. I'll show the skipper I have a right to love his daughter. I don't care if he is a graduate of NRI. I'll show the leather-pussed old space cow." "Are you, by any chance," roared a voice, "referring to me, Mr. Biggs?" We both started. The skipper was standing in the doorway. I said, "Pardon me, folks, I gotta see a guy about a shroud," and tried to slide past Cap Hansen to the safety of the deck, but the old man roared me down with a blast. "Come back here, Sparks, I want you as witness." He turned to Biggs, whose face looked like a prism revolving in sunlight. So So, I'm a leather-pussed old space cow, Mr. Biggs. Biggs stammered, I. What? Hansen's bellow raised a dozen decibels. You impertinent young jackanape! Did you hear him, Sparks? He said, aye, well, I'll show you. He extended a horny palm. Your rocket, sir. Lancelot Biggs' lip quivered. He reached up and mechanically unpinned from its place over his left breast the tiny, shining gold rocket replica, which is the brevet of a space lieutenant. Hansen snatched it. In a decisive voice, he said, I'm marking you down, Biggs, for insubordination, for slander of a senior officer, conduct unbecoming an officer, intent to malign and injure, and, well, that's all for now. Maybe I'll think of a few more things later on. To your quarters, Mr. Biggs, and consider yourself under arrest until further notice. Biggs saluted, turned on his heel, and marched from the room. And it struck me suddenly that for once there was nothing amusing, nothing humorous in the youngster's gangling walk. Oh, he stalked, yes. And I've often kidded him about how much like a crab on stilts he looks. But now I felt sort of choky when I saw the pathetic dignity in the set of his shoulders, the proud way he strode away without a backward glance. I guess I lifted my own grabs for a minute. My voice sounded harsh in my own ears when I snarled at Hansen. Well, you certainly threw the book at him that time. But to my surprise, Cap Hansen was grinning. He looked like an ampy in a power plant. And he said placatingly, Oh, come now, Sparks, you don't think I'm such an ogre as all that, do you? You busted him, I accused. You lifted his rocket and put him under arrest. When the corporation learns about it, they'll... The corporation, said the skipper, isn't going to hear about it. I'm not even going to put this on the log. This is between you and me and Lancelot Biggs, Sparks. Don't you see? I had to do something to separate him and Diane. I did see, and I realized how completely I was caught in the middle by my friendship with two guys, each of whom believed in his own ideals, each of whom thought he was doing the right thing. I said slowly, I get it, Cap, but are you sure you're doing the right thing? After all, maybe Biggs and your daughter really like each other. Cap Hansen said seriously, That's just what I'm afraid of, Sparks. Put yourself in my place. How would you like to have a grandson what looked like Lancelot Biggs? I don't know. Maybe he had something there. Well, to make a short story longer, that happened the first day out of Long Island Spaceport. Tempest, as the old Romans liked to remark, fidgeted. I spent the working hours of the next 2 days trying to get that confounded instrument of mine operating. I spent my off hours shuttling back and forth between the bridge and the brig. I had the pleasure, and boy, you'd better know I mean it, of meeting Diane Hansen. She was a rag, a bone of contention, and a hank of hair, but if she snapped her fingers, I would have jumped out the space lock and brought her back a handful of galaxies. She had a voice that made me feel like my backbone was charging 30 amps, and when my eyes met hers, my knees went all wobbly. But her heart belonged to the baddie in the hoosegow. And she didn't care who knew it, except the old man. She asked me, He's all right, Sparks. He's comfortable? He's comfortable enough, I told her, but he's as restless as a squirrel in a petrified forest. He's been pacing his room so much he's not only got corns, but he's got corns on his corns. She said wistfully, If Dad would only be reasonable, Sparks, do you think that if I went to him and told him everything? I shuddered. Don't mention it. Don't even think of it. Your father might read your thoughts. I forced a grin named Santa Claus because I didn't believe in it myself. Cheer up, Diane. Lancelot will find a way out of this trouble. He will? She said hopefully. You think he will, Sparks? He always does, I told her. I squared myself with kid conscience by muttering under my breath, Always except this time. End of section 5. Section 6 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Madness of Lancelot Biggs, Part 2. So, finally, here we were, a baker's dozen of us in the radio turret on the fateful day. 12 of us were scowling, and me, I was number 13. I was sweating like an icebox in the Sahara, because it was the day, and darn near the hour, of the big game back on Earth, and my radio still was as talkative as a deaf mute in a vacuum. Todd was there, and Chief Garrity, and Wilson, the third officer, and Billings, and, oh shucks, every one of us who had studied at either of the two academies. And Cap Hansen was there. He was very much there. He was howling ghastly threats in my ears, the mildest of which was that if I didn't have the radio repaired within the next minute, or maybe less, he'd personally tattoo the word scoundrel on my forehead with a riveting machine. I squawked, "Good golly, I'm doing the best I can. Don't you think I want to hear this game as much as you do? Maybe more, because the Wranglers are going to beat the bejeebers out of you Rocketeers today anyhow." Cap raged, "What's that?" But it took some of the blast out of his tubes because he knew it was true. The Spaceways Academy team was strongly favored over the 11 from the NRI, having so far run through an undefeated season, while the Rocketeers had lost to Army and Notre Dame and been tied by Yale. "What's that? Why, last year." "That," Lieutenant Dick Todd taunted him, grinning, "was last year, Skipper. You beat us then, yes, but this year the shoe's on the other foot." "Well, anyhow," howled the old man, "my shoe's gonna be you-know-where, Sparks, if you don't get that damn radio talking." I stood up and stripped off my rubber gloves. I said, "I've done everything I know how. I've had the thing apart twice and put it together again. It won't work, and for one simple reason. The selenial aluminum plate is shot." Chief Garrity said, "Then get you a new one, lad." "Right. As soon," I told him, "as we cradle into Sun City Spaceport." The skipper looked like he'd bitten into an apple and found a worm. "You mean we're not going to hear the game?" "That's exactly what Then I paused. "Wait a minute. There's a faint possibility we might. If his invention really works. He has a spare plate in his quarters, but he'll have to install it. I don't know how." "He?" yelled the old man. "Who? The man in the moon?" "The man in the doghouse," I corrected. "Biggs." "Biggs?" The skipper's look changed. Now he looked like a man who'd bitten into an apple and found half a worm. But he turned to Dick Todd. "Go get him, Mr. Todd," he ordered. Todd left. We all watched the clock. Todd returned, bringing with him L. Biggs, ex-exile. The skipper glared daggers at his first mate. "I hear you've an invention, Mr. Biggs," he said caustically. "I distrust it. It may turn out like some of your other brain children. But this is no time to be choosy. Attach it, and be kind enough to look at the radio controls instead of my daughter." Lancelot Biggs stood very, very still. "Well," roared the old man, "get going." Lancelot Biggs smiled. A faint, thin smile. "For," he said, "a price, Captain." "A price?" Hansen's voice lifted the roof an inch. "Lieutenant, you're not trying to dicker with me?" "Not trying," corrected Biggs. "I'm dickering." "For a price, I'll attach my new plate unit to the radio. Further, I will absolutely guarantee its operation." You insolent young pup," raved the skipper. "Todd, Wilson, put him in irons. No, stand still, you damn fools. Let him alone. What's your price, Biggs? You can't have her." "Her?" said Biggs innocently. "I don't know what you're talking about, Captain. My price is my rocket." Cap Hansen looked at the faces of the waiting graduates around him. He knew when he was stalemated. He said, "Well," and reached into his pocket. Biggs pinned the tiny gold emblem where it belonged, and I never saw a man look more proud. Then he said quietly, "Very well, gentlemen. Now, Sparks, if you'll lend me a hand here." The uranium plate worked. 2 minutes later, as I tied in the positive cable, dancing light began to play over the tubes. The galvanometer skipped gaily, the current beginning to hum once again. I yelled, "Biggs, you're terrific!" and reached for the vernier. But Biggs' hand stayed mine. "Not there, Sparks. Higher. The ultra-short wave, I believe. About 1/50,000 on the Ang vernier." Cap Hansen rasped, "Sparks knows how to operate a radio, Mr. Biggs, without your help." "Not this radio," shrugged the lanky lieutenant. "This plate is considerably different from the old type." "Considerably different." I thought I detected a faint note of amusement in his voice, but the thought vanished as swiftly as it came, for at that instant my fingers found their proper spot. There was a moment of whining superhet, then, "A great day and a great crowd, folks," came an excited voice. "And here comes the next play. The Wranglers have the ball on their own 18-yard line, 2nd and 10 to go." "That's it!" roared Cap Hansen exuberantly. "By golly, that's it! Biggs, maybe you're not the dope I think you are." But the shocks weren't over yet. You remember I told you the Wranglers were strongly favored to take the Rocketeers down the ramps? Well, this was evidently just another example that in a traditional battle anything can happen, and usually does. We had had the radio on barely 5 minutes when the Rocketeers blocked a Wrangler kick, fell on it, and took possession on the Wrangler 9-yard line. In 2 power plays, the 11 from Cap Hansen's academy had plunged over for a touchdown. 1 minute later, they made the conversion, and the score was 7-0 for the supposed underdogs. The faces around the room were a sight. Hansen and Garrity looked like Venusian bunnymen in a carrot patch. Those of us who acknowledged the academy as our alma mammy would have soured milk with our smiles. The expression on Lancelot Biggs' face defied description. He looked faintly startled, faintly pleased, like a man shouting echoes against a mountainside. Cap Hansen groped in his hip pocket, brought forth a wad of hoarded Earth and Venus credits. "Well, you broken down Wranglers, any of you like to lay a few creds on your team making a comeback?" He got plenty of takers. After all, 1 touchdown isn't a football game, and the Wranglers were favored to win. I shelled out to the extent of 30 credits. Todd staked a few. Chief Garrity unbuttoned his ancient wallet, shooed away the moths, and risked some of his own credits after demanding 3-to-1 odds. And the game went on. The first quarter ended, amazingly, with Rocketeers still leading by that score of 7-0. In the second quarter, Cap Hansen, overflowing with the milk of human "I told you so," turned to Lancelot Biggs, crowed tauntingly, "Well, Mr. Biggs, I take notice you're careful not to lay any bets on that team of yourn." Biggs, whose eyes had been fastened hungrily on the girl in that room, guess which one, gulped, and his neck elevator bobbled. He said almost embarrassedly, I don't know whether I should, Captain." Hansen snorted, "Just what I might have expected of a Wrangler. Well?" Then Chief Garrity shushed him suddenly. "Quiet, Skipper, something's going on." Something was indeed. The radio announcer was in a dither. "And it looks bad for the Wranglers, friends. The Rocketeers' quick kick has them on the 1-yard line. Now they're lining up to kick out of the trouble. Wait a minute. Here comes a substitute from the Wrangler bench. We don't have time to get you his name, folks, but it's number 36. He's going in at quarterback for O'Doul." Hansen jibed. "Well, Biggs?" The announcer continued. "Number 36 in at quarterback, folks. Now he's calling signals. Here's the snapback. The new man is going to kick. No, he's going to pass. No, he's going to run. No, he's fumbled. There's a pileup behind the goalposts. They're unscrambling the players, and it's a touchdown for the Rocketeers, folks. The score is 13-0. Hansen let loose a great roar of delight. "There, I knew it. Good thing you didn't bet, Biggs." And then, astonishingly, Lancelot Biggs spoke up. "How much would you like to wager, Captain?" How much? Hansen looked stunned. Every cred in my poke, Lieutenant, 250. I'll take that bet, said Biggs. I sidled to his elbow and gave him a swift poke in the ribs. I hissed, don't be a sap, Biggs. Make him give you odds if you must bet. But I spoke too late. The bet had already been placed in the hands of a neutral party, Stuart Doug Enderby, and now a new tenseness in all of us. We listened to the remainder of the broadcast. In the third quarter, Dick Todd got out the crying towel. Gosh, Sparks, he mourned to me, what's the matter with our boys? This is a slaughter, the same as last year. Because by that time, the Rocketeers had scored once again, this time on a smooth 60-yard forward. Garrity and Hansen were literally swooning with joy, by this time offering fantastic odds to any wrangler who would bet. But we'd all pulled in our horns at all is but one man, First Mate Lancelot Biggs. In a moment of lull, he turned to the skipper. Skipper, he said, I have no more creds, but I'd like to wager for another stake. Hansen chuckled. Your shirt won't fit me, Biggs. I'll bet you, said Biggs thoughtfully, my space claim against the privilege of the next 3 landings that the Wranglers beat the Rocketeers this year. We all gasped. These were real stakes. Every space officer is granted by the IPS a space claim consisting of property rights in all unexplored areas of a given arc. He may either explore this sector himself after he's served his trick, or he may delegate the exploration to professional space hounds. In either case, a substantial percentage of all ores, precious stones, and miscellany found in his allotted sector belong to him. Many a space officer has found himself fabulously rich overnight when his sector turned up with rock diamond detritus or granules of meteoric ore. On the other hand, Biggs was asking a great privilege. Before a space officer can become a commander, he must have made 5 personal cradle landings on any planet. Skippers were chary of granting permission on these, often making junior officers wait years to earn their master's ticket. But it looked like Biggs was again sticking his neck out. I tried to stop him. I said, Don't, Biggs. This game is in the bag for the Rocketeers. Don't be so rash. But only half the words had garbled through my larynx when Cap Hansen yelped exuberantly, Done! Gentlemen, I call upon you to witness that wager. And he rubbed his paws together like a raccoon eyeing a bowl of honey. 20-0. That was the score then. And it was the score 15 minutes later when, with but 7 more minutes remaining in the annual fracas, Lancelot Biggs went stark, staring mad. Now, Cap Hansen contributed to that madness. I must admit that his glee annoyed me. I can stand taking a licking as well as the next man, but I hate like hell to have someone rub it in. And that's what the skipper was doing. As the minutes ticked by, and the Rocketeers' margin became momentarily more insurmountable, he first taunted us Wranglers, then insulted us by offering ridiculous odds against our winning, and finally accused us all of lacking sportsmanship. Biggs, standing carefully aloof from Diane in order not to rouse the skipper's latent wrath, had a strange pallor on his cheeks. Not so strange, maybe. It's hard to stand by and watch everything you possess slipping down the skids. Cap didn't make things any easier for him. Every so often the old man would bend over, slap his thighs, and howl, Anything more you'd like to bet, Mr. Biggs? Whoops, I'm a space-bitten son of Jupiter if this ain't the most fun I ever had. And then Lancelot Biggs jolted out of his curious stupor. He said, Yes, Captain, I do have something else to bet. Even Hansen was staggered by that one, huh? Was his snappiest comeback. There was a dreamy look in Biggs' eyes. If you'd be kind enough to step into the corridor with me. You and Sparks, please. Good old Sparks, witness extraordinary. But don't think it gave me any pleasure to witness this example of sheer madness. As we moved through the doorway away from the wandering crowd, I pleaded with Biggs. Biggs, for gosh sakes, haven't you lost enough already? Don't make another bet. But the glance he turned to me was mildly puzzled. And he whispered swiftly, "It's all right, Sparks. I know what I'm doing." Then outside, to the skipper, "Captain Hansen, I have only one more thing of potential value left in the world. The patent rights to my new invention, the practicability of which you have witnessed all afternoon, the uranium audio plate. This will be my share of the wager." Hansen said suspiciously, "I don't know. To me, Sparks, is it worth anything?" I nodded somberly. "In my estimation," I told him, "it's worth at least 250,000 credits. It's the first plate I've ever seen that really works. Didn't you notice we're not even picking up static?" The old man nodded. "Very well. And my stake?" Biggs said boldly, "Permission to continue seeing your daughter, and if she'll have me, to marry her." Something popped, and for a minute I thought it was the old man's fuses, but it was only the top of his head rising 2 feet. "What? I thought you understood." Then a crafty grin touched his lips. "Just a minute," he said cannily. "I presume that you imply by this that if you lose, you'll never try to see Diane again?" I wanted to shout, "No," so bad I could taste it. But I was just the party of the third part. Biggs's reply was just the opposite. "Yes," he said. I groaned. Love's young dream. 20 points away. Let's get the agony over with. We returned to a control room full of madmen, for in our absence the Rocketeers had intercepted a desperate Wrangler pass, and the score was now 26-0. Just 1 point different from that licking they had given the USSA boys last year. And as we listened glumly, they kicked the extra point. And that was about all. For 3 plays after the next kickoff, a gun boomed, the crowd screamed, and the announcer howled. "And there's the end of the game, folks. The Rocketeers win a great ball game, 27-0. You have been listening to this program through the courtesy of Hornswimble's Robot Corporation, makers of the world's famous Silent Servants. Why be lonely? A robot in the home is a constant companion." Chief Garrity squealed his tight-fisted glee. His palm waved simultaneously beneath the noses of 3 sorrowful wranglers, including me. "Pay up," he demanded. "Pay up, you benighted rascals." And Cap Hansen was one big grin on legs. He said to Biggs triumphantly, "Well, Biggs, I hope you've learned a lesson today. 250 credits, if you please. I'm minded to be kind with you. I'll not accept your space claim, my lad, but that third bet," he beamed on Diane, "that one I'll hold you to. And now," Biggs moved to the radio bank. As he moved, he spoke. "Yes, and now," he said, "I think you should all hear this." He twisted the dial. There was a moment of howling. Then came a voice, crisp, clear, enthusiastic. 4 minutes of playing time remaining, folks, and the Rocketeers have the ball. But it won't do them any good. Even if they do score, the result will be the same. They can't overcome that tremendous Wrangler lead, 33-6. Thunder and lightning. Madness and confusion. The control room became as noisy as a well-populated tomb, and out of the terrible silence came the faint, thin voice of the skipper demanding, "What? What does this mean?" Biggs boomed pleasantly. "It means, Captain, that you've lost your bets. You'll remember that all our wagers were based on the result of this year's game, which you are now listening to. It is unfortunate that human memories are so brief. Otherwise, some of you gentlemen might have recognized the astonishing similarity of the broadcast we've just listened to with that of last year's game, which it was." Cap Hansen groaned. "Last year's game? But that's impossible. You couldn't." "I couldn't," agreed Biggs pleasantly, "but my new invention could. You see, I discovered in the course of my experiments that uranium has some definite peculiarities. It, being highly radioactive itself, has a strange property of being able to delay almost indefinitely the passage of electrical impulses traveling through it. Thus, Under certain circumstances, in this case sparks, the fact that it was activated in the ultra-shortwave field, it can be used as a time-speech trap to recapture sound waves released into the ether long ago. When Earth scientists have further investigated this phenomenon, I predict some amazing results. Possibly in the near future, we may be able to listen once again to the voices of our ancestors way back in the Elizabethan age, the machine age, or the American business age. But meanwhile, he grinned amiably, meanwhile, you have just heard a broadcast of last year's Rocketeer Wrangler football game. This year's is just concluding. And so it was. With the Wranglers out in front by a score of 33-6, the outraged screams of Chief Engineer Garrity will haunt me all my days. Afterward, there were just 4 of us in the turret. Biggs, Diane, the skipper, and me. The old man had the look of a St. Bernard who's lost his brandy cask. He said, "But confound you, Biggs. You're not going to hold me to them bets, are you, when you knew all the time?" Biggs grinned. "You were magnanimous with me, skipper. I'll be the same with you. Keep your money, and I'll settle for 2 landings. But the 3rd bet? Well, you know the old saying." "I know," mourned the captain. "Plenty of 'em. Which one do you mean?" "All's fair," quoted Biggs softly, "in love and—" "We'll skip the other part. Diane, honey?" One thing about the skipper, he knew when he'd lost. He forced a grin to his lips, and, do you know, when he had a look at the light in Diane's eyes as she moved into the circle of Biggs's arms, that grin began to look almost natural. He gave me the high sign, and we started to leave. But I had one more question. In the doorway, I turned and asked, "Biggs, come clean. You didn't know that thing was going to work that way, did you?" He frowned gently. "I didn't know. I suspected." "But when," I insisted, "did you really find out for sure? Your memory's no better than mine. Certainly you didn't remember the events of last year's game." "Some of them," he said amusedly. "I caught on when I heard that episode about the awkward quarterback, the substitute, number 36. Remember?" "Remember? You bet I do. That clumsy galoot who fumbled in the end zone and gave the Rocketeers a touchdown. He should have been drawn and quartered, the dope, but how did you remember him?" Biggs smiled wanly. "I just left the academy last year, Sparks," he said, "and the football team. I was number 36. And he turned to Diane, and she turned to him, and, hell, I know when I'm not wanted. End of section 6. Section 7 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. Lancelot Biggs, Master Navigator, Part 1. Trust Lancelot Biggs to get his ship into a mess just when speed and good navigation meant the prize contract of the year. Everything happens to me. We finished taking on cargo at 1310 solar constant time, and I went to my turret for firing orders from the Sun City Space Drome officer. I plugged in the audio and stared into the familiar pan of Commander Allenby. I said, "Freight lugger Saturn preparing to up grabs, Commander. Standing by for OQ." His jaw dropped like a barometer in a cyclone. He gasped, "You? Sparks? And the Saturn? What in the blue space are you doing in port?" "Don't look now," I advised him, "but we've been here since day before yesterday. Matter of fact, you and me heisted elbows together last night at the Cosmic Bar, remember?" "Remember," he howled. "How could I? The last I heard of you, Cap Hansen was running the Saturn through the planetoids on some sort of cockeyed transmutation experiment. When did you get back? How did you—" "Damn," I groaned, "and double damn. I knew what had happened. It was that confounded new invention of Lancelot Biggs's. It was a uranium audio plate, which, when activated in low radiations, acted as what you might call a time speech trap. In other words, I was talking to Allenby not as he was now, but as he had been 5 months ago. Don't ask me how it works. I'm a stranger here myself. Anyhow, I shook my head, shifted the dials, picked up Allenby in the current time level, got a takeoff order, and relayed it to the bridge. Pretty soon a bell dinged, another one donged, and a slow humming vibration tingled through the ship as our hypotomics caught hold. I steadied myself for the lift, and whammo! The stars exploded, and 7 mules let me have it in the you-know-where, and there I was on the ceiling, squawking like a stuck pig and scrambling to get down to my control banks. I didn't scramble long, for suddenly the artificial gravs came on and I made a perfect 3-point landing. Nose, knees, and navel on the floor. I got up gingerly. No arms or legs fell off when I shook myself, so I started for the bridge to ask Captain Hempson why for. But just as I reached the door, it swung open, and in came the skipper himself. He was swearing with the dull, unemotional fluidity of a man who has abandoned hope. I knew then. I said, "Biggs, skipper?" He moaned. "Talk to me, Sparks. Talk quick and make it interesting. I promised Diane I wouldn't commit no mayhems on him, but I'm weakening. I keep thinking how I'd like to." "Easy, Cap," I soothed. "Someday he'll choke to death on his own Adam's apple. But how come Biggs made the takeoff? He's only the first mate on this barge." Hansen snapped, "Don't call this crate a barge." Then he added, "Well, Sparks, I lost a bet with Biggs on the last trip, and he won the right to navigate the next 3 Venus to Earth shuttles, so," he shrugged, "he's handling the controls." "Maltreating," I corrected, "is the word. I like Lancelot Biggs, skipper, but I'd as soon ride a Martian Firebird bareback as hop gravs with him in the turret. What do you say we—" Just then the door busted open again, and this time in came the skipper's daughter, Diane, followed by our gawky genius, L. Biggs. There was a sight for you, beauty and the bust. I know Venusian, Earth Standard, Universal, and a smattering of old Martian. But I don't know the words to describe Diane Hansen. She was paradise, wrapped up in 5.5-foot bundle. She was honey and cream and lotus flowers streamlined into a single heartache. She was terrific. Biggs looked like before in the "Are You a Man" advertisements. He was lean and lanky and gangly and awkward, and he walked like an anemic stork on ice skates. His chief topographical feature was an Adam's apple that cavorted up and down his neck like a runaway elevator. I'd known Biggs 6 months and still couldn't figure out whether he was 60-horsepower genius or the luckiest mortal in space. Right now, both he and Diane were wearing size 12 grins. With a prideful sidelong glance at her fiancé, the skipper's gal demanded, "Wasn't it wonderful, Dad? Lancelot made that takeoff all by himself. Wasn't it something?" Hansen strangled softly. I did a relief job, and I said, "Honestly, it was something. I haven't figured out what yet. After I get the curdles out of my brain." Mr. Biggs said apologetically, "I'm sorry if I caused you any inconvenience, Sparks. I was trying out a new wrinkle. Instead of using the aft blast to throw us clear of Sun City Spaceport, I used a single jet and reversed the ship's gravity. That gave us an automatic repulsion from the planet and—" "What?" roared the skipper. "Look here, Mr. Biggs. One more insane trick like that, and I'll have you cashiered, bet or no bet. I've been hopping gravs for nigh on to 40 years, and you can take my word for it. Them nonsensical ideas don't work. They only waste fuel and—" "But," interjected Biggs, I just checked with the engine room, sir. They complained about the moment of weightlessness, but admitted we'd saved approximately 60% of our normal escape fuel." "The hell you say?" Cap Hansen's jaw played tag with his breastbone. Then he gathered up his self-respect and expelled it in an outraged snort. "Nevertheless," he proclaimed, "and howsoever, the stunt's no good. Come to find out, you'll probably discover we're at least a degree off course and behind schedule." Just at that moment, the audio buzzed. I plugged in and contacted the second officer, Lieutenant Dick Todd, calling from the bridge. Todd said genially, "Hi, Sparks. Tell Mr. Biggs I was just finishing checking the course revision, will you? And tell him that little trick of his was a whiz-bang. Tape shows we've gained 2 parsecs on normal escape and we're .000 on course." The violent sound was Cap Hansen and his dignity slamming the door behind them. After he left, I coughed gently at Diane and Biggs, who evidently thought my turret was the back row of a movie house. And while Biggs was wiping the lipstick off his chin, I said, "Look, Mr. Biggs, I don't want to be critical, but that damn audio plate of yours," and I told him about what had happened just before takeoff. He grinned amiably. "It doesn't really matter, Sparks. That's one of the paradoxes you'll have to get used to. The uranium trap has a facility of probing into the past, but only when you operate it in low frequencies." I said, "But I actually talked to Allenby over a 5-month lapse of time. Here's what gets me. Shouldn't he have remembered that conversation yesterday when he and I had a couple of snorts together in Sun City?" "No, because you didn't talk to him on his present world line. You see, every man moves through time and space in a series of 4 coordinates dependent on what he does. 5 months ago, Allenby did not talk to you, therefore he did not remember it yesterday. The next time you see him, he will remember today's conversation as having happened." "Pardon the slight sizzling sounds. I apologize to Diane. That's just my brains hydrodyning." "In other words," continued Biggs blandly, "you sheared the time-space continuum from an unusual angle, thereby turning the present past into the past present and altering the future present. You might say you spoke not to Allenby, but to one of the many probabilities of Allenby. Do you understand now?" "No," I said. "Where's the aspirin?" "I'll try to make it clear," he persisted. "This is how it works." Then I got a break. The bug started chattering. I moved to the control board and said, "So, Sally folks, me makey talk on phony, goodbye." They laughed, wrapped around each other like a pound of melted chocolates, and I switched in to hear the finger of Joe Marlowe buzzing me from Lunar Station 3. Marlowe was in fine form. He greeted me with a "Aloja no paso," which means "Hi, pickle puss." I called him something untranslatable, and then he got down to business. "How's that dilapidated old crate of yours perking along, pal?" he asked. "Fine," I told him. "We've got genius at the helm, romance on the bridge, and a cargo of Venusian pineapples in the hold. Which reminds me, how's your girlfriend?" "Comets to you, sailor," he snapped back. "This is serious. I wanted to warn you. You better make a good trip. There's a prize dangling on it." "Come again?" "Word just leaked from the central office. The government has decided to turn its freight express transport over to the company whose next normal Venus-Earth run is made in the shortest time. It's a blind test and nobody's supposed to know anything about it. The Saturn was clocked when it pulled out of Sun City, and its time will be checked against that of the other competing liners." I got little cold duck bumps on the forehead. When I brushed them, they were wet. This was a tough break for the corporation. The Saturn is the oldest space lugger still doing active duty on the interplanetary runs. She was built way back there before the turn of the century, lacking many modern improvements. She's a 10-day freighter. One of our new luggers could make the same trip in 6 or 7. It was rumored that the slipstream, Pride of the Cosmos Company fleet could make it in 5. I squawked. Fires of Fomalhaut, Joe, it's not fair. The Saturn's the slowest can the corporation owns. Why don't they let us run the Specia or the Antagon on this test flight? It's a little matter of politics, friend, he returned wearily. Politics spelled Graft. Somebody's got a finger in the pie and wants the Cosmos Company to get the allotment. The Slipstream is leaving Sun City tonight. All you have to do is beat her into Long Island by about 10 hours. Is that all? I lamented. You sure they don't expect us to stop on the way in and load up a half-ton of diamond dust, shooting meteors? Joe! He interrupted my etheric sobs with a hasty, Somebody's breaking in on our band, guy. Gotta go now. Best of luck. The sign-off dropped the needle, and I was staring at a killed connection. So, there we were, way out on the limb. The fastest freighter in space competing against us for the fattest prize since the government lotteried off the Fort Knox hoardings. I worried 2 new wrinkles into my brow, and then went below to find Cap Hansen. He heard my complaint with ominous calm. When I had finished, he said almost cheerfully, Tough, ain't it? I stared at him. Skipper, we got to figure out a way to hobble home first. That government contract carries at least 3 million credits a year. If we lose it for the corporation, they'll tie the kit and caboodle of us to the stern firing jets. He just grinned ghoulishly and held out 2 hairy paws for my inspection. You see them hands, Sparks? I'm a radio operator, I told him, not a manicurist. Them hands, he persisted, is as clean as a pipeline on Pluto. Take a look at the log. Mr. Lancelot Biggs is writ down as the CO for this trip, which relieves me of all and sundry obligations. I said, But, Skipper, you've had the experience in an emergency like this. He shook his head. Sparks, we ain't got a chance of beating the Slipstream to Earth. Not a chance of a snowman on Mercury. I'm perfectly satisfied to let Mr. Biggs do the worrying, and if the corporation's thick-headed enough to want to blame anybody for our failure, I'm content to let him have that honor too. He grinned again. Maybe after this, he said, Biggs won't be quite so damn cocky. And maybe Diane won't think he's the hot shot he lets on to be. Which was absolutely all the skipper would say. I wasted words for 5 more minutes, then went to find Lancelot Biggs. He wasn't on the bridge. He wasn't in the secondary control cabin, or in the mess hall, or in the holds, nor in the engine room. I found him finally in the ship's library, sprawled full length on a divan, holding a book in one hand and waving the other arm in the air, keeping time to the poem he was reading aloud. When I entered, he looked up and said, Hello there, Sparks. You're just in time to hear something lovely. This space epic of the Venusian poet laureate, Ior Kandru. It's called Alas, Infinity. Listen. He read, Comes the quietude of endless void. The heart seeks out and breathless listens to magnificent monotonies of space. Monotony, your eye. There are times when I'd trade all my bug-pounding hours for a nice, quiet, padded cell out somewhere beyond Pluto. I said, Listen, Mr. Biggs. You know, Sparks, he said dreamily, sometimes I wonder if the poetic mind is not more acute than the strictly scientific one. Since I met Diane and she acquainted me with the symphonic beauties of poetry, I've thought of so many new things. The never-ending wonder of the Saturnian rings, for instance. The problem of space vacuoles. Speaking of space vacuoles, I interrupted, me and you and about 14 other mariners from the good ship Saturn are about to be in one pretty soon, if by vacuole you mean hole, because... And then I told him. Misery being, as rumor hath it, a gregarious soul, it did my heart good to see the way he jolted up from his horizontal position. But Sparks, he quavered, that's terribly unfair. So, I told him, is betting on the GGs. Only one hoss can win, but they all find backers. The point is, what are we going to do about it? Do? He piped. What are we going to do? We're going to do plenty. Come on. We went to the engine room. There, Chief Engineer Garrity heard Biggs's plea with granite aplomb, and then slowly shook his head from side to side. You're no suggesting, Mr. Biggs, he said, that I try to double the Saturn's speed? You must. Garrity grinned mirthlessly, ducking his grizzled head to designate the laboring old-fashioned hypatomics in the firing room. Them motors, he said, is calculated to carry us from Earth to Venus and vice versa in 10 days. By babying 'em, we can make it in 9. By straining 'em, we can make it in 8, maybe. But if we force 'em beyond that limit, once again he shook his head. We'll arrive at Long Island Rockport in as fine a conglomeration of assorted bolts, plates, and rivets. You wouldn't like that, Mr. Biggs, he appended speculatively. We went to the bridge then and discussed the problem with our junior officer, Dick Todd. Dick had a lot of ideas, none of them good. Our confab ended with a no-decision draw, and finally I said, well, Biggs, I'm afraid it's over my head. I better get back to my turret in case any messages come through. He didn't even hear me. He was pacing the floor, moaning softly from time to time and scraping his scalp with frenzied fingers. All of which took place our first day out of Sun City. It was a bad start, and things rapidly became worse. At 2400 on the dot, solar constant time, I got a flash from a ham operator on Venus advising me that the slipstream had just slipped her gravs, which meant that the race was on. Huh, what race? 8 hours later, our purlins picked up the slipstream. She was cutting a path through space like a silver arrow, and you can bet your bottom buck that her skipper knew how important this trip was. I was asleep when she whizzed by us, but my relief man woke me up to show me the message her CO had sent. It said, greetings, goats, want a tow? Wouldn't have been a bad idea at that. Well, Garrity and his black gang were working themselves blue, and to the everlasting credit of the Saturn, I'll confess that the old freighter wallowed along in handsome style. We logged a trifle over 3 million miles in the next 24 hours, which is about 500,000 over par for our crate. We did it with music, too. The plates were clinking and straining, the jets were hissing like a nest full of outraged rattlers, and once or twice, when our Moran deflectors shunted off the fragments of meteoric matter, I thought we were going to move out to make room for some interstellar cold storage. So what? The slipstream, traveling at better than double our speed, knocked off a cool 6 million that day. If ever a race was in the bag, that was one. The second day was another dose of the same business. Biggs insisted that we maintain our forced speed, although Garrity warned him bluntly that it was dangerous. I've been 20 years in space, Mr. Biggs, Garrity told him sternly. I look forward to spending another score the same way, but I have no desire to whisk along the spaceways as a glowing clinker. Lancelot Biggs said desperately, but we gotta do our best, Chief. We're beaten, yes, but we gotta show a little fight. Anything may happen. They may have an accident, a breakdown. There was a pathetic intensity in his voice. Once again, as several times before, I found myself thinking this Lancelot Biggs guy, screwy as he might seem, had plenty of abdomen stuffings. Garrity must have felt the same way, for he said grudgingly, farewell then, but... So for the third day in succession, our hypatomic motors churned like a bevy of Martian canal kitties having their morning dunk. And for the third day in succession, the Cosmos Company superfreighter, the Slipstream, proceeded to show us the winking red dot of her rapidly disappearing afterjets. And then it happened. End of section 7. Section 8 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. Lancelot Biggs, Master Navigator, Part 2. I was in my turret reading a copy of Spaceways Weekly when all of a sudden my bugs started chattering and the condenser needle started hopping. I plugged in and caught a garbled, frantic warning from the sparks on the slipstream. Calling IPS Saturn! Calling IPS Saturn! Saturn, stand clear for backdrag! Stand clear for backdrag! I jammed the stand clear warning to the bridge and shot a hasty query back to the slipstream operator. Saturn, standing clear, pal, what makes? Trouble on the declination line 1604. Stay off our trajectory. We're running into a vac. Then suddenly the message went dead. The condenser needle went to sleep on 0. I was hammering a futile key at an operator who could no longer communicate with me. But I knew what the trouble was. Our streamlined rival had nosedived into a space vacuole. By this time, the Saturn was creaking and groaning like a jitterbug on a coil spring mattress. Bells were dinging all through the runways, and the forward blast jets were making an unholy din as they bounced us off trajectory. And every time one exploded, of course, the lugger shook as if a gigantic fist had smacked it square in the nose. Footsteps pounded up the gangway, the door opened, and I had visitors. Cap Hansen, Diane Hansen, and our acting skipper, Lancelot Biggs. They all hollered at once. What is it, Sparks? Vacuole, I snapped. The slipstream broke into one. They're preparing for the backdrag now. Diane Hansen's eyes were like twin saucers. Vacuole? She repeated. What's that? What's a vacuole, Lancelot? Biggs said, it's a hole in space, Diane. Their exact nature has never been accurately determined. All we know is that space itself, being subject to material warp, oftentimes develops empty spots of superspace within itself. These areas correspond roughly to air pockets encountered by planetary aviators. They are even more similar to the curious sacs found in protoplasmic substances like amoeba. Diane faltered. A hole in space. It sounds incredible. Are they dangerous? Apparently not, I told her. Lots of spaceships have tumbled into them, and in every case the ship has eventually worked its way out. Sometimes they're carried far off course, though. That's why the slipstream has to backdrag and do it fast. I grinned. Sometime when I'm not too busy, I'll draw you a picture of a space vacuole. It looks pretty. A hole full of nothing. In nothing. Cap Hansen had been peering through the paralins on my turret. Now he let loose a great roar of delight. I see her. I seen her stern jets flickering for a moment. Here she... Nope, she's in again. Biggs explained to the girl she's trying to back out. Only difficulty is she has to reverse engines and come out with an acceleration built up to match that at which speed she entered, which means, I interjected hopefully, we're not beaten yet, folks. When the slipstream busts clear of that vacuole, she's going to be hell-bent in the opposite way to Earth. Mr. Biggs, if we can miss the vacuole and keep going, we might... Still at the paralins, Cap Hansen now yelled, By golly, I just seen her again, but you ought to see where she is. That vacuole's a rip snorter, tearing like a fool. Which way? Cried Biggs. Starboard, declension. You never seen anything as fast as that there galloping hole. Hey, here comes the old slipstream. Whee, nice job, skipper. I saw it then. It came blasting back toward us like a ray from a needle gun. I couldn't help admiring the good sportsmanship in Cap Hansen, which, even though he had seen his competitor's ship break free of the bondage that might have cost it the race, caused him to commend the Navigator's space skill. Now the skipper turned to Lancelot Biggs, and there was battle light in his eyes. Mr. Biggs, this gives us a fighting chance to win the race. The slipstream will be a day making up for this loss. I'll relieve you of your command now." But there was a strange, thoughtful look in Biggs's eyes. He said slowly, "Did you say starboard, skipper?" "Eh? What's that?" "Yes, I said starboard." "Well, did you hear me, Mr. Biggs? I've decided not to be hard on you. I'll relieve you of your command now. Take the Saturn on into port." And Lancelot Biggs said, "No." Before Cap Hansen had stopped gasping, I decided afterwards it was a gasp, though at first I thought it was a symptom of apoplexy. Biggs stepped to the ship's intercommunicating system and buzzed the bridge. To Todd, he snapped, "Mr. Todd, plot new coordinates to intersect with the vac hole as soon as possible." Then Todd gasped, and I gasped, and Diane gasped, and the skipper was still gasping, and Lancelot Biggs turned to face us, faintly pale, breathing a little hard, but with a look of curious determination on his face. "I know," he said, "you all think I'm crazy. Well, maybe I am. But I'm not going to surrender my command, and I'm going to see this race through the way that seems most fitting to me." Then he gulped, turned, and gangled from the room. Diane started crying softly. I said, Now, wondering if the words sounded as silly to her as they did to me. And Hansen came out of his stupor with a blast that lifted the roof an inch and a half. "What the blue space does he think he's gonna do? Intersect the vac hole? The crazy idiot! Does he mean to throw away all the advantage we've gained?" "Don't ask me," I said dourly. "I'm not an Esper." Footnote: Esper, a fortune teller who makes his living by foretelling the future through use of extrasensory perception. Editor. End of footnote. My instrument was clacking again. It was the operator of the slipstream calling. "We're clear, Saturn," he wired. "Thanks for getting off course. You're too far off, though. Better watch out. You're headed smack into the vac hole." I wired back, "We like it that way," and refused to pay any attention to his continued queries. A dismal silence had fallen over my turret. The hypotomics had picked up now. I could tell by the vibration that we were on our way, full steam ahead, toward what? I found out. Not then, and not for several hours, but at dinner time. I had just taken my seat at the table, and Slops was just leaning over my shoulder, ladling soup into my bowl, when there came a high, shrieking whine from the engine room. The lights flickered, something went boomity-clang, and the bottom fell out of the universe. My stomach gave a sickening lurch. So did the mess hall. So did Slops. And so did the soup. About 4 of us went into an involuntary huddle on the floor. When I came up again, I had puree of vegetables, lukewarm, all over me, and my hair had so many alphabet noodles in it you could have rented me out at a public library. The din was terrific, but it all meant one thing, a question admirably summed up by the badly frightened Slops as he screamed, "What nell's the matter?" I said wearily, "Sue me if I'm wrong, friends, but I believe our screwball navigator, Mr. Biggs, has finally piloted us into the vac hole." The funny part is, Biggs wasn't even dismayed about it. I made a half-hearted pretense at eating, then skipped up to the bridge to find out what, if anything, Biggs was doing about this new disaster. The answer was obvious: absolutely nothing. Pale of face, but still determined of mien, he was sitting in the control pilot's lounge chair, shaking his head stubbornly as Cap Hansen, Lieutenant Todd, Chief Engineer Garrity, and every other brevet man aboard the ship bombarded him with pleas to do something. "Gentlemen," he said, "gentlemen, I ask you to remember that Cap Hansen assigned me the privilege of navigating this trip. As navigator, it is my right to do what I consider best." Todd, who liked Biggs, said nervously, "But Lance, we're right in the middle of the vac hole. Aren't you going to give orders for a backdrag? We've got to get out of here. Heaven only knows. Cap Hansen was purple with impotent rage. Wait, he was squalling. Just wait until we get back to Earth. I'm going to have you busted out of the service as soon as... A strange look came over his face. Golly, when we get back to Earth? We ain't never going to get there less than we do something quick. Lancelot Biggs said, Be patient, gentlemen. Garrity said cajolingly, Look, lad, mayhap you don't understand the difficulties we're in. Suppose you be a good chap and let the skipper take the controls. Lancelot Biggs said, Just be patient. I would like to explain, but I think I better not. Not yet, at any rate. Cap looked at me. I put in my 2 cents worth. Mr. Biggs, I said, you can read those charts on the wall. Don't you see we're being carried hundreds of thousands of miles off course? This vacuole is traveling way over to the right of our course, hitting an abnormal rate of speed, and we're embedded in it like a fly in amber. We've already lost the race. Pretty soon we'll lose our... I stopped, not wanting to say lives, in front of Diane. Lancelot looked at me somberly. I should have thought, Sparks, he told me, that you would understand with your education and training. But he seemed undecided. He stared at Diane. Diane, you believe in me, don't you? Boy, I tell you that gal has what it takes. A long moment passed during which Diane looked squarely into Lancelot Biggs's eyes. What she found there, only she could tell you. But, yes, Lancelot, she said, I trust you. His shoulders stiffened then just the slightest bit, and a faint smile gathered at the corners of his lips. He said, That's all I wanted to hear. Very well, gentlemen, be patient for just 10 more hours. By far the worst feature of being caught in a vacuole is the fact that you're completely isolated from the rest of the universe. These superspatial areas, these dead spots of hyper-emptiness, do not obey the common laws of space mechanics. There's no radio transmission through a vacuole. The only laws that seem to apply are the laws of motion and relativity. This time, even the relativist principles seemed to go haywire. Lancelot Biggs had demanded that we be patient for 10 hours. But to me, those 10 hours seemed like 10 centuries. Millennia, maybe. Seconds crawled, minutes dragged, hours were fabulous periods of time. You could almost sit still and feel your hair graying on your scalp. I tried to read a book and gave it up as a bad job after I discovered I'd reread the same page 6 times. Then I fiddled with my dials, but all I could get out of them was a strange, singing, unearthly hum. I had a feeling of boding suspense, as though I were an insensate beast caged in an elevator that was rising through darkness to an unguessed destination. Boy, am I getting poetic. Anyhow, that's how I felt. And if you want to make something of it, stop down by the IPS spaceport at Long Island and ask for Bert Donovan. I managed to while away a couple of hours figuring out where the slipstream was by this time. Like I said, she was a 5-day freighter, but she'd lost almost a full day in her tangle with the vacuole. Our vacuole. And in spite of the fact that she'd now put on every bit of juice she had, she wouldn't make the trip in much less than 5.5 days. Which, of course, didn't help us any. The Saturn was normally a 10-day ship, now caught in the vacuole. It was a question of when, if ever, we got back onto our trajectory. What puzzled me most was the fact that in the past I'd come to look upon Lancelot Biggs as something of a genius. The kind of guy who could pull rabbits out of a hat. Like the time he rescued our ship from Runt Hake and his pirate crew. But now, Biggs seemed to have gone into a complete funk. A wan and stubborn silence as to his reasons for having given up the battle. Well, it was his business, not mine. He'd buttered his bread, now let him lie in it. I looked at the clock once more. 9 hours had elapsed. A little more than that, so I sauntered back to the bridge. Everyone up there was in a fine state of the jitters, except Mr. Biggs and Diane. With fine disregard for those about them, they were curled up together on a chart table, reading poetry. Cap Hansen had gnawed his fingernails down to the second knuckle. Dick Todd was pacing the floor like a captive wildcat. I said meekly enough, "Mr. Biggs, the 10 hours is almost up." Said Lancelot Biggs. Cap Hansen turned on him savagely. Well, do something. And you, Diane, I'm ashamed of you, sitting there with that nincompoop's head draped all over your shoulder. Diane rose, smiling pertly. All right, so I'm untidy. Well, show them, Lancelot. Biggs rose. He looked carefully at the clock, then at the statometer. He moved to the intercommunicating system, gargled a word to the engine room below. Mr. Garrity, would you be kind enough to revolve the ship? Hansen yelled, Revolve the... Hey, grab him, somebody. He's gone space batty. He slipped his gravs. From below, there came the sound of the rotors going into operation. We couldn't feel anything, of course. The ship's artificial gravs hold you firm to the floor, no matter which is top or bottom in space, there being no such thing. After a minute, Biggs said, Thank you, Mr. Garrity. Now, if you will be kind enough to reverse gravs and throw out the top deck repulsion beams. Garrity obeyed. There came a sudden shock. Everything movable in the room moved, including me. I fell to the middle of the room, hung there, gaping, weightless, the same as everyone else. The Saturn lurched and shuddered. It felt as if something trembled along her beams for a brief instant. Then suddenly we were literally scorching through space again. Real space, not the phony hyper stuff of the vacuole. Biggs yelled, Normal gravs, Garrity. Alter course to 0.61 for 3 minutes, then land. Cap Hansen screamed, What's going on here? Land? What do you mean, land? And Lancelot Biggs said, If you'll be kind enough to look through the paralens, Captain. It was Earth. Just as big as life and 3 times as natural. A hop, skip, and a jump beneath us. We'd made the Venus to Earth shuttle in 4 days, 8 hours. Afterward, when the government committee had left, congratulating us on having won the allotment, and the IPS officials had departed like a trio of overgrown sunbeams on legs, Hansen, Todd, Diane, Biggs, and I were alone in the control turret of the Saturn. To the smiling first mate, Cap Hansen said, Biggs, this business of apologizing to you after every crackpot adventure is getting monotonous. But I'd do it again, with the provision that you tell me how the hell and what the hell happened. Biggs fidgeted and looked uncomfortable. Well, to begin with, I knew we were licked if we tried to race the slipstream in any normal fashion. The proper word, I interjected, is skunked. Yes. So when I saw what happened to the slipstream when it fell into the vacuole, I saw a way in which we might possibly come out on top. I didn't want to explain, though, for if the method failed, Captain Hansen might be reprimanded for permitting the trial. Method? Demanded Hansen. What method? Piggyback, grinned Biggs. You'll remember that we commented on the amazing speed with which the vacuole was traveling through space, a speed greater than our own, even greater than that of the slipstream. I purposely plunged the Saturn into the vacuole. The slipstream, caught in that same sphere of hyperspace, made the mistake of backdragging free. I let the vacuole carry us to Earth. It's as simple as that. Hansen said dazedly, Simple. Which? The method or me? You done so many funny things. For instance, we got out of the vacuole without backdragging. How? Oh, that. Well, that was just a little thing I figured out while we were waiting. It seemed stupid to waste fuel backdragging from a pocket in space. After all, the easiest way out of a pocket is to let yourself be dumped out. I just reversed the gravitational plates, let Earth, which I had reckoned mathematically to be above us, attract us out of the pocket. Since there is neither up nor down in space, we merely fell out of the vacuole pocket. It penetrates, said Cap Hansen admiringly. Yep, it finally penetrates. Well, boys? He glanced at us significantly. I knew what he was thinking. Diane and Biggs were showing unmistakable signs of wanting to be alone, but there was one more thing. Look, Mr. Biggs, I said, your explanation is all right, but it doesn't clear up the matter of direction. The vacuole wasn't traveling on the line of our Venus-Earth trajectory at all. It was shifting to starboard by 15 points, which is why we were able to intersect it. How come? Lancelot Biggs looked faintly surprised. Why, Sparks, didn't you guess? That was the thing that made our amazing speed possible. To us, traveling our 10-day route, it looked as if the vacuole were moving to the right of Earth. Actually, it was moving directly toward the spot where Earth would be in 10 more hours. It was, in a way of speaking, an express train racing along a shortcut. We hopped the train and here we are. There was a tiny cough from somewhere under the shelter of his arm. A soft voice said, Sparks? Yes, Miss Diane. Sparks, would you mind closing the door on your way out, please? Asked Diane Hansen. So I did. I can take a hint as well as the next guy. End of section 8. Section 9 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Genius of Lancelot Biggs, Part 1. Lancelot Biggs was an unpredictable quantity, but nobody aboard the Saturn thought he'd ever turn traitor. I should have suspected something screwy the minute Cap Hansen started talking sweetie pie. Usually, you could use his voice for a nutmeg grater. But you know me, old drizzle-brained Donovan. If they ever write a story of my life, only why should they? They'll title it Gullible's Travels. Anyhow, about an hour after we lifted Gravs from Long Island Spaceport, the skipper smooched into my control turret, beaming like a nova in the coal sack. He plumped himself onto the only comfortable chair and asked, Well, Sparks, my lad, how you doing? If you mean, I retorted, was I drunk last night? The answer is no. I am so dry and parched, and besides, the barkeep at the Wranglers Club wouldn't give me any credit. He told me, commented the skipper, he used your last check to vulcanize an old gumboot. Be that as it may, I said with quiet dignity, I am not one of those space hounds who gets 3 sheets in the ether every time he hits port. And speaking of sheets, interrupted the old man, we got more passengers aboard the Saturn this trip than we got bunks to flap 'em in, so... I got it then. I squawked, Hey, take it easy. What is this, a hotel? So, continued the skipper imperturbably, I'm allotting your quarters to a special passenger, a guy by name of... I'm not interested in names, I held. I am not the city directory. Look, Cap, I got my rights. I don't have to turn my quarters over to some damned earth lubber just because he's got a yen to chase comets. Will you shut up, Sparks? Snapped the skipper. Or do I have to calm you down with the wrong end of a lug wrench? This here passenger's name is Thaxton, and he comes bearing a handle with care label signed by Doc Challenger. Now, will you pipe down? I would, and did. Doc Challenger happens to be the president of the IPS, the corporation that owns the Saturn. Any friend of his is a friend of my pocketbooks. Well, I said, if you're going to put it that way. I'm putting this Thaxton guy, Hansen frowned, in your quarters on account of they're the furthest from the aft holds. Friend or no friend, I ain't aiming to have him find out we're running a load of rotor guns and ammunition to the New California rebels. He was right there. That was nobody's business but our own. Now, understand me, I think we had a right to help the rebels. For one thing, they deserve their independence. For another, our arch competitors, the Cosmos Company, was back in the present New California overlords. A third good reason was, of course, that every day this war continued, we were losing money. Earth itself hadn't had a war for almost 120 years, not since the North India Uprising of '92. But the distribution of land and governmental control of the colonies was still what you might call unfinished business. There were always tiny local squabbles going on, like the Fontana land siege 3 years ago that damn near ruined Mars as a summer resort, the Rowley Rebellion last year on Mercury, and now, this year, the struggle for autonomy on the part of a bunch of California Earth colonists in the Venusian Hill Country. Our freight experts had decided that of all the IPS ships, the Saturn would be the least likely suspect when it came to gun running. The Saturn was as old as a statesman's jokes. It was the slowest, wallowingest lugger still pushing vacuum. But I agree with Hansen. It would not do for anyone connected with the present Venus government to discover our cargo included contraband. We'd find ourselves playing tit-tat-toe on the walls of a Sun City clink faster than a stuttering android could gargle. Planets constant. So I nodded. Okay, Skipper, you're right and I'm wrong, as you usually are. So what do I do now? Sleep in the galley? No, Sparks, you take your duffel down to Mr. Biggs' quarters. You can bunk with him during this shuttle. What? Lancelot Biggs? You're putting me in with the perambulating pretzel? Hey, Cap! You're talking, reminded the skipper, about the first mate of this here ship. Be more respectful of your superiors, Sparks. Anyhow, he gazed at me curiously. Anyhow, I thought you and him was pals. Pals, I moaned, not peas in a pod. I like Mr. Big Skipper, but I don't want to wear him like a hair ribbon for the next 10 days. Sparks, warned the old man. Cap, you can't do this to me. It's tyranny, that's what it is. Never mind what you call it, interrupted the old man grimly. I call it poetic justice. You've buttered your bread, Sparks, now lie in it. And while you're complaining, you might remember how aidful you was in finding Mr. Biggs another bunkmate. He grinned vengefully and laughed. I remembered then that I had helped Lancelot Biggs woo and win Diane, the skipper's beauteous daughter, now back on Earth making preparations for the wedding, and I groaned. Hansens, like elephants, never forget. So I moved in with Mr. Biggs, and it was just like I thought it would be. My gangling friend, that mad genius of the spaceways, Lancelot Biggs, was glad to have me share his quarters. I do hope you'll be comfortable, Sparks, he told me, gulping and making his amazing Adam's apple perform loop-de-loops. Of course, there's not any too much room, which was like saying there's not any too much H2O on Luna. There was only one bunk in the big stateroom. I'm a normal-sized man. Biggs is too, only his dimensions are sort of peculiar. I.e., he's 1/2 as wide as par for the course and twice as tall, which compensates. He turned out to have 17 separate and distinct physical peculiarities, none of which showed up until the first time we shoehorned ourselves into the same bed. I was chagrined to learn that he had 11 elbows and 7 knees. Also, his idea of resting comfortably was to spread himself out like a miniature windmill and revolve rapidly. The first night, I went sleepless. The second night, I managed to doze off to a cat nap, and it almost cost me my life. Lancelot Biggs's larynx descended suddenly and clopped me on the pate. I climbed out of bed weakly, bathed the resulting goose egg in arnica, and spent the rest of the night studying, thoughtfully, the life history of an ancient sage known as Procrustes, which explains, boys and girls, why I happened to be catching 40 double winks when Cap Hansen brought Thaxton up to visit me. The first token I had of their presence was to hear a bullabanchian voice bombarding my eardrums. "Well, Sparks, and what do you think you're doing?" I popped out of my chair like a cork from a can of damp carbide. I said, "What's that? What was that?" "Oh, you, Skipper. I was thinking." "You think?" said the old man caustically. "Awful loud, Sparks. This is Mr. Thaxton, our special guest. Mr. Thaxton, be pleased to meet our radio operator." This Thaxton was a queer-looking duck. He wasn't more than 5'2" or maybe 3. He wore a shock of bristling, carroty hair over a forehead that bulged like a sponge in a Swedish bath. His eyes stuck out so far that he could have hung pictures on them, and his legs looked like a brace of parentheses hunting for a descriptive phrase. We clenched mitts and glims at the same time. The handshake was what I had expected from the looks of him, wet towels in the sunset. But when his eyes met mine, I got the funniest darn sensation. It was something like an electric shock, only not quite. It was something like having your cerebellum run through the ringer, only not quite. It was a little like having tiny fingers play tag in the area of your gray matter, only that wasn't it either. I gulped and said, "In the aft." "What's that?" Because the little man had said absolutely nothing. Now, smiling faintly, he did say, "I'm glad to meet you, Sparks. Very glad to meet you." Lancelot Biggs was there too, and Dick Todd, our second mate. Mr. Biggs was staring at me curiously. Now he said, "Sparks, perhaps you'd like to show Mr. Thaxton your equipment." "Why not?" I said. I showed him the ship's intercommunicating system, the contact controls with which we get Lunar 3, the asteroid stations, and the light ships off the various planets. I showed him the dwarf amp he used to keep down excess voltage on the storage plates. I showed him all the things that make visitors ooh and ah. He oohed and awed at the right time. Then he asked, "And that visiplate device, I never saw one like that before. Is that something new?" "So new," I said, "that Mr. Biggs invented it. It's a urano-solenoid plate. Maybe you better explain its operation, Mr. Biggs. You can do it better than I can." I meant the suggestion as a joke because Lancelot Biggs is the most bashful man in space. But to my surprise, he stepped forward, a thoughtful look on his homely puss, and began explaining the plate. And to make a crazy situation loonier, he garbled the explanation like a woman describing a picture show. That was unusual, because Biggs' one motivating principle, as he often demonstrated, was to get the theory first. But this time, while I stood baffled, while Dick Todd frowned and looked puzzled, while Cap Hansen hemmed and hawed as restlessly as a frog on a hot griddle, Biggs stammered through an almost hopelessly tangled explanation. The way he described the operation of that audio, it would take a man approximately 14 light years to tune in the nearest station in space. Twice he fumbled for a word. Each time the little passenger Thaxton, who was hanging intently on his fumbling fumbles, supplied the missing term. And when finally he had faltered to a conclusion, "Well," said the visitor, "that's very interesting. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Biggs. And now, Captain, you were going to show me your storage holds, I believe. Didn't you say something about the aft holds?" "Magwad, no," said the skipper. No, there's nothing down there. We'll go visit the forward hold." And they left. All of them, that is, but Lancelot Biggs. He made some excuse and stayed there in the control turret with me. Being now his bunkmate as well as his friend, I took the liberty of letting the formalities go when we were alone. After this, Lance, I kidded him, when you give a speech, you ought to pass out blueprints along with it. I wouldn't know how to operate that gadget myself from the explanation you gave. Matter of fact, I'm not sure I'll do it right the next time I try. Strangely, he looked pleased. He said, "You think so, Sparks? You really think so?" Granted, I said that I can actually think, so why the enthusiasm? He turned suddenly serious. "I tried to be confusing," he said, "but even so, he learned too much. Entirely too much. Didn't you notice, Sparks, that several times when I fumbled for a word, he was the one who supplied it?" "Well, darned if you're not right," I recalled. "And another thing. When you were first introduced to him, didn't you feel, peculiar? You must have, because you started to say something." "I felt," I told him, "like a person in a nut house. I don't know why, but I felt like something inside my skull was digging for information. I almost spilled the secret of where we got the contraband hidden." "Not almost, Sparks," corrected Lancelot gravely. "You did. And to the worst possible person. For unless I'm greatly mistaken, that Thaxton person is a spy. More than that, he's the cleverest sort of spy because he's an esper." Footnote. In the world of Lancelot Biggs, an esper is a man who makes his living telling fortunes. This he is able to do through his ability to make use of extrasensory perception, the psychological phenomenon discovered by Dr. J.B. Rhine of Duke University and outlined in his book, New Frontiers of the Mind. Editor. End of footnote. The minute he said it, I knew he was right. A spy. And an esper. Earth is lousy with them. Most of them are quacks, but a few? I gasped, "But sweet shades of Iolans, if he's an esper, he's sure to learn all about the cargo from you or me or Cap or one of the crew. What in Sam Hill are we going to do about it?" "Poe?" said Lancelot Biggs. "What? What's that?" "Never mind, I was thinking." "Well, think about something important," I snapped. "Else we'll all be on the inside looking out when we reach Sun City. Why, that red-headed little squirt will report us, and then we'll all be in the soup." "I know," said Biggs. "That's why I wouldn't give a true explanation of the audio unit. I didn't want him to come in here sometime while you were off duty and send Venus a message. I figured if we could gain a little time, I might think of some way to—" "Cien?" he said querulously. "The word you want," I said, "is insane." "Listen, Biggs, I've got it. We'll get this bracket-legged guy into the blasting room and—" "Sometimes, Sparks," shuddered Maestro Marco Polo Biggs delicately. "I wonder what strange chemistry goes on in that brain of yours. Of course we can't use violence. In the first place, if we did, the Venusian authorities would know something was wrong, confiscate our ship and goods, ignoring our navicert, intern us." Footnote. A navicert is a navigation and transport permit issued by foreign consular authorities for space travel. Here, the Venusian consulate on Earth certified the Saturn's passage. Editor. End of footnote. "If we don't," I reminded him gloomily, "they'll do all them things anyway, and maybe give us 2 slaps on the wrist for good measure, with a crowbar." "Knowledge," said Biggs feverishly. "Knowledge is the answer to all problems. It's right on the tip of my mind, but I can't quite grasp it. Mrs. No, Thames. No." "Thames and tide," I punned. "Wait for no man." "Oh, go away, will you please? I got things to do, but quick." So he went away, and I snapped on the old powerhouse, and pretty soon current hummed and sang through the coils, and I made the ether vibrate, and I do mean vibrate. I contacted Joe Marlowe at Lunar 3. Joe, being not only one of the best bug pounders in the business, but also a personal friend, I asked him to find out, 1, if this bozo Thaxton was really a friend of Doc Challenger's. 2, if there'd been any leak on Earth about our gun-running exploits. And 3, if there were hot and cold running water in the Venusian Hoskows. Pretty soon the answer came back. No, no, 1,000 times no. After which Joe asked me on our private conversation band, what's all this about somebody named Thaxton? So I told him. So it turned out that Thaxton was aboard the Saturn on forged papers in the first place, and that in the second place we couldn't clap him in irons even if he were a secret agent of the Venusian government, and that in the third place we shouldn't have let ourselves get in such a jam to begin with. Besides, tapped Joe, all you've got to do is keep your collective mouth shut. You're running under a Navisert, and that means you won't be inspected at Sun City. You'll be free to make a short hop to New California and leave the aft hold cargo with the assigned parties. And with that, he signed off. A moment later, the door busted open and in came Cap Hansen, his face the color of an uncleaned pullet. He bawled, "Sparks! Sparks, for gosh sakes, get in touch with Earth immediately, if not sooner. Find out what we're to do. That there Thaxton, guys, he's a phony, Park it, Cap, I said glumly, and hear the rest. He's a spy, and he's also an Esper. You knew? Mr. Biggs guessed it an hour ago. We talked the situation over. Then I told him about calling Joe Marlowe and went on to detail the hopelessness of our situation. But Hansen is a fighting man. He flinched as I threw verbal lefts and rights at him, but he was still sparring feebly when the bell rang. He came up with, "Well then, get in touch with Chief Garrity. Tell him to turn this crate around. We'll go back to Earth." Came the dawn. "Right!" I yelled. "Right!" At that moment, a voice spoke from the doorway. "No, gentlemen," said the mysterious Mr. Thaxton. "That is just what you will not do. You will continue on to Venus, that your perfidy may be properly punished." End of section 9. Section 10 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Genius of Lancelot Biggs, Part 2. It's funny how the mind works. There, at that moment, when I should have been taking a swan dive into the chilly waters of despair, do you know what I found myself thinking? I was thinking, gosh, what a swell alliteration. I'd like to hear him say, "Peter Piper picked a peck of..." Then Cap Hansen risked apoplexy with a roar that lifted furniture. "What? What, sir, do you mean by issuing commands to me in my own spaceship? By what authority?" The diminutive Esper glanced meaningfully at the Pierce gun in his right hand. "This is my authority, Captain. It will suffice until you and your crew can be turned over to the soldiery of the Venusian government and..." "Ah, Mr. Biggs, you're just in time to join our little party. No, if you please, don't make it necessary for me to, take drastic measures. Be kind enough to raise your hands and walk across the room. So." Biggs had, in his customary ambling, stork on roller skates fashion, stumbled into the room with nothing on his mind but hair, and had thus fallen an easy victim to our guests' hold-up. Now, dazedly, he searched our faces for an explanation. I shrugged. "Don't look at me," I told him. "I got as many ideas as a broken-down college professor." Cap Hansen renewed his attack on Thaxton. "You're a fool," he snarled, "to think you can get away with this. Why, blast you, it's still 5 days to Sun City. You don't think you can hold us at the point of a gun for 5 days, do you?" Thaxton smiled negligently. "It won't be necessary to do that, Captain. I'm afraid you underestimate the Intelligence Bureau and the resources of the present Venusian government. The one," he hinted malevolently, "you are trying to overthrow." When the Saturn prepared to leave Earth, I suspected it might be the transport for contraband. I became a passenger, as you will subsequently learn by forging papers, I sneered, an ethical practice in your profession. Instead of getting red, he took it as a compliment. "Ah, you've already learned that. Congratulations, Sparks. I didn't know you had such depths of perspicacity." "I haven't," I told him indignantly, "but I still know a phony when I see one." To continue, Thaxton smirks, "I made arrangements with the Cyclops, finest space cruiser of the Venusian Navy, to intercept this ship at a point halfway between the two planets. Thus, you see—" "Amazon," said Biggs. "Wangpu?" "I beg your pardon, Mr. Biggs?" Thaxton appeared puzzled. I said, "Don't mind him, Thaxton. He's our triple fret man. You were saying—" I was stalling desperately for time. Confucius say, "Wise guy who shoot off trap sometimes springs same for self." Rope was the one thing I wanted Thaxton to have the most of, for QED reasons. "Thus, you see," he continued pleasantly, "within the next hour or two, the Cyclops will keep its rendezvous in space with the Saturn. And at that time, gentlemen, it will be my great pleasure to seize this ship, intern its crew, and take over its cargo as contraband. No, Sparks, there's no use trying to reach for that audio." I fell back abashed. I stammered, But how did you know I—" Lancelot Biggs answered quietly, "Sparks, didn't I tell you he's an Esper?" I stared at Thaxton. I said, Is that right? Did you really read my thoughts?" "You might call it that," he said amusedly. "At any rate, I divined your purpose through my gift of extrasensory perception, the gift that," he preened himself, the bandy-legged little rooster, "makes me the #1 secret agent of the Venusian Intelligence Bureau." I said savagely, "If you can read my thoughts, why don't you go there?" But Thaxton was through with pleasantries. To Cap Hansen, he said, "And now, Captain, that we may not again be interrupted, this time by a more capable intruder," that swift mocking grin at L. Biggs, "I must ask you to call the bridge, the engine room, the holds, tell every member of the crew and command to remain just where he is at the present time, and make it forceful." He made it forceful himself by jabbing the handgun into Cap Hansen's loin chops, and since Hansen isn't an idiot, he did as he was told. He moved to the audio, spoke the necessary commands. Dick Todd was puzzled, but said, "Aye, sir." The chief engineer, Garrity, replied dourly with, "Did you think I'd be leaving my post in mid-flight, Captain Hansen?" And the black gang foreman merely said, "Very well, sir." Lancelot Biggs was still muttering to himself. I was beginning to get worried about Biggs. He had a bad case of water on the brain, apparently. He kept saying, "Nile? Red. Sayar?" Cap Hansen had finished his calls. Anyway, that's what he thought. Thaxton thought differently. "If you don't mind, Captain," he reminded him, "give the same message to the chief steward. We don't want any mess boys or waiters interrupting our little tete-a-tete. Too many cooks, you know." And he grinned. "Ha!" growled the skipper. "Ha! I'd gladly laugh at your funeral, Thaxton." But he called the mess hall, and the voice of our Cockney steward, Doug Enderby, drifted back over the audio cheerfully. "Aye, sir. Stay put, sir? Right as rain. Then we all jumped because a great shout broke from the scrawny throat of Lancelot Biggs. That's it, he yelled. That's it! For a moment it was touch and go. Thaxton's forefinger tightened ominously on the trigger of his Pierce gun, and I found myself wondering how I'd look with a hem-stitched abdomen. Then, as Biggs shouted no more, a look of curiosity spread over the little man's features. Might I inquire, Mr. Biggs, he began. Biggs's face was red. He looked embarrassed at his outburst. He glanced sheepishly at the skipper and at me. I'm sorry, but I've been wondering how I could, he faltered. Well, anyway, I just thought of a way. That is, if you're agreeable. Thaxton's bug eyes goggled at him. Speak sense, man, he ordered pettishly. How could you what? A way to what? If I'm agreeable to what? Biggs drew a deep breath and carefully, well, here's my thought. I'm planning to be married very soon, Mr. Thaxton. I have no desire whatsoever to be incarcerated in a Venusian jail, especially for participation in something over which I have no control. It was my thought, my hope, that in consideration for services rendered, you might agree to give me my liberty. Once upon a time, there was something redder than Cap Hansen's face, but it exploded. So did the skipper. Traitor! He bellowed. Why, you dirty, sneaking, low-down space viper, selling us out, are you? I'll show you! And he made a dive for Senor Biggs. But Thaxton, interested now, stepped between them, forced the skipper back. To Biggs he said, Your proposition is not impossible, Lieutenant, but might I ask what you have to offer? Biggs said, When your men board the Saturn, a long search awaits them, doesn't it? They'll have to comb the entire ship looking for the contraband. Thaxton sniffed. Thanks to your stupid friend, the radio man, he said, we know the contraband is stored in the aft section of the ship. But there are many bins in the aft section, Biggs pleaded. I can spare you the trouble of searching them all. I'll tell you which ones to look in. If you'll grant me full pardon, I might even be willing to accept service in your army. The Venusian army uses traitors, said Thaxton pointedly, but it does not employ them. However, I think your suggestion has merit. It's a bargain, Biggs, and we might as well take care of that little matter right now. So if you'll just tell me the bin number. I'll kill you, Biggs, howled the skipper. One more word and I'll cut out your heart and eat it for breakfast. But his words fell on deaf ears, for as if the syllables couldn't tumble past his lips fast enough, Biggs was blurting out, Bins number 13, 14, and 15, Mr. Thaxton. The first two are filled with ammunition, the last contains rotoguns, grenades, and 2 field pieces. It was at that moment that hope finally deserted me. True, Lancelot Biggs's actions had been strange, and he had seemed eager to sell us out to save his own skin. But I had been withholding judgment because I knew, or thought I knew, something of the genius in Biggs. I'd been hoping against hope that his pose was only a ruse calculated to lull Thaxton's suspicions so that somehow, by some trick, everything might turn out well. But when he told the numbers of those bins, I knew at last, and with a sickening sense of distaste for all mankind, that Lancelot Biggs, my one-time friend and bunkmate, had failed under pressure. He was a traitor, because he told the exact truth. The guns and ammunition were exactly where he had told Thaxton. Cap Hansen was looking at Biggs as if he was some kind of slimy snail. Cap made a faint rubbing gesture and spat. Biggs's eyes sought mine, but I refused to meet them. For a long moment there was silence. Then Thaxton said, And how do I know you're telling the truth, Biggs? But I am, protested Biggs. His lanky legs gangled. There was sweat on his forehead. He was an abject picture of fear and treachery. "You know I know nothing about you," said Thaxton crisply. "For all I know, the bins you mentioned may be designed in such a fashion as to explode if anyone opens them. If so—" Sudden hope leaped into Biggs's eyes. He bleated, But you're an Esper, aren't you?" "Yes, of course. What has that to do with it?" Biggs said triumphantly, "Well then, now that you know which bins to concentrate on, can't you probe into them with your thoughts? Find out for yourself?" He added, I always heard that really good espers could guess what was inside sealed boxes." The little spy bridled. "Not guess, Biggs," he snapped. "No. That is a good idea. Perhaps you're sincere. Well, it won't take long to find out." Still holding the gun upon us rigidly, Thaxton went into his act. His body stiffened slightly. His pop eyes seemed to bulge even more. His forehead creased with a sort of strain. His lips moved faintly. I could hear the words as his unusual sense of perception bridged for him the distance between this turret and the afterholds. Ah, the bins. Numbers 13, 14, 15. In the first I see boxes filled with ammunition. Ah, yes. And in the next I see... Then a thought, so dazzling that it almost short-circuited, blazed across my brain. I nudged Cap Hansen and nodded toward Thaxton. In that state of half cataplexy, he was almost vulnerable. There was a fighting chance that we might be able to dash across the room, knock him down, yank that gun from his hand before he got us, or at least both of us. Hansen got my meaning immediately. His big fists balled at his sides. I felt his shoulder tense against mine, and then... "No," whispered Biggs sibilantly. "That doesn't help, Skipper. The Skylops will be here any minute now." "Ammunition," droned Thaxton. "Boxes piled to the ceiling. Ah, and in the third bin—" "Out of my way, you gutless wonder," rasped Hansen viciously. "Let 'em come. If we die like men." "But," said Lancelot Biggs quietly, "we don't die." And calmly, easily, almost tenderly, he raised his voice. "I speak to you, Thaxton," he said in the soothing tone of a parent. "Do you hear me? Do you hear me speak?" 200 rotor guns," said Thaxton. 3 cartons of fuse caps, 1 carton of... "Yes, I hear you speak." "That is well," said Biggs. "Listen, Thaxton, and do as I say. In a few minutes you—" He spoke swiftly. It is well that he did so, for it was scant seconds after he had finished that the intercommunicating system buzzed loudly. I flashed in the audio and stared into the panicky face of Lieutenant Dick Todd. "Sparks!" he yelled. "Is the skipper there? Tell him to come up here right away. There's a Venusian ship off our port bow. It just fired a shot across our bow and ordered us to heave to." Biggs said apologetically, "If you'll permit me, sir," and the skipper nodded mutely. "Todd," said Mr. Biggs, "heave to as ordered, and when they board us, send them to this room." 5 minutes later, the commander of the SS Cyclops bustled into the control turret, sidearms ready and backed by a hard-bitten foray party, to find a strange bit of activity. Lancelot Biggs and I were playing a game of chess. Cap Hansen was playfully disconnecting the wires of my transmitting unit. Thaxton was sitting on top of the visiphone equipment, teasing my ampy with a flashlight battery. "You're all," yelled the commander, "under arrest. I hope," added Thaxton uncertainly. "Well, Thaxton?" The little man smiled at him cherubically. "Very well, Commander," he piped. "And you?" Cap Hansen, carefully coached by Biggs, stood up, bridling. "May I ask," he said stuffily, "the reason for this invasion? My dear sir, such an unwarranted entry." The Cyclops commander looked stunned. He dragged a moist hand across a moister forehead and said, "Thaxton, did you complete your investigations?" Thaxton looked up, bobbled his head. "Mm-hmm," he said. "Woo-woo." And the result?" "She wouldn't." Thaxton shook his head regretfully. "When I got insistent, she slapped my face." "You infernal idiot," roared the Venusian commander. "I'm talking about the cargo. Did you or did you not find contraband aboard this ship? If you did..." They could have filled 2 stratosphere balloons with the breath that was held at that moment. But then the little man broke the spell. Broke? Shattered. Into 10,000 tiny pieces. For he said, "Contraband, Commander?" "Oh, mercy me, no. Whatever made you think there'd be contraband aboard this ship?" And he slid off the visiphone unit to announce, "Well, we'd better be going now, hadn't we? Thanks for a pleasant trip, Captain Hansen. I hope I'll see you again sometime." The Venusian commander's face was crimson, but he was a gentleman. To Hansen, he said, "My apologies, Captain. I hope you'll understand that in times of war, such incidents as this are unavoidable. My government will make a formal apology to yours." Then he and his men and his ship and Thaxton, the dopey little squirt, were gone. And we were free to continue our journey, with all the mental strain forever relieved, because now we had the carte blanche of the Venusian government. Afterward, it was a crestfallen skipper who held his hand out to Lancelot Biggs in open-hearted apology. "I'm sorry, Biggs," he said frankly. "I was completely wrong. I might have known that the man who could win my daughter wouldn't be the kind to fold in a tight spot, but I... He choked up. Biggs said, "That's all right, Skipper. I had to do it that way. It's the only way I could get him off guard." Which was my cue. I said, "Yeah, come clean, pal. Would you mind giving it the once-over lightly for my benefit? Maybe I'm slow on the draw, but it's still all a deep, dark mystery to me. You hypnotized Thaxton? And made him tell his superior he was clean as a whale's ears? But how? And when did you figure out?" "It was simple," explained Biggs, "once I got the clue. Back in the 20th century, when the science of extrasensory perception was in its infancy, they discovered, among other things, that the best natural espers are hyperthyroids. Thaxton was a hyperthyroid. The bulging brow, the pop eyes, the nervousness, all these indicated that. And I remembered, too, the curious fact discovered by an early experimenter in telepathy that the esper, while working at his trade, is wide open to hypnosis. Being in a receptive frame of mind, it's only natural that an accomplished hypnotist..." "So you're that, too," I said, "among other things?" "I understand the rudiments of the art," Biggs grinned. "Once I got him under control, it was easy to implant the belief that he had been through the entire ship, found nothing amiss. He will never know otherwise. I expunged the memory of the entire interlude from his brain." I said thoughtfully, "Which isn't a bad idea if you ask me." "Say, Biggs, could you do that to everyone? I've owed Enderby 5 credits for the past month. If you can help me forget it, it wouldn't worry me nearly so much." "Or," said the skipper caustically, "make Enderby forget it on account of he ain't never going to be paid nohow. Well, Mr. Biggs, let's you and me get back to work." "Wait," I pleaded, "one more thing. Why did you keep muttering names to yourself, Biggs? And why did you holler, 'That's it,' when Enderby mentioned the rain?" "He said Rhine." Biggs said, "Not rain. That was the word I'd been seeking. I knew it was the name of a river, but I couldn't think of which one. Now, Professor J.B. Rhine was the pioneer in the study of extrasensory perception. I knew if I could just remember his name, I could think of a way to defeat Thaxton." "But Why the hell, I hollered, did you have to think of Ryan's name? You knew all the other stuff. Your get the theory first didn't apply that time because you already knew the theory. You just wasted time and nearly made the Cap and me nervous wrecks. The skipper said, Now, Sparks, don't talk that way to Mr. Biggs. Come along, son. But there was a look of utter dismay on my lanky pal's face. His Adam's apple dropped so far that he had indigestions for 2 days afterwards, and he gasped, Oh, goodness, Sparks, you're right. But it never occurred to me in that way. All I could think of was that I must remember the name of the scientist before I could devise a solution. I tell you, folks, you ought to know him. That completely screwball, absolutely mad, incredible genius, Lancelot Biggs. End of section 10. Section 11 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Downfall of Lancelot Biggs, Part 1. Come aboard the Saturn for fun and laughs with Lancelot Biggs, mastermind of the spaceways. We were about 3 hours out of Long Island Spaceport, and I had just finished swapping farewell insults with Joe Marlowe, head bug pounder at Lunar 3, when the door of my radio turret slid open and in slithered, if round things can slither, Cap Hansen, skipper of our gallant space-going scow, the Saturn. The old man's eyes were as wide as a lady's bowler's beam, and his face, which boasted a pale mauve hue, even under normal circumstances, was now a ripe, explosive fuchsia. He jammed a pudgy forefinger against his lips. Shh, he shushed. He squeezed in and closed the door behind him. Shot a nervous glance about the room, then wheezed throatily, Is there anybody here, Sparks? Nobody, I told him, but us Amperies. Why all the desperate Desmond stuff, Skipper? Got an old corpus delicti you want hid? You might try the airlock. He snapped back to normal with a profane bang. Don't be a damn fool, Donovan. I ain't murdered any members of my crew yet. Though if I ever do, I've got a good notion who to start with. I got reason to be cautious. I just learned something. Listen. He hunched forward and shoved his lips so close to my ear that I could almost hear his whiskers sprouting. You know that Captain Cooper, which come aboard at Long Island? The quarantine officer, you mean? Quarantine officer, your eye. The skipper's voice was triumphant. He ain't no more QO than I'm the Queen of Sheba. He's an inspector from the SSCB. An inspector? I gasped. From the Space Safety Control Board? Why, that means... Exactly. Hansen rubbed his hands gleefully. It means Lance is being examined for a commander's brevet. Well, what do you think of that? My son-in-law, captain of his own ship, and him with only 1 year's active service. I said, that's swell, and meant it. The old man exaggerated a trifle when he called Lancelot Biggs his son-in-law. Biggs's marriage to Diane Hansen was not scheduled to take place yet for a couple months. But with Hansen, I could enthuse over the prospect of seeing Biggs win his 4 stripes and his own command. Lieutenant Lancelot Biggs was not only my superior officer, he was my friend as well. He had once been my bunkmate. I had watched him rise from a gangling, awkward, derided third mate to first officer, had been present when he earned his master's navigator's papers, had seen him overcome seemingly insurmountable handicaps of appearance and personality to win a place in the affections of crew and command alike. A screwball gent, this Biggs, tall, angular, inconceivably skinny, graced or disfigured, with a phenomenally active Adam's apple that bobbed eternally up and down in his skinny throat like an unswallowed cud, but blessed with 2 saving graces, a swell sense of humor, and a brain. True, his thought processes were oftentimes fantastically involved. His motto, "Get the theory first," sometimes led him down dark passageways of logic, but there never was a problem too deep for him. Time and again, his screwy logic had saved the personnel of the Saturn from peril to person or purse. So, "That's swell," I said, and meant it. Then I stared at the skipper thoughtfully. "But why?" I asked him. "Tell me about it. Biggs is the man to tell." Hansen's eyes clouded, and he gnawed savagely at a grubby fingernail. "That's just it, Sparks. I can't tell him." "Why?" I demanded. "Laryngitis? Or ain't you and him speaking?" "I can't tell him," explained the skipper, "because it would be unethical. You see, when a man's being examined for his commander's stripes, he ain't supposed to know about it. That's why Cooper come aboard under an alias. He wants to watch Lance perform his routine duties in routine fashion, like nothing unusual was going on. Then, at the end of the trip, he'll tell Lance who he is, give him a verbal exam on the space safety code, navigation practices, etc., and so on, and there you are." "There," I agreed, "I am. So where am I?" "Still in the dark, Skipper. Why tell me?" Hansen glared at me witheringly. "If you was as deaf," he said, making noises like a sizzling steak, "as you are dumb, the corporation might give me a new radio operator for this here ship. Look, stupid." Biggs had ought to know he's being watched by an examiner, shouldn't he? Not that he don't know how to do things right, because every so often the boy gets wacky ideas and starts trying experiments. And we don't want him trying nothing like that, do we? Not on this shuttle. So, being as how you're his chum, and since it would be unethical for me to spill the beans, you've got to tell him. Warn him to lay off the nonsense. Get it? I got it. I nodded. "Okay, Skipper, you're right, and I'm wrong, as you usually are. I'll warn him, only—" I hesitated, and the old man halted with one hand on the doorknob, looking back at me impatiently. "Only what?" "Only, if it's supposed to be a deep, dark secret, wouldn't it be unethical for me to tell him too?" "Don't," snorted Hansen. "Be a donkey, Sparks. Who ever heard of a radio man with a sense of honor? Get a word to him, and make it snappy, too. He comes on in half an hour, and I don't want he should pull any boners in front of Cooper. Goodbye now." The door slammed behind him. So, pretty soon, there was a commotion in the rampway, like a trained seal stumbling about on hobnail stilts. A rap sounded on my door, and I said, "Come on in, Mr. Briggs." And sure enough, it was him. He ambled in, grinned lazily, and said, "Hi, what's new?" "Nothing," I said, "under the sun. Ain't you heard the adage?" "Look, Mr. Biggs, you go on duty pretty soon, is that right?" "That's right." "Well, you don't happen," I asked him shrewdly, "to have any bright new inventions hatching under your skull, do you? Like the uranium time trap, for instance, or the velocity intensifier?" He said, "Now, Sparks, can I help it if neither of them work exactly as I planned? After all—" "Answer," I insisted. "Yes or no, do you?" He flushed and wriggled one toe in the carpet. "Well, not exactly. I did have a little idea I wanted to try out, though. An anti-gravitic attachment on the cargo lofts. It occurred to me that—" "Well, junk it," I said. "Hasten, don't hobble to the nearest incinerator, and give your diagrams the good old heaveroo." He said, "Eh?" and looked faintly startled. "Eh?" he repeated, his liquescent larynx immeld. "But why, Sparks?" I said, "Them stripes on your sleeve, Lieutenant, they're pretty, ain't they?" He glanced down, fingering his triple braid proudly. Why, yes, very pretty. I'm proud of 'em." "But the more there are," I pointed out, "the prettier they are. Ain't that right?" I I suppose so. What is that to do with... Sparks! His voice raised to a shout, and suddenly his pale eyes brightened. Do you mean that... Nothing else but... That alleged QO mug, Cooper, is a phony? He's really an SSCB inspector. And since he's not riding the Saturn for his health, I'll give you one guess who he's watching, if you start with yourself. Funny what emotion will do to a guy. Biggs was not the type to go into a blue funk. I'd seen him face danger, disgrace, and death. Not once, but many times. Every time he had confronted the situation calmly, coolly, nary a quake or quiver stirring him. But here, handed good news on a silver platter, I thought for a minute he was going to pass out. His eyes grew stalks and his knees began to rattle like a marimba. The confused burble emanating from his lips resembled the vocal efforts of a tongue-tied hippo trying to speak Choctaw. His Adam's apple, but why mention that monstrosity? Even I don't believe the things it did, and I saw it. Words finally grew out of the melange of gutturals, sibilants, and expectorants. Biggs's eyes receded into their sockets, became dewy and wistful, like the orbs of an amour-smitten adolescent. His voice was hushed and awed. "My own ship?" he breathed. "My own command?" "Don't cross your bridges," I remind him, "until they're hatched. You've still got to win your letter, chum. 2 letters, in fact. IF. You become Skipper Biggs if you pass the exam. Now, get to work, and remember, don't let on you know who Cooper is. Deodorant's the word." I gave him a shove toward the door. He disappeared in a haze of little pink clouds, and I flopped into a seat, feeling so bad I could have bawled like a kid, but despising myself for feeling that way. It was selfish, I guess. Biggs deserved the honor. But somehow, well, damn it, I sort of hated to see him leave the Saturn. We had a lot of fun together, our bunch. Cap Hansen and Chief Garrity, Dick Todd the second, and Wilson the third, and Biggs and me. Well, things settled down into normalcy then. The Saturn is a 10-day freighter, which meant that Cooper would have buku opportunity to judge Biggs's capabilities. So Tempest fidgeted and I fidgeted, and the old man came within 2 spasms of a nervous breakdown, and Biggs, as might have been expected, got his nerves on ice after that first shock and performed his routine duties in ultra-stellar fashion. My duties were far from exacting. 4 times a day I had to contact a space station to check our course, speed, and declination against the solar constant. That was just regulation blah, though, because with Biggs plotting the course, we had about as much chance of getting off the line as a rural subscriber when a juicy scandal's being discussed. It was also my job to keep in touch with Lunar 3, which daily interlude, Joe Marlowe being the low scut that he is, was the only disturbing influence in an otherwise languid existence. Understand, I don't believe for a minute that my gal, Maisie Bell, was out with him. She's true to me. But it was a dirty trick for him to say she was, and besides, how the hell did he learn about that birthmark if... Oh, the hell with it. The fact is that time passed, and pretty soon it was the 6th day, and in just a few more days we'd dock at Mars Central, and Lieutenant Biggs would be Captain Biggs. Because if I had been idle on this shuttle, my raw-boned friend had not. Cooper had been putting him through a series of strenuous paces to test his knowledge, ability, and resourcefulness. The trajectory computations had mysteriously disappeared, for instance, and Biggs had to compile a new set. When he went to use the calculameter, he discovered it to be accidentally on purpose, out of order, so he had to evolve the figures from his own cranium. Then there was the false alarm fire in the storage compartments while Biggs was on the bridge, and the hypos that went on the blink with Biggs on duty, and one of the aft jets clogged. Guess who was standing watch at the time? That sort of thing. But Biggs came through every time with flying colors, And with each succeeding success, another of the grim, suspicious lines melted from around the corners of Inspector Cooper's mouth until he was beginning to look almost like a human being. Meanwhile, Cap Hansen's face got daily ruddier, happier, and grinnier. He was just one big smile on legs as he saw his son-in-law-to-be coming closer and closer to the coveted stripes. "Just 4 more days, Sparks," he chortled happily to me, and then, "Just 3 more days. Just 2 more." He rubbed his hairy paws together gleefully. 2 captains in the same family. Ain't that something? Boy, did you see the way he come through on that test yesterday? Cooper got Garrity to cross the heat control on the grav plates. The ship was hot and weightless at the same time. "So that's what it was?" I grumbled. "Hell, who's taking this test? Biggs or us guinea pigs? I went soaring to the ceiling, boiling like a kettle, and with the gravs off, I couldn't even drip sweat." "But Lance fixed it," gloried Hansen. "Spotted the trouble in 3 minutes flat and had the circuit straight before you could say hypertensile dynamics. What a lad." 2 more days, I said. "All I hope is we can live through it. If Cooper gets any more wacky ideas..." came a voice from the doorway. I spun, startled. What did my mama tell me about talking in front of a person's back? It was Inspector Cooper. I said, "Look, Inspector, the acoustics are lousy in this room. Anything you heard which might have sounded like your name was strictly coincidental." He glared at me, then at Cap Hansen, then at me, and boy, what I mean, that guy could really glare. "So," he said, "Inspector, eh?" Uh-oh. It dawned on me all of a sudden, but too late, that I'd upset the legumes with a vengeance. Calling him Inspector when, so far as I was concerned, he was an officer in the quarantine service. "Inspector, eh?" he repeated, and crisped Hansen's burning cheeks with a glance. "Well, Captain, it is just as I thought. Too many years of service have taken a toll on your discretion. When you started taking common radio men into your confidence..." I did the best I could. I rallied around. "Now, wait a minute, Inspector," I said. "Captain Hansen didn't tell me who you were. I guessed it. I'm pretty good at things like that. I figured it out the first time I saw you. It's my psychic..." "It will be your neck," he snarled, "if you don't shut your yap. Well, now that you know who I am, I might as well tell you why I'm here. I need your cooperation in giving Lieutenant Biggs his final test." Some of the chagrin left Hansen's eyes, and his voice was hopeful. "Final test?" "Yes. I confess to a very great respect for your first mate, Captain Hansen. He has proven himself capable in each of the tests offered so far. His theoretical knowledge is matched by his physical ingenuity. I have awarded him the highest possible grades in astrogation, analytical judgment, and general knowledge. If he passes the final test, resourcefulness, and of course the verbal quiz on safety code practices, I shall take great pleasure in submitting his name for advancement. This test," he turned to me, "will be made in your department, Sparks. You..." He transfixed me with an icy glare. "You are sick." "Who, me?" "Yes. You have, let me see, dyspepsia." "It's a lie," I said indignantly. "I haven't been near one of them Venusian joy joints for a year." "You have," repeated Cooper coldly, "a bad case of dyspepsia, which is another name for indigestion, young man. You will develop this ailment immediately. And since the captain of a space-going vessel is supposed to be able to step into the breach in any emergency, Lieutenant Biggs will be assigned the task of relieving you at your post." Wow. Was that a break for our side? I darn near split a lip trying to hide the great big grin that leapt to my gabber. If there was any man aboard the Saturn whose knowledge of radio was equal to my own, that man was Lancelot Biggs. Why, he was the inventor of a new type of radio transmission plate. If this were to be his final test, he would breeze home, win, place, and show. But Cooper didn't notice the elation in my eyes or the equal joy in the skipper's optics. He was finishing his instructions. And because you have learned who I am, Sparks, I suggest you make no attempt to get in touch with or speak to Lieutenant Biggs. You may consider yourself confined to quarters for the duration of the trip." "Very good, sir," I said. "And now," Cooper turned to my instruments, "we shall set the stage for Mr. Biggs' final test." He picked up a hammer, the biggest one in the turret. He lifted it, weighed it briefly in his paw, and then wham! Things clanked and clattered, glass tinkled, wires leapt from the innards of my set and wriggled out onto the floor like tiny metal snakes. Cap groaned and I screamed, "Oh my God! Oh my God!" I screamed. "Let go! Stop it! Are you off your jets?" "Stand back, Sparks," warned Cooper. He raised the hammer again brought it down ferociously into the entrails of my beautiful transmission set. Clinkety clatter! Something shorted, blue fire spat, there was a loud pop, and I had to clutch my breast to make sure it wasn't my heart. "Stand back," he panted. We've got to make this a tough test." "We?" I howled. And then he was done. He stepped back and studied his work with the pleased look of a ghoul in a graveyard. "I think that should do the trick," he said gravely. "If he can repair this set and get it in working order, I'll give him top grade in resourcefulness." "Very well. Now, Captain, you may return to the bridge and tell Biggs that Sparks has been suddenly overcome with illness, and you, Sparks, to your quarters, and don't forget, you're sick." I stared miserably at my once perfect apparatus. I passed a hand over my brow and tottered to the doorway. "Maybe, you think," I wailed, "I'm not?" Well, I began to feel well enough to sit up and take notice along about lunchtime. Doug Enderby, the steward of our void-cavorting madhouse, brought me my grub. He tiptoed in and laid the tray on the desk before me. He whispered, "Are you feeling better, Bert?" "Never worse," I told him gloomily. "Why the crapé on the viticles? Are they that bad?" I whipped off the napkin, took one gander at my so-called lunch, and bleated like a branded sheep. "Great monsoons of Mars, what the hell is this?" "Shh," husked Enderby. "Poached eggs, Sparks." "I can see 'em," I hollered. I stared at the pair of baleful golden horrors on toast. "And they can see me too. Take 'em away." Enderby said petulantly, "But you're sick. That's what Captain Cooper said." "Cooper, eh?" I groaned. "I always said it wasn't smart to make torture illegal." Then I remembered why I was confined to durance vile. "You seen Biggs?" I asked. "No, he hasn't been down to lunch. He had to take over for you when you were taken ill." Doug looked anxious. There's something wrong in your turret, Sparks. The intercommunication system is out and the radio won't work." I glanced at my watch. 2 hours had passed since Cooper's coup. Hardly time for Lance to unscramble the mess of pottery. "Well, cheer up," I said. "Everything will be OQ in a little while." Ugh! I pushed my toast and tea toward him. "Look, pal, how's the cow situation in the galley? You got a nice 3-inch steak, rare with onions?" "Sirloins," said Doug, "for dinner." "In that case," I sighed, "I'll give this hen fruit a miss. See you at dinner time." Doug nodded sagely and sidled toward the doorway. "Steaks," he said, "for the crew, but you get milk toast. You're a sick man." "Hey!" Well, I almost nailed him with that second poached egg anyway. End of section 11. Section 12 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Downfall of Lancelot Biggs, Part 2. After he beat it, I opened the door and peeked out, and sure enough, one of the sailors was standing down at the end of the corridor. Cooper was a canny duck. He was going to make certain that I didn't get loose and help Biggs. But Cooper wasn't the only guy with smart ideas. I hadn't been a radio operator on the Saturn for 3 years for nothing. There were a couple of wrinkles in the wiring system that even the installation department knew nothing about. I ducked back into my cabin, locked the door carefully, hung my coat over the keyhole, and pulled back my mattress. Underneath, nestling coyly amongst the box springs of my bunk, was a tiny, complete transmission reception set. I'm no dummy. Midnight watches are a bore, and many is the time I'd turned in with a pair of earphones on rather than sit nodding in the turret for dreary hours waiting for messages that might never come in. Of course, this auxiliary set was useless so long as the main set was OOO. But by listening in, I could tell how Lance was coming along with his repair job. Perhaps give him a little assistance by remote control should he need it. So I donned the phones, and just like I thought, the circuit was as cold as a ditch digger's toes in Siberia. For a few seconds. Then all of a sudden something squawked. And a familiar voice came from far, far away. The voice of Lancelot Biggs saying, "That ought to do it. Now, let me see if..." I hugged myself gleefully. The old mastermind had done it again in just 2 hours and 16 minutes. Tell me Lancelot Biggs isn't a genius. I shoved my puss to the mic. I hissed, "Lance." There was a brief silence, then Biggs' curious response. "Is that you, Sparks?" "In person," I told him, "and not a facsimile. How you getting along, pal?" "Why, all right, I guess," he clucked, and I could envision the rueful shake of his head. "It was a frightful mess, Sparks. How you ever let it get in that condition?" "I let it get in that condition," I told him, "like I got sick, by orders of Madman Cooper. That guy's a winding with a mace, ain't he? Where'd you get the replacement parts?" "Out of the supply locker, mostly. I had to rewind the L49 armature, though. We had no spares." "You better throw a shunt across the number 4 Rio," I suggested. "You're heterodyning on vocal freck. Otherwise, you seem to have matters under control. Nice going, bud. I guess you know this is your final test." I suspected it. Well, I'm going to test now. See if I can contact Lunar 3. Stand by, Sparks. I'll cut you into the circuit so you can hear. Current hummed and squealed. Dots and dashes ripped the ether as Biggs pulsed a signal to Mother Earth's satellite. Slow seconds dragged. We are very close to Mars, and it takes a message almost 2.5 minutes to make the hurdle from the green planet to the red one. I waited tensely, and then faint and far, but yet clear, came the reply. "Answering IPS Saturn. Go ahead, Saturn." It was Joe Marlowe's hand on the bug. I could tell that. You know how it is. Every operator has a transmitting style just as distinctive as handwriting. "Go ahead, Saturn." "Then, are you sober, Donovan?" I gritted my teeth, but Biggs put an end to Joe's smart stuff with his next transmission. "Donovan ill? Relief man at key. Saturn reporting for orders. Any orders, Luna? Any orders?" Marlowe flashed back. "Sorry about Donovan. Nothing trivial, I hope?" "Yes, have one order, Saturn, from SSCB headquarters to Inspector Commander Cooper. If Lieutenant Biggs passes examination, assign him immediately to command of..." Thump, thump, thump. Damn! Of all the times to be interrupted just at the happy, crucial moment when I was about to learn the ship to which Biggs was going to be assigned, and some idiot had to come banging at my door. Thump, thump, thump. "Just a minute," I howled. I switched off the unit and shoved the mattress back into place, rumpled the sheets, tousled my hair, and pulled my shirt off. I stumbled to the door, unlocked it, and stood back yawning and rubbing my eyes as if I had just hopped out of the arms of Morpheus. "Come on in," I said. "What's the big deal?" "Oh, how do you do, sir?" My visitor was Inspector Cooper. He pushed past me into the room, glared around suspiciously, turned, and heaved me an extraordinarily evil glare. "What were you doing in here, Sparks? Don't lie to me. What were you doing at the exact moment I knocked?" Behind him, ashen-faced, stood Cap Hansen. He knew about the auxiliary unit. One more bite and his forefinger would be bitten off to the second joint. The exact moment? I stalled. That's what I said. I held my breath, which is one way to create a most maidenly blush. I said, I respectfully decline to answer, sir. My reputation. Your reputation, roared Inspector Cooper, is not worth a damn anyway. Answer, sir. I shrugged. I said, well, after all, you can't be court-martialed for dreaming. You see, there was this blonde kitten named Dolly. Sweet kid, but, well, reckless, and I was... Cooper turned crimson, and it wasn't a bit happy. What? You claim you were sleeping? We distinctly heard you talking, Donovan. Who were you talking to? I said plaintively, well, it was this way. Dolly was putting up an argument. That stopped him. He glowered about the cabin once more helplessly, then he grunted and turned toward the door. Very well, Donovan, but if I ever find out you've been engaging in any skullduggery... Come, Captain Hansen. And they left. Hansen tossed me a swift, saved by the bell glance that meant undying affection and a bonus in next month's salary. So I muttered, I hope you don't, and when their footsteps faded from earshot, I made a dive for the concealed set. But I'd missed the important part. Joe Marlowe was just signing off when I got the phones on. Captain Biggs will then lift his command, came the closing sentence, from Mars Central, in accordance with orders which await him there. That is all, Saturn. And he was gone. Boy, was I nearly busting. I couldn't wait for the sonic to die away so I could tap Biggs in the turret. What'd he say, Lance? I hollered. Cooper came pussyfooting and I missed the message. So you're going to get a command, huh? Congratulations. Tell me. My nerves were like red-hot worms as I listened for Biggs's answer, and then, walk, went my set suddenly. Wobble, whee! Out of order again. Well, that was a stinker, but I'd learned some things anyway. That Biggs was in line for a captaincy and that his new command was waiting for him at Mars Central. I dug a copy of Lloyd's Spaceways out of my desk file and leafed through it. The information was encouraging. Vessels land docked at the Martian port included the transport Antigon, the lugger Tethys VI, and the brand new, magnificent, special, extra deluxe passenger liner Orestes. Any one of these ships would be a feather in the cap of the skipper who took her bridge. Lancelot Biggs was getting off to a big start. So I should have been very happy for him. But I wasn't. Not altogether. Somehow, I couldn't help feeling that it wouldn't be the same ship. The Saturn, I mean, with Biggs no longer ambling the quarterdeck. A sentimental sap? Well, maybe I am. But when you have laughed and cried and fought and triumphed and shared sadness and joy with a right tight, snug little gang of men, all of whom you love like brothers, you hate to think of one of them leaving you. And that's the way it was aboard the Saturn. Sure, we had our little squabbles and fusses. Wilson is sort of a show-off, and Todd sometimes has a tendency to let others do his work. The old man's not much of an astrogator anymore. After all, he's been pushing ether for more years than I've been alive. He's not as smart and alert as some of the fresh young brevet men. And Biggs's genius for getting us in tough spots is second only to his ability at getting us out again. But we're a team, see? And now, with Biggs moving up the ladder, some strange new guy would come in. It was hot. I'd been so busy with the crying towel that for a few minutes I didn't realize just how hot it was. But now, glancing at the thermometer on the wall, I was jolted to see the mercury standing at 98 degrees. Without pausing to recollect the audio system was out of order, I reached for the wall phone, bawled into it, "Ahoy the bridge! Something's gone wrong with the..." That's what I meant to yell, anyway. As a matter of strict truth, I got as far as "ahoy." Whoa. For the moment I yanked the earpiece off the audio, a pencil of clear, cold water shot from the instrument like a diminutive geyser. Smack in the tonsils it slapped me, and I turned and hightailed it for the door. My guard, a gob named Jorgens, let loose a roar as I appeared. "Oh no, Sparks, I got orders to keep you in your cabin," he bellowed. "That's what you think," I yelled back. "I'm not going to be roast Donovan for you or anybody. I'm hot." "Then maybe this'll cool you down." He grabbed the fire hose, pointed it at me, turned the wheel. I wailed and waited for the punching gout of water to sweep me off my feet. But it didn't come. There came a rushing sound, and from the nozzle spilled air? Jorgens dropped the hose with a howl of surprise. He gave up all idea of stopping me. As a matter of fact, he was 3 steps ahead of me by the time we hit the end of the corridor, but I beat him up the Jacob's ladder leading to the bridge by the simple expedient of using his vertebrae as rungs. Together, we charged through the upper passageways, turned onto the ramp that feeds the bridge. By now, everything had gone stark, staring mad. All the time we were on the hoof, I kept hearing music, and every once in a while, a wild burst of static rasped my eardrums, and the heat increased. It took me some minutes to realize with a burst of horror that the music was coming from the radiators, the static from the darkened electric bulbs set in the ceilings, and the heat was pouring in a torrential flood from our air supply, the ventilating system. We reached the bridge, shouldered the door open, but the situation wasn't any better there. If anything, it was worse. Cap Hansen, perspiration streaming down his red face, staining his jacket, was bending over a calculating machine that was flickering hazily with moving pictures. Across the room, Lieutenant Todd was masterfully struggling to subdue the clamor of a generator that was chattering wildly in the universal code, dots and dashes. Above the bedlam, I managed to make myself heard. "What's wrong?" I bawled. The old man acknowledged my presence with one look of torment. "The ship's gone nuts. The heater plays music, the telephone's a spring, there's static in the lights, the electricity in the gas jets, the ventilators give heat, and Slops just called me on the refrigerator to tell me the gas stove is spitting ice cubes." Cooper, his face flaming with rage, pulled his paws from his ears long enough to scream, "This is a disgrace to the service! Whoever caused this should be cashiered, and by the Lord Harry..." Just then the door opened, and into the room, with a big friendly grin on his pan, gangled our lanky lieutenant, Lancelot Biggs. "Hello, folks," he said amiably. Sort of noisy around here, isn't it?" Cooper glared at him wildly. "Biggs, get out of here. You're supposed to be up in the turret repairing that radio set. Get along." Biggs smiled sort of sheepishly. His unbelievable Adam's apple did a loop-de-loop in his throat. He coughed gently. "Well, you see," he said, "that's what made me come down here. I guess I must have gotten a little bit mixed up in the wiring. Got the circuits all crossed up and, well, darn it, this is what happened." By sheer coincidence, just at that moment, the air stopped hissing, the music stopped playing, and the tumult that had been flooding the room died away to a whisper. In a brief, horrible silence, I heard Cap Hansen gasp, "Lance! Lance!" and heard the incredulous snort of Inspector Cooper. "What? You caused this, Lieutenant?" Biggs' pale eyes shifted, and he twisted his lanky frame into a pretzel. "Reckon I did, sir. Couldn't seem to get things straightened out in the turret, so I went down to the control room, and I guess I must have turned the wrong knobs or switches or something." His excuse dwindled into silence, but Cooper did not. Cooper loosed a blat like a robot wired for newscasting. Wrong knobs? Wrong switches? Indeed, sir. He swung to me, sweating painfully and quivering like an electroscope in a pitch-blend mine. Sparks, can you do anything about this disgraceful mess? I couldn't meet Biggs's eyes, nor could I meet those of Cap Hansen. I just nodded slowly. I think so, sir. Then get to work. And as for you, Lieutenant, his eyes burned Biggs's pale, embarrassed face. It will not now be necessary to determine whether or not you are versed in safety code practices. You have demonstrated very well that you are not yet capable of assuming the rank and duties of a commanding officer. Your butterfingered handling of a simple routine test has resulted in the most disgusting contretemps it has ever been my lot to witness. Cap Hansen said, But look, Inspector, he's only a boy. Anybody can make a little mistake. Give him a chance to. There is no place for boys, snorted Cooper, on the bridge of space-going vessels. Lieutenant Biggs has possibilities, yes, but I shall suggest to the SSCB that he be given another year of intensive training under an old, accomplished spaceman, yourself, Captain Hansen, that he may learn resourcefulness, coolness, how to act under stress of emergency. And now, gentlemen, I shall retire until we reach Mars Central. Sparks, for God's sake, quiet this bedlam as soon as possible. And he stalked from the bridge with as much dignity as a man can muster with his hands clapped over a pair of sweat-dripping ears. I went below. It was a mess, but not an impossible one. I got it straightened out in 15 or 20 minutes, and by the time things were back to normal, we were warping into the cradle lists at Mars Central Spaceport. Afterward, everybody was sympathetic. Bud Wilson said, Too bad, Biggs, but you'll get another chance. And he went out. Dick Todd said, the hell with it, Lance. You were just a little excited, that's all. And he left too. And that left Biggs and the skipper and me alone in the turret. Biggs squirmed and said meekly, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to be such an idiot, but, well, after all, I am young, and I haven't had your experience. The skipper still looked like a man who grabbed a live wire by accident. He shook his head sadly. I wouldn't have thunk it of you, Lancelot, son. He grieved. You was always so quick at grasping things before this. I was banking on you to make it 2 captains in the same family. But, well, let bygones be bygones. Next year you'll have another test, and in the meantime, I'll try to teach you more about how to act in emergencies. Biggs said gratefully, Thank you, sir, and Diane? We won't tell her, said the old man promptly. I always say that what women don't know won't hurt 'em. We'll keep this to ourselves. But mind you, a flash of the old fire lighted his weathered, space-faded eyes. But mind, I want you to study hard during this next year if you want to win your stripes. You gotta listen to a wiser head. Yes, sir, said Lancelot Biggs. I will, sir. Then the skipper left. A great old guy. No longer listless and lackadaisical, space-weary, but a new man, imbued with a strong, fighting new urge to help a young man earn his spurs. There was something admirable in his attitude and something a little pathetic, too. And after he left, I turned to Biggs. I said, Okay, pal, come clean. He started. I beg your pardon, Sparks? Come, I repeated, clean. You can fool some of the people some of the time, and you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool some of the people some of the time, and I'm them, Biggs. I know you like I know my own hangnails. I've seen you in 1,000 tight spots, and I never once knew you to go into a dither, but you messed this one up so bad that it smelled from here to Pluto. Now I want to know why. Biggs's eyes looked like saucers. His larynx jumped up and down painfully. I don't know what you mean, Bert. Talk, I said grimly, or I start rumors. Why? And then Lancelot Biggs grinned. So I made it look bad, eh, Bert? Bad? Awful, that heat? Great comets, pal, you nearly killed us all. But why? I heard part of that transmission from Luna. I heard enough to know that if you passed your final test, you were going to be given a command immediately. A ship of your own. The Tethys or the Antigone or the Restes, all good ships. Biggs said quietly, but there was another one, Bert. What? No, there wasn't. I looked it up. There were only those 3 waiting captainless in port. But there would have been 4, he said, if I'd passed my exam. Sparks, Captain Hansen's a great guy, isn't he? Sure, a grand old timer, but... And then suddenly I got it. Got it and realized what an all-around humdinging hell of a real man Lancelot Biggs really is. I said, You mean that if you had earned your stripes, the old man was going to be set down? And you'd be placed in command of the Saturn? Is that it? Why, you... And I swallowed hard and I gave him a shove. And I said, Aw, Lance. But Lancelot Biggs isn't the kind of guy you act gooey with. He just grinned again and said, Sparks, old timer, what do you say you and me have a drink or 3, eh? So we did. Double. Without soda. End of section 12. Section 13 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. Where are you, Mr. Biggs? Part 1. That gangling frame, that easy, fluent grin, lost in the nameless depths of the crypts of space. We're supposed to be an Earth-Mars lugger, but when we got to Mars Central Spaceport, the bug pounder there gave me this solargram from Terra. It said, Proceed, Uranus, immediately pick up cargo gallium. So I shoved a frantic for the old man over the ship audio, and pretty soon he came lumbering up to my radio room, picking his teeth and scowling like a man with only a half a tummy full of vittacles. It's a fine state of affairs, he snarled, when a skipper can't even finish his dinner in peace. Well, what's the matter now, Sparks? You seeing pink rhinoceroses again? 'Cause if you are... I'm not, I told him with quiet dignity, and they aren't pink rhinos, they're lavender lobsters. And anyway, I haven't had a drink for months. Or maybe it's since yesterday? Anyhow, here's the grief. I gave him the wire. He read it. Your Aunt Nellie, he screamed it out loud. Uranus, he bellowed, this crate make that trip? They must be stark staring mad. Them, I agreed, or me, flip a coin. What shall I do, Skipper? Tell him we can't do it? Tell him... No, wait a minute. Cap Hansen's brow looked like a freshly plowed field. I knew why. The Saturn is an old lugger, and by old I do mean ancient. It was built before the turn of the century, and by all laws of logic and reason should have been taken off the spaceways long ago. Only that Cap Hansen and our screwball first mate Lancelot Biggs had demonstrated time and time again, and in startlingly devious ways, that the old scow was still spaceworthy. But if the Saturn were removed from active service, the chances were 10 to 1 that Hansen would be junked with her, which was reason numero uno, and a damn good one, why the skipper couldn't risk refusing this order. We'll go, Sparks, he said slowly. We've got to, but I could wring his scrawny neck, blast his jets. I didn't have to ask whom he meant. Scrawny neck would mean only one inmate of our void perambulating asylum, Lancelot Biggs. Genius and crackpot, scarecrow and sage, and soon-to-be son-in-law of the skipper. I said, but why blame Biggs for this, Skipper? Is it his fault if the Home Office has gone squirrely? It is, grumbled Hansen savagely. I never should have agreed to let Diane marry him. He started this mess at my house. Colonel Brophy and him was having dinner with me, and Biggs told Brophy all about the new velocity intensifier he invented. I shuddered. You mean the gadget which got us all bollocksed up in the negative universe? Till Hank Cleaver came from the past to get us out? That's it. Well, he told Brophy about it, bragged that it would make the Saturn the fastest ship in the ether. And now, Hansen groaned, just because he shot off his big face, we got to push this leaky old tin can to Uranus. I said consolingly, well, maybe everything will be all right, Skipper. I admit Mr. Biggs is a bit of a wacky pot, but he's pulled us out of plenty of tough spots before, like the time he thwarted Red Hawk and his pirate crew, and the time he beat the Slipstream. Hansen stared at me somberly. No, I guess you ain't. You couldn't have. I said, which? Couldn't have what? You mustn't have seen Mr. Biggs on this shuttle. It was the first time I had realized, but he was right. And that was funny because Mr. Biggs and I were old buddies. We were bunkmates once even. I said, well, lift my gravs. Come to think of it, I haven't. Why, Skipper? I guess maybe it's on account of he's busy planning to get married so soon? Hansen made sounds like a man being garroted. Marriage. Don't talk to me about marriage. Bert, what does marriage do to a man? Marriage, I replied promptly, makes the mare go. Or, no, that's money, isn't it? I give up, sir. What? It's supposed, boiled Hansen, to make him settle down. Only it ain't. Not in Biggs's case. It's having just the opposite effect, making him flighty as a coot. Lancelot ain't been worth a tinker's dam on this trip. Can't do a single thing right. Remember our takeoff sparks from Long Island Port? The one where we lifted grabs 2 full minutes before schedule, I finished. Don't I just? I almost did a swan dive through the aft bulkhead. Why? Did he? Mm-hmm. And he also plotted the course that took us 9 degrees off trajectory. And he heaved the ship into a Van Maiden spiral by signaling for a double jet port blast in mid-space. And he... Hansen paused, panting with wrath. But why? Go on. The point is, the very thought of marriage has ruined him, and we can't depend on him to help us with this assignment. And Uranus is a long way from here. A long way. I winced. I said, look, Skipper, must you say it that-a-way with icicles in your voice, I mean? But orders is orders. We lifted gravs as commanded at 11.20 Martian constant time. That's 3/9 solar relative, and pointed our prow toward the spot in space where, some 1.5 billion odd miles away, Uranus was lounging about a wan and distant sun like a gigantic snowball. That is, we attempted to point our prow in that direction. Cap Hansen's astrogation came a cropper on this problem. He called me to the control turret. He asked, Sparks, have you seen him? You mean Mr. Biggs? No, sir. Well, go find him. In the first place, none of us except him know how to chart to intersect Uranus's orbit. And in the second place, we don't know how to operate that crazy velocity intensifier of his and fretfully. And in the third place, I don't like this in the first place. So I made a tour of the ship and found him where I should have looked first, in his own cabin, raptly fondling a cabinet photograph of Diane Hansen, soon to be Biggs. He glanced up as I entered, and his phenomenal Adam's apple, an auricular escalator if I ever saw one, bobbed in greeting. Hello, Sparks, he said dreamily and held out the picture for my inspection. She's lovely, isn't she? I said, "Don't look now, Mr. Biggs, but that cheery little noise you've been ignoring is the audio buzzer beside your elbow. It's for you. Skipper wants you topside." Biggs looked startled. "Me? But there must be some mistake. I'm off duty until tomorrow morning." "Guess again," I told him. "It so happens that you're the only officer around here who knows how to finagle that velocity intensifier of yours, so you're elected. After all, we're going to Uranus." That got him. He popped off his hip pockets like a thunderbolt from the bluey. "What? Uranus?" "Okay," I said gloomily, "and what's yours?" I stared at him curiously, though. "What's the matter? Didn't you know?" "No, of course not, but his fluid larynx did handsprings. "But I can't go to Uranus. I told her I'd be home in 10 days. I said, "Then she better not hold her breath till you get there. You led with your chin, Lieutenant, when you told the president of our beloved corporation about your new invention. He decided to give it a workout. And as near as I can figure," this was what had been worrying me from the start, "it will take about 10 months to get to Uranus and another 12 to get back." But surprisingly, it was my dejection that snapped Biggs out of his. The impatient bridegroom look disappeared from his eyes and he grinned. "My goodness, no, Sparks. Don't you understand the operation of my velocity intensifier?" "I'm a bug pounder," I told him. "I understand the space code and dots and dashes and ampies, and I know 4 languages. That's par for the course." "It's really quite simple. My velocity intensifier is exactly what the name implies, a device that is attached to the hypotomic motors for the purpose of stepping up our normal velocity. It's based on the principle of energy conservation. A series of parallax condensers absorb all the waste energy, pass it through multiple amplifiers, rotors, and all points west," I finished. "It's a no-go, Lieutenant. That's one of the languages I don't talk. Give it to me in words of 1 syllable. How long will it take us to get to Uranus and back?" "Considering the mean distance of Uranus," answered Biggs quietly, "as approximately 1,560,000,000 miles, and if we traveled our hitherto normal rate of speed, 200,000 miles per hour, it should take us 7,800 hours, or 325 days to reach there, and slightly longer to return to Earth." 10 months, I wailed. "I knew it." "But," continued Biggs proudly, "with this velocity intensifier attachment, our potential speed is restrained only by one factor, the limiting velocity of light, or 186,000 miles per second. In other words, the Saturn is now capable of a top speed of more than 650 million miles per hour." I gasped. I said, "Huh?" "You mean," I said, "the trip to Uranus will only take a little more than 2 hours?" Biggs smiled complacently. "Theoretically, yes. Actually, it will take somewhat longer. You see, we must allow time for acceleration, for a condensation charge to build up in our superchargers before setting the VI unit in operation, and for deceleration upon reaching our objective. Also, we are forced to remain below the limiting velocity as a measure of safety. Else we may suffer another translation into the negative universe, as we once did before I learned how to control the intensifier. But we will make excellent time. 96 hours should see us landing at New Oslo, and..." His pale eyes lighted. "And gracious, this is wonderful. Diane will be surprised. If they're going to let me use the VI unit, we'll return to Earth by way of Uranus in less time than it would ordinarily take to make the Earth-Mars shuttle." "But only," I pointed out, "if, when, and as you go, make that gadget gadge. While we're gnawing the Avoidorupus Cap Hansens up there biting his fingernails to the knuckle. So shall we join the laddies?" So he patted Diane's picture goodbye, and we went. Like I figured, Hansen was practically meat for the loony bin by the time we reached the bridge. He manhandled Biggs avidly and propelled him to the plot table, Where have you been, Biggs? He demanded. No, don't tell me now. Get going on them figures. They don't make sense to me nowise. And when do we turn on that thingamajigger of yourn? Bert, where did you find him? Shut up, you blabbermouth. Now, don't you know better than to talk when a space officer is cogitating? Can I help, Biggs? The one-man wordstorm was deafening, but it didn't seem to faze Biggs. He plunked himself down at the pilot's desk, scribbled for a while, and came up with an orbit chart for second mate Dick Todd, seated at the control board. Then he heaved a volley of orders over the audio to Chief Engineer Garrity, and that was that. He relaxed. The skipper said nervously, Is that all? That's all, sir, said Biggs. The old man looked dubious. I don't hear nothing unusual, he said. You will in a minute, said Biggs. Ah, there it goes now. And darned if it didn't. 1 minute my ears hummed with the familiar drone of the hypotonics. The next, a weird and piercing whine rose in high, shrill crescendo, torturing our eardrums for a brief instant until it lost itself in an oblivion of supersonic inaudibility. That was all. No moment of oppressive weight, as if we were lifting gravs at extra G's. No thunderous bellow of rockets. No anything. The ship rode easily, freely. I must have looked disappointed. To Biggs I said, Too bad, sir. Eh, Sparks? Too bad it didn't work, I said. Biggs chuckled. But it did work, Sparks. We're now traveling at a speed in excess of 500 million miles per hour. Cap Hansen gulped and looked green. 5? That's right, sir. If you don't believe me, take a peek through the viewplanes. I moved to the fore wall, slid back the metal slide that covered the quartzite viewpane. Space lay before us, but what space? Not the dark, velvety pall, brightly agleam with an infinitude of starry jewels that all spacemen know. This was a blotched, striped, crazy quilt of color. Crimson, ochre, emerald, all the hues of the rainbow, of the aurora. It was beautiful in a mad, fantastic way. There was a fairy, magic loveliness to that swift streaming space that fascinated and at the same time chilled me with dread. Hansen's eyes bulged and his voice was fearful. We've done it again, Biggs. Busted clean out of our universe into something else. No, sir. This is our universe. But we are seeing it as no man has ever seen it before. Our speed is so great that we are seeing the landmarks of space with a distorted viewpoint. Our relationship, or I should say relativity, is no longer to Earth or any of its sister planets, but to the greater constant, the fundamental motion of the universe itself. Thus, at one and the same time, we see the planets as they are and as they were. They're no longer mere points in space, they're streaks of color. And he grinned. The stars, too. Pretty, aren't they? Cap Hansen made weak motions at the viewpane. Close it, Sparks. It's giving me the memes. So, if you're right, Biggs, then what? How do we know when we get to Uranus or near it, if it's just a streak of color? You must reconcile yourself to an entirely new system of astrogation. Up to this time, pilots have just jetted along until they found their goal, then set course for landing. But with the VI unit in operation, we fly blind and set our course by strict mathematical figuring. I've given Mr. Todd a plot chart. 4 days hence, when I cut out the VI unit and return to normal operation on the hypos, we will find Uranus immediately beneath us, and now, if you'll excuse me? Wait a minute, said the skipper. Suppose we was to meet up with something in space like a rogue asteroid. Biggs shrugged. That hazard is neither heightened nor decreased, he said. Our monitor beams will still shunt off the smaller ones. As for the larger, well, you know as well as I that we have never yet found a method of overcoming that danger. It is one of the chances we take when we don space blues. As far as I'm concerned, I'd just as soon not see it coming as to watch it grow larger and larger in the paralens. Well, he was right there. So, since Hansen was fresh out of questions, Biggs hoisted hips back to his quarters. My guess is he went back to billy-doing with Diane's picture. What's yours? End of section 13. Section 14 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. Where are you, Mr. Biggs? Part 2. I could build this up if I wanted to, and offer you a blow-by-blow account of what happened in the next quartet of days, but why bother? The truth is, nothing did. The VI unit continued to chug along like a dream. Our old crate went flashing through space like a quantum with a hot date. Tempest squirmed, and me? I was in seventh heaven. I don't mean fifth or sixth either. This was the easiest shuttle I had ever made. We were traveling so fast, and the VI unit surrounded the Saturn with such a force field that my radio was utterly useless. So I got a vacation with pay. I ate and slept with what you might call monotonous regularity, and I spent all of my waking hours curled up with a good, i.e. torrid, book. At the end of 4 days, Mr. Biggs disconnected his VI unit as called for on his plot chart, and just like he said, there was Uranus gleaming beneath us. So we landed and spent the night swapping yarns and drinks with the SSP officers garrisoned at New Oslo. Then we took on a hold full of gallium and toodle-doo to the refrigerated seventh planet. And this gets tiresome, doesn't it? We accelerated for a day and a half, then Biggs plotted a course, pushed a button, and once again we were freewheeling through colorful and star-spangled space. Life was swell, and life was wonderful. And if there was any fly in my celestial ointment, it was the fact that after the first week, Lieutenant Romeo Lovesick Biggs got tired of staring at his fiancée's image and insisted on strolling up to my turret to tell me, 1, what a wonderful girl she was, 2, how much he missed her, and 3, how he was simply going to die if he didn't see her again soon. Which boring details I had, 1, known for years, once having had a heartthrob for Diane myself, 2, figured from his conversation, and 3, high hopes that he would, quietly. So somehow it was the afternoon ship's time of the 4th day of the return shuttle, and Biggs was in my turret, not to mention my hair, and I was hearing for the 1000th time about how he wasn't worthy of a gal like Diane, when all of a sudden bells jangled all over the ship, lights flashed the danger signal, and my turret audio broke into frantic voice, and the voice was that of the pilot on duty, our third mate, Bud Wilson. "Sparks, is Biggs there?" "Yes, get him here quick, and find the old man. Hurry, for God's sake." We were out of there like a flash, make that 2 flashes, and pounding through the corridors, up the ramp to the bridge. We met Cap Hansen on the way. The 3 of us burst into the control room to find Wilson tearing his hair and Dick Todd sweating, white-faced, poring over diagrams on the chartboard. Somebody yelled, "What's the matter?" And I can't tell you who, because it was probably all of us. And Dick's eyes were haggard pockets in his face. "Jupiter," he said. "What about it?" yelled the skipper. "Talk, man." Todd shoved the chart at Biggs, pointing with a finger that wobbled. "It's on our trajectory, right before us now. We can see it. Look!" And he threw back the shield, and my heart gave an awful lurch, for no longer was the scene before us one of changing iridescent beauty. The entire pane was covered by a gigantic, menacing platter, a monstrous missile of death, the planet Jupiter, dead on our course. Lancelot Biggs's face, which had been keen and alert a moment before, was suddenly a dull, blank mask of horror. Strangled words fought their way from his throat. I didn't realize. I forgot all about Jupiter when I plotted the return course. Forgot, roared the skipper. Great comets, forgot. Then his wrath died in anxiety. Do something, doing? Turn off that blasted unit of yours so we can loft over her." But Todd shook his head. "That's no use, Skipper. I thought of it. We're too close. We're caught in her gravitational attraction anyway. Even if we were to turn off Biggs's device, there still wouldn't be time to get the rockets hot." "Lance," began the skipper. "Then where did he go?" Because Biggs had turned suddenly and raced from the room, fled, still clutching the space chart. Fled, and not a word of advice, regret, or hope, and with him went our last dwindling hope of salvation. Dick Todd's voice was thin. "Maybe he has an idea, sir?" Hansen grasped at the thought as a drowning man. "That's it, Todd. He'll pull us out of this. He's never failed us in the past." But even this wishful expression was doomed to swift contradiction, for at that moment the bridge audio flashed and the voice of a sailor clacked from somewhere below. "Captain Hansen, sir! There's trouble down here. Lieutenant Biggs has violated regulations, sir. He knocked down 2 men and forced his way into the auxiliary lifeboat. He's locked the door, sir. What shall we do?" In the moment of silence that followed, I saw something I hope I shall never be forced to look upon again. I saw a proud man wilt before my eyes. I saw a strong man aged 10 years in as many seconds. The man was Captain Hansen. The strength sloughed off his shoulders. Pain burned deep furrows in his eyes. I could barely hear the whisper that crept from his lips. "A coward, Eust. The man my daughter loves. A coward." And there was nothing I could say to refute the accusation. Lancelot Biggs's action had branded him more damningly than any mere words. A crisis had come, and it had found him wanting. He had deserted his comrades, his ship, and had fled to a lifeboat. Perhaps even now he was getting ready to cast off. In a swift burst of comprehension, I thought I could understand the reason for this last unreasonable defection. Lancelot Biggs had met difficulties before, and without flinching. But that was a different Biggs. Love had come into his life now. Love and a woman, and all the dreams that happy men dare wish upon. And these things, staunch and noble in themselves, had weakened the moral fiber of Biggs. Weakened it to the point where, in the face of danger, nothing was important except that he live to return to the arms of his loved one. These things I could understand, but I could not forgive them. Because love or no love, fear or no fear, a spaceman has a tradition to live up to, and Lancelot Biggs had tossed into the discard the very tradition now upheld by Dick Todd as he said quietly, "Shall I advise the men, sir?" And by Captain Hansen, who said, "Yes, Todd," and ordered Garrity to cut off Mr. Biggs's intensifier. "We may die, but we can die trying to escape, and a slower speed will give us more time." "Yes, sir," said Todd, and moved toward the audio, but he had barely reached out his hand toward it when sharp speech rasped from its black throat in remembered tones. "Stop, Todd! Don't give that order, Skipper!" It was the voice of Lancelot Biggs. Captain Hansen had subdued his rage once, but now his face crimsoned, his great hands clenched, and fury was a ponderable vigor in his voice. "You! Where are you, sir?" "In the life skiff," replied Biggs imperturbably. Almost insolently, I thought, as if he knew he were speaking from the only place of possible security in a doomed ship. "Todd, do as I say and do it fast. There's no time to lose. Tell Chief Garrity to turn the verniers of my VI unit all the way to the red line on the extreme right. Understand?" Once again, Hansen's roar interrupted. "Come back here, you coward, and die with your fellow officers like the man you once pretended to be. What do you mean by skulking in a hideaway, giving orders aboard my ship?" "Shut up!" bellowed Biggs. And it was not just his audacity in speaking thus to a space commander that shocked me. It was the razor-edged intensity of his voice. "Todd, give that order immediately. For God's sake, act. We've no time to lose." Todd's eyes sought mine. He knew as well as I did that the skipper was too furious to give an intelligent command. That's the limiting velocity, Sparks. Todd choked. Biggs must be insane. We'll be translated again into the negative universe, and no way to get back, ever. I didn't have to answer. Biggs answered. I've taken care of that, Todd. Now do as I say. Hurry! Hurry! And, well, am I a fool? After all, Lancelot Biggs and I are old buddies. Once we were bunkmates, even. There came back to me a measure of the confidence I had once had in him, and I nodded to Todd. Try it, Dick. We've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Give the order. He did. Chief Garrity must have been startled, but he was too good a spaceman to argue an order from the bridge. He said succinctly, Aye, sir. And then I felt the rocking plunge, the moment of brief, incredible dizziness, of frightful speed being intensified to the limiting velocity of light. My head whirled, but somehow I managed to turn, stare at that ominous viewpane, and what I saw there brought a shocked cry from my lips. White. White. Dazzling white. Then grayness. No other scene than dim and vacant void. Gray, infinite, impenetrable. A glimpse of the lost universe. The matrix negative wherein are flung such mad things as attain a speed beyond that of the limiting velocity. Then a crackling across the room agonizedly. We're clear, Todd? We're through? And Todd replied dazedly, I don't know what you mean. The chronometer man, has it touched 9.14? Yes, sir. But we're slipping into the negative, Lance. We've escaped one death to find another. But there was an infinite sadness to Lancelot Biggs' denial. No, you're not, Todd. You're going back to your own universe. Now, when you feel the ship lurch, turn the VI unit dial back to where it was before. Ready? Now. And there came inexplicably a swift unsteadiness, a lurching halt of the ship. At that instant, Todd spoke to Garrity. Garrity obeyed, and we were once again traveling smoothly on our proper course. But Jupiter, monstrous missile of solid, terrible death, was no longer before us. It was behind us. As we saw that, Captain Hansen laughed aloud, and vast was the joy of that laughter. Relief, happiness, sheer triumph, and apology. And he cried, You've done it, son! Forgive me for doubting you. We're safe. I don't know how, but come on in, boy, and tell us all about it. But there came no answer, only the echo of our own harsh breathing, the dry scrape of our own feet shuffling restlessly. And new terror loomed suddenly in the old man's eyes. Biggs? He cried, Lance, my boy, Lance? And then it was like the faintest winnowed chaff of sound, breathing from far, far away, a voice speaking to us, a voice that said, Can't come back. Skipper? Sparks will understand. Tell him mass energy, relationships, and tell Diane I love. That was all. And my brain reeled beneath the import of these fading words. Suddenly I knew. I didn't need to hear Cap Hansen screaming wild orders to the sailors on the aft deck below, nor to hear their answer. He's not here, sir. He cast off the auxiliary a moment or so ago. I knew. Later I told them. My explanation was short, for the solution was simple. Simple once you grant that a man can possess infinite loyalty, infinite courage, and in one lean and gangling frame. Biggs saw, I said, that there was only one way to save us all from death. Oh, he had blundered, yes, but we all blunder sometimes. But not all of us pay the penalty as willingly, as bravely as he did. Jupiter was upon us. Within minutes we would have crashed into the greatest of the solar planets. Only Biggs saw a way out, and that was to make the speed of our ship exactly approximate the speed of light at the moment of impact. Dick said, But how? He told us the answer. Mass energy relationships. You know the fundamental theory of the Lorentz-Fitzgerald contraction. Objects moving in space are contracted along their major axis in direction proportion to their speed, with the limiting velocity, the speed of light, as their ultimate limit. In other words, at the precise speed of light, this ship existed in only a unilateral dimension. Hansen said, "You mean we hurled over Jupiter?" "No, sir, we went right through it. At that tremendous speed, our dimension extension was 0. Hence, it did not affect, nor was it affected by, in any way, the bulk and mass of Jupiter. It's as though an exceedingly fine wire, moving at lightning speed, were to be propelled through a cake of ice. Only in our case, the wire was the 0 dimension, and the cake of ice, Jupiter, did not even recognize it had been penetrated." But, I shook my head, but Mr. Biggs realized what this daring scheme meant. It meant that in addition to our size being reduced to infinitesimal, our mass would be raised to the infinite, for that is the corollary of the contraction theory. There had to be some way of getting us back to our normal shape and size. The only possible method was by the forcible alteration of our mass, and Biggs adopted this method. He placed himself in the life skiff, gave the necessary orders from there, then, after the danger had been averted, he deliberately cast off from the Saturn, tossed himself away from us, a living sacrifice to the mathematical gods that we might be safe. Todd said our mass for a moment was infinite, but when he, however briefly, broke clear, it became less than infinite, giving us a chance to cut the motors. That's right. Hansen's eyes were round and wild and fearful. "But then, where is he? We got to turn round right away, find him. We can't go back without..." I shook my head. "It's no use, Skipper. He may be in this universe, infinitely small, traveling at an infinite speed. He may be in some other universe undreamed by man. He may be living. He may be dead. But wherever he is, he's gone forever from the ken of man. Lancelot Biggs is dead, so far as man is concerned. He is dead." Dick Todd said something then. His words were not clear. They were choked, and he didn't finish the quotation, but I caught the first part. "Greater love hath no man," he said. And the skipper coughed, and his eyes were red, and he turned away like a broken, aged man. "Amen," he said. "Amen." So, Lancelot Biggs is gone. Dead, perhaps, or in another existence undreamed, unrecognized by we who spin our fiery tales along the spaceways. And it is a strange, strange thing that he, who of all men looked least like a spaceman, should have lived and died the greatest of them all. Tomorrow, or the next day, I must tell Diane. Hansen will not do it because he can't. He dares not face her when she hears, and I myself would sell my soul to be free of that sad duty. But I was Lancelot Biggs's best friend, and this is the last thing I can do in his memory. There's nothing else to say. He is gone. Will I ever see him again, that gangling frame, that easy, fluent grin, lost in the nameless depths of the crypts of space? There seems nothing else to say except goodbye. And so I say it to the stars, the far-flung stars amongst which, somewhere, is the finest man I ever knew. Is it goodbye, Mr. Biggs? Or is it only au revoir? End of section 14. Section 15 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Ghost of Lancelot Biggs, Part 1. The shade of that gangling genius of the spaceways, Lancelot Biggs, comes back to haunt his old shipmates. Folks say I'm hard-boiled. Well, maybe so. My mama told me a long time ago when I was brat in a three-cornered britches that if you kept your upper lip rigid and a steely glint in the old optics and le crack sage dripping from your tongue, not many people will be hopping around pushing chips off your shoulders and daring you to take off your glasses. And Mama was right. So I'm commonly known as that smart aleck Bert Donovan, and folks think I'm hard-boiled. But I didn't feel like any 10-minute egg at the afternoon Diane Hansen, her pop, Cap Hansen, skipper of the freighter Saturn, and I came home from Lancelot Biggs's funeral. Lancelot Biggs was dead, or missing for more than 7 weeks in the gray nothingness of negative space, which is the same thing. He had hurled himself into this desolate matrix universe deliberately, sacrificing himself to save the lives of his friends and shipmates when we were all doomed to die horribly by crashing headlong into massive Jupiter. Since the life skiff in which he'd entombed himself was tiny, poorly provisioned, and inadequately supplied with water, there was no longer the faintest glimmer of hope that he might, somehow and miraculously, have survived. Even had he found some way of escaping the minus boundaries of the weird nega universe into which he had fled. Therefore, today he had been formally buried, in spirit, so to speak, or by remote control, the way the old boys in the 19th century used to bury lost mariners, with a long cordage and a tall stone engraven with the words, "Here lies so-and-so, lost at sea." Only this being the enlightened 22nd century, and we being a bit more reasonable, Biggs's marker read, "In memory of Lieutenant Lancelot Biggs, lost in space." So we were a sad-looking trio when we came back to the apartment which Lance Biggs and I used to share near Long Island Spaceport. Cap Hansen had lost the finest first mate to ever tread the ramps of a space lugger. I had lost the best friend a man had ever had, and Diane, well, her loss was the greatest. She had lost the man she loved, the lean, gangling man to whom, had not fate's grim hand intervened, she would now be married. And like I said, folks call me hard-boiled, but I reckon I'm only gently poached compared to the men who operate under the title of big business, because when we entered the apartment, the telephone was jangling like an opium addict's nerves, and when I picked it up, I was talking to the assignment clerk of the IPC, the corporation from which we draw our weekly credit checks. "Donovan," he yelped. "Is that you, Donovan?" I said. "Is Captain Hansen there?" I glanced at the skipper, whose arms were about his quietly sobbing daughter. He was a gruff old codger, Hansen. A more irascible space tyrants never lifted grabs. But he had a heart buried somewhere beneath that crust, a heart that was now as hurt and grieved as my own. "Why?" I asked. "Never mind why," snapped the AC. "Put him on." I said grimly, "Okay, Buster, I'll play Toddletop with you. I'll put him on now and take you on the next time I see you. Skipper," and I handed him the phone. Whatever the AC told the old man, it threw a jolt into him. I saw Hansen stiffen like a rheumatic neck, and he roared, "What? Impossible! Why, you damned young jackanapes! Don't you know the staff and crew of the Saturn are in mourning? We won't!" Then there was a clacking from the earpiece, metallic and ominous, and the old man's face turned from crimson to an outraged mauve, but anxious lines corrugated his brow, and he forced a modulated acquiescence to his voice. "I see," he said thoughtfully. "So that's the way it is, eh?" "Well," grudgingly, "all right then. But I don't like it, sir, and you may tell your superiors." The AC must have hung up on him. He turned to us slowly. "Sparks," he said. Diane Hansen stared at her father. "Daddy, what is it? Is it some news about Lancelot?" "No, honey," said the old man gravely. Don't keep that hope burning, dear. You'll only torture yourself. This is something entirely different. Something, his stifled anger burst out afresh. Something dastardly. They should be boiled in oil, the whole rotten kit and caboodle of them. But I'm helpless. Orders are orders. Sparks, get in contact with the staff and crew immediately. Tell them to pack their duffel and be aboard the Saturn by midnight. I said, what? But Skipper, we were granted leave to mourn Biggs. I know it, but the corporation has countermanded our leaves. We're to lift gravs at 12 sharp for Europa. Polarium has just been discovered there, and the whole solar system has gone crazy. Prospectors from every corner of the universe are blasting for Europa as fast as their jets will push them. And since the Saturn is the fastest lugger in the IPS fleet, we've got to get there and stake claims for the corporation. I'm sorry it has to be this way, Diane. I don't want to leave you, but the clerk said if I refused to take the command, they'd appoint someone else. I know, Daddy, said Diane. She forced a wisp of a smile to her lips. She understood as well as I did what he was trying to tell us. The old man was, and is, one of the greatest skippers who ever blasted a rocket, but he's an old man in fact as well as title. Twice before, our employers had threatened to remove his command, ground him, give his bridge to a younger officer. A man of action, the skipper dared not look forward to the day when he had to bid farewell to space. To refuse this emergency command would be to risk everything. And so... I understand, Daddy, said Diane Hansen, but you don't have to leave me. And Sparks, tell Todd he'll serve as first mate. The skipper told me. Wilson will be second. Hey? What did you say, Diane? Diane's voice was gentle. There was a tightness about her eyes and lips I recognized. I'd seen it before on her father's face. I knew what it meant. Stubbornness mixed with a dash of determination. You won't leave me, she said calmly, because I'm going with you. You're going with... Oh, no, you're not. This isn't any shuttle for a girl. There's danger out there near Jupiter, honey. I won't let you. You can't stop me, Dad. Can't you see I've got to go? Please. I'll go crazy sitting home here by myself. And besides, it was out there, near Jupiter, that he... Well, I saw how she felt, and I didn't much blame her for feeling she had a right to make at least one farewell trip to the part of space where from her lover had disappeared. The old man growled softly. Then he wiped his glasses with a sort of savage vehemence. He said, well then, get your things packed. And Sparks, call Chief Garrity. Tell him to have the hypos and all control equipment ready for immediate flight. Thus, at 12 midnight sharp, Earth time, which is 7R4 solar constant, the Saturn lifted gravs for Europa, the second satellite of monstrous Jupiter. There's no use boring you with the routine details. We blasted from a Long Island cradle, set course and constant for Europa, waited until we were about 6 hours away from the Earth's gravitational field, then cut over to the VI unit, the velocity intensifier, invented by Lancelot Biggs, which had made the Saturn the fastest ship in space, increasing its speed potential from a slovenly 200,000 miles per hour to something only a trifle less than the limiting velocity of light. In the old days, before the installation of the VI unit, a shuttle to Jupiter made a journey of about 100 days, more or less, depending on the positions of the planets. Now, however, the Saturn had a speed potential of 650 million miles per hour, which didn't mean that we could actually get to Jupiter in an hour. There were other factors which had to be allowed for: initial velocity, deceleration upon approaching our goal, and all that stuff. To make a short story stubby, though, we could look forward confidently to setting foot on Europa within 2 days at most, which gave us a big jump over the rest of those who were highballing it for the wealth-laden satellite. Dick Todd, looking awkward and a trifle embarrassed in his first officer's braid, came to my turret at the end of our first day's flight. Things had happened so suddenly that no one had found time to tell him the score. He was one huge question mark on toes. "How come, Sparks?" he demanded. "What's this all about? First we're on leave of absence, then they dump us in the Saturn and shove us off for Europa. Why?" I said, "The answer's as simple as your half-witted brother. What do you get from the bank, stupid?" "Loans," said Todd promptly, "at 5%. But what's that got to do with—" "The correct answer," I sighed, "is shekels. The sinews of war, lame brain. Cash, guilt, credits, the root of all evil, filthy lucre. There's a polarium rush at Europa, which, if I'm any prophet, will make the old gold rushes on Mama Earth and the radium rush on Venus in 2078 look like bargain days in the ladies' basement. The corporation that supplies our bread and butter wants in on the ground floor, so we're elected the official claim stakers." "Polarium?" echoed Dick. "That's the new element, isn't it? Number 106, the impossible one." I stared at his first officer's stripes sourly. "When I think of the genius who used to wear those stripes," I sighed, "and then look at you. Oh well. Listen to Papa, Wacky Pot. Polarium is element number 106, yes. But it ain't impossible. No, because they found it. And I have yet to hear of anybody finding anything which doesn't exist. It's a brand new discovery, apparently rare as ideas in that spongy bulb you hopefully called your brain. And it's so new that nobody knows yet exactly what its properties are. Nevertheless, it's got a cash value. So we're on our way to collect some of the aforesaid same." Todd said aggrievedly, "That's not a very nice way to talk to a superior officer, Sparks. Damned if I wouldn't report you. If I had any idea who to report you to. But Europa, you said. That's kind of dangerous, isn't it? Or attempting to land there, I mean." "No more dangerous," I told him, "than attempting to brush the teeth of a saber-toothed tiger. Anytime a ship gets within umpteen miles of Jupiter, pal, it's a hold your hat and breath and give the prayer book a quick rifle. That hunk of red goo has gravitational power, spelled with a capital phew. More spaceships than you have corpuscles have fallen within old Jupe's drag, crashed on the planet, and not a man has ever yet managed to get back to tell us what it's like. From what we know, or can guess, the planet is not inhabited or habitable. But that's guesswork. Until we can explore it as we've explored its satellites, we'll never know. And we'll never be able to explore Jupiter until some clever Jasper invents an anti-gravitational shield." "Say," enthused Todd, "now there's a great idea, Sparks. I think I'll work on that." I looked at him and groaned. "You invent an anti-gravitational shield? What are you going to use for brains? Buttons? I've never known but one man in my life with the genius to pull that miracle, and he's dead. Lance Biggs. I hope that wherever he is, he can't hear you. He'll be rolling over in his grave so fast they'll call him Revolving Biggs. Either that or he'll come back and haunt you for daring to—" And then it happened. Todd, who had been listening to me petulantly, suddenly stiffened. His jaw dropped, his eyes popped out like marbles on stalks, and his hair climbed 2 full quivering inches off his scalp. Sparks, he wailed. "Don't say that. Behind you." Then he keeled over in a dead faint. I turned. My heart took a running leap for my lips, and I think I screamed, because I was staring at a thin, wavering nebulosity, a form gray and ghastly, a transparent simulacrum of Lancelot Biggs. What happened next, I wouldn't rightly know. All I know is that for the first time I realized how a deep-rooted tree must feel when a pup comes sniffing at it with malice in his eyes. My brain said, "Get going, babies, double quick," but my pedal extremities were as nerveless as a batch of yesterday's dough. But there was nothing wrong with my senses. On the contrary, they were as sharp as a creditor's letter, And for the first time in my life, I realized that the old stories you hear about ghosts are on the up and up. For this shimmering wraith of Biggs carried along with it all the visual, audible, and olfactory accoutrements with which the ghosts of lore are usually endowed. My ears hummed with a high, thin singing, a sort of weird, unearthly harmonic vibration. There was a biting odor in my nostrils, a scent so subtle I could not tell whether it were charnally repugnant or just plain annoying. The phantom itself was gray, drab, colorless, immobile, tense, strained of visage. For a moment its white lips seemed to move. Then it was gone. As quickly as it had come, it was gone. And the paralysis left my limbs, and I was on my knees beside Todd, shaking him. He came out of his blackout howling. "Did you see him, Sparks? It was Biggs's ghost standing right there." "What the hell is going on in here?" interrupted the irate voice of Cap Hansen. The door had burst open. He stood in the archway with Diane a few feet behind him. "What's all this, Mr. Todd? The two of you groveling on the floor. Drunk again, eh? Well, my two fine sirs." Todd pulled himself to his feet uncertainly. His voice was cracked, incoherent. No, sir. Something horrible. The ship is haunted, sir. I saw... Ugh! My elbow caught his breadbasket just in time. His next words represented my own private opinion, but I didn't want Diane Hansen to hear them. After all, it isn't soothing to a heartbroken gal to learn that her lover has turned into a noisy, malodorous spaceship spook. "Haunted?" roared Hansen. "Are you mad, Lieutenant Todd? What do you mean, haunted?" I tried to catch the skipper's eye so I could give him the business to lay off the quiz program for the time being, but my finger flagging came to naught. Diane shouldered past her father and into the room. Her voice was intense, eager. "Sparks," she said, "tell me, it was he, wasn't it? Lancelot?" Too late, Dick understood why I'd poke-checked him. He turned red and began gobbling like a block-bound turkey. No, Miss Diane, nothing like that. Bert and I were just having a little horseplay. We'd had a drink." "Don't lie to me, Dick. It was Lancelot. It must have been. I saw him myself." Well, that was one for the books. It was our turn to gape. Cap Hansen stared from one to another of us wildly. "What's this? You saw Lancelot, Diane? Where?" "In my cabin. An hour or so ago, I was trying to take a little nap. Something wakened me. I don't know what. And I saw him standing in the middle of the room. He was so pale, so thin, and so sad. Oh, Daddy!" She buried her face on his shoulder. Hansen said, "Now there, honey." He looked like an accident hunting for someplace to happen. He stared at us dismally. "Is that the truth, boys? Is that what you saw?" We nodded. I said, "I'm not what you might call a superstitious guy, Skipper, but I know what I see. It was his ghost, all right." Todd wailed miserably. "And it was all my fault. I brought the haunting on by bragging." "Nonsense," snapped the old man. He wore a worried frown on his pan. He released Diane, took a few swift paces across the room, spun, came back to us. "Sheer nonsense," he repeated angrily. "It isn't reasonable." I said, "Yeah, I know. That's what folks have been saying for centuries, Skipper, that ghosts aren't reasonable. But the fact remains people see them." "That's not what I mean. I don't give a hoot about the possibility or impossibility of ghostly afterworld. I'm just saying that it's not reasonable we should see a ghost of Biggs. Lance wasn't that kind of boy. He wouldn't come back from beyond for no better purpose than to frighten the living daylights out of his old friends and the woman he loved. He was a logical man. Here's what I think. If you saw Biggs..." "We did." "Very well. Then it wasn't his ghost you saw. It was some sort of projection of him. Don't ask me what kind or how he did it or where he is, but I'll bet my last cent Lancelot Biggs is not dead." The pronouncement galvanized Diane. Her eyes shone and she cried, "Oh, Daddy, do you mean that?" Looking upon her joy, I groaned inwardly. It was cruel of the old man to reawaken false hopes in her like that. As I said before, I know what I see, and that vision of Biggs didn't look like any projection of a living man's image. It wasn't flat. It was transparent and tridimensional and filmy. I opened my mouth to protest, but I never got one chirp out of my peeper, for at that moment the turret audio rasped to life. Chief Garrity's grizzled face gleamed on the screen, and the CE's Scottish burr accosted us with accusing indignation. "Captain Hansen, sir." "Yes, Chief." "Will you be so kind as to accept my resignation, sir, effective immediately? I will not have further dealing with such scandalous nonsense as is going on down here." Hansen snarled, "Resignation be damned, Chief. I've got troubles of my own. Don't come bellyaching to me because you can't handle your own men." "'Tis na my men that are blathering," declared the chief in a high dudgeon. "'Tis one o' your ain men, who by all right should be dead and planted these past 7 weeks. 'Tis the ghost of the late Lieutenant Biggs down here trying to give me mon orders for the construction o' some fantastic machine." End of section 15. Section 16 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Ghost of Lancelot Biggs, Part 2. I think we all must have said something, but what I said, I can't remember, for I was conscious only of Hansen's exuberant roar, "See? I told you so!" and of Diane's glad little cry, "Daddy, let's go down." Then we were all high-balling it down the ramps toward the engine room. What we found there was bedlam. Bedlam in greasy overalls. The hypos hooked up the VI unit were perking along in their usual smooth fashion. The rotor pistons were chugging back and forth in their channels in the calm precision of a 5-year-old sucking a lollipop. But in one corner of the room, the members of Garrity's black gang were huddled, wide-eyed, white-faced, closer than a duffer in his top drive. In another corner stood Chief Garrity, staring with speechless wrath at a figure in the middle of the floor. The figure was that which we had seen topside, the wavering specter of Lancelot Biggs. It's funny how the mind works. Even in that moment of stress, I found myself thinking that translation into the afterworld had not done much to improve Biggs's handsomeness. He didn't look much like the chubby cherubs or stalwart angels you see pictures of. He was the same old Biggs I'd known and loved. Tall, gangling, lean to the point of ridiculousness, dressed in space blues, rather the worse, I thought, for wear. Tousled hair, grave-eyed, with that old familiar Adam's apple bobbing up and down in his scrawny throat like a half-swallowed orange. There was one difference, though. He was not quite motionless, as he had been when I had seen him in my turret. There was a look of fretful anxiety in his eyes. He was gesturing impatiently to his awestruck watchers, motioning them to approach him. His lips were moving, but no sound issued from them. There was in the air that same high, thin whining I had noted before, that same sharp, rather ammoniac odor. Then Diane cried, "Lance! Oh, Lance, darling!" and rushed forward, straight toward, up to, into, and through the specter of her lost lover. As she stopped, dazed, her arms waved wildly. But he's gone. He's not here? Where did he?" I choked weakly. "Don't look now, Diane, but just sort of broke him up? Little chunks of him are floating around you." Which was the God's honest truth, so help me. When she burst into that phantom, it popped apart like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, shattered into 1,000 little shimmering, quivering bits, as an image will shatter in a quiet pool if you chuck a rock into it. Diane stepped back. The hunks of Biggs came drifting back together again. I saw now that he wore a happy smile. His lips moved, and we read the name he spoke, Diane. Hansen whirled on the scowling chief engineer. "How long has he been here, Chief? What's he want?" Garrity's reply was as sultry as a Venusian sunset. "And just how, Captain Hansen, would I be capable of knowing the desires of a disembodied spirit? I'm a man of broad experience, sir, but I dinna pretend to comprehend ecclesiastical mysteries. Shoo!" He waved his arms at the ghostly Biggs. "Go away, you bodiless demon! From ghoulies and ghosties and all sorts of beasties and things that go bump in the night. Oh, Lord, deliver us!" Hansen turned to me in desperation. "He's trying to tell us something, Sparks. You and him was friends. Can't you understand him?" I was already pondering that problem. It was plain that Biggs' motions were not purposeless, that he was trying to communicate some message. I stepped forward, facing the wraith, formed short words clearly on my lips. "Lance, can you hear me?" He shook his head. "But you can read writing?" I had some crazy idea of scribbling messages to him for his perusal. Of course, it was a one-way ticket to the observation ward if anybody ever found out I'd been holding a chalk-talk confab with a ghost, but he didn't like that idea either. He raised both arms. Then he did a funny thing. He started waving his paws in the air. Left paw, right, right again, left, left. Todd groaned and looked for a soft spot to faint on. "Not only a spook," he wailed, "but a dancing spook." "Shut up," I yelled. "Cap, shove that alleged mate through the airlock. This ain't cuckoo, it's code. Come on, chum, I'm getting it." For SPARKS. Lancelot Biggs was light refting to me. GOTTOBEBRIEF. Power limited. Tell Chief line inner hull posi charge steel lining. Throw nega circuit through outer. Have Todd revise course to following trajectory. I'll spare you the rest. It was all technical. So technical, in fact, that I couldn't make a head or tail of it. There wasn't a man aboard the Saturn who could. It was, furthermore, absolute proof that we were dealing with no spook, but with L. Biggs himself, for this was typical Biggsian mathematics. And he was right in saying his time was short. He was beginning to fade before he had completed the algebraic and mechanical formulae he wigwagged to me. Toward the end, I had to strain my eyes to find out which hand he was wiggling, but I caught the last waves. "Follow instructions blindly," he signaled, "and we'll soon be together again. Luck. My love, Diane." Then he was gone. Boy, now I'll tell you, the following hours were hectic. Our normal complement is a 20-man crew, of which only 6 men are engineers or engine room helpers. And the job Biggs had laid out for us was weighty enough to stagger the resources of a patrol repair ship. But Hansen turned on the heat, and when the old man shoots the juice, things hop. We drafted everyone on board. Staff, crew, engine room, ordinaries, even slops and the mess boy burned blisters on the pinkies, performing the task Biggs had assigned us. Most of us bent to our labors eagerly, myself, for instance. I didn't know what Biggs had in mind or what the final result of our efforts would be, but I knew damn well that Biggs never gave purposeless orders. Some good would be the end of this fantastic webwork of plates, wires, and coils we were weaving through in and about the Saturn. Diane, despite the fact that her hands soon became raw and sore, insisted on doing a share of the manual labor. "I must, Sparks," she declared. "I'd never respect myself again if I didn't help in some small way, because he promised this would bring us together again. Where? I don't know." She straightened, staring at me speculatively. "I don't know," she whispered. "Sparks, he never told us where he is." "He didn't have time," I reassured her. "His power was limited," he said, "but everything's going to be OQ." But later, Dick Todd raised the same point when I spoke to him in the control turret. He had been checking the course Biggs had designated. Now, frowning, he laid his computations before me. "You see what this means, Bert?" "Yeah," I said, looking at the rumpled sheet. "It means you ought to wash your hands more often." "Well, what?" "This course," said Todd nervously, "sets a direct trajectory to Jupiter." I said, "OQ, so it sets a direct trajectory." "What did you say?" "Jupiter," repeated Todd miserably. "I've checked and rechecked it. I can't be wrong." He stared at me, small dancing lights of fear in his eyes. "Sparks," he whispered, "that was Biggs we saw, wasn't it?" "If it wasn't him," I told him, "I'm a ring-tailed baboon. And no cracks." "But everybody seems to be taking it for granted he's still alive." Todd fidgeted nervously. "That his orders will help us somehow. Suppose, Sparks, our first hunch was right after all. The Biggs is really dead, and that was his ghost we saw?" I wet my suddenly dry lips. "Go on," I said. "They say the dead are lonely," husked Todd, "and Biggs, who died in the loneliness of negative space, might be doubly so. Suppose he wants company. After all, he didn't promise us success. He only said, 'We'll soon be together.' But where, Sparks? Where? In this world or—" I shook myself savagely. I couldn't deny that his words had given me a bad case of icicles on the vertebrae. I knew something else, though, too. That Lancelot Biggs, alive or dead, had never yet given me a bum steer. And that I, for one, meant to see this thing through, or bust. Bust. I didn't like that word either. Not when I thought of our new course and us blasting hell for leather toward massive, crushing Jupiter. Then somehow 24 hours, Earth Standard, had passed, and by labors verging on the miraculous, we had completed the task set before us. And now, with the second part of Biggs's instruction before us, we were standing in the control turret of the weirdly altered Saturn, watching the small hand of the chronometer creep toward the thin black mark that represented our deadline. Cap Hansen, who'd been a bulwark of strength when there was work to do, was as squirmy as a hen on a cactus egg now that all we had to do was wait. He paced anxiously back and forth between the control banks and the visiplate. Once he squinted through the paralens and turned to me nervously. "You're sure you got that message right, Bert?" he demanded for maybe the 1,000th time. "You couldn't have made a mistake." "I could have," I reassured him, "but I'll bet you my pension I didn't. I've been pushing keys for too long not to get my did-da-dits straight, Skipper." "We're awfully close to Jupiter," scowled the old man. "Awfully close. I don't like it. Not only that, but we're running away from Europa as fast as we can. If the corporation ever finds out about this—" "They can't miss," I said. "They know how long it should have taken us to get to Europa. Matter of fact, Cap, we should be landing there right now. We're going to lose a little time in establishing those claims, but if by losing a little time we can find Lance Biggs again, why—" "Awfully close," complained the skipper. He turned to Todd suddenly. "Dick, we can't risk it. There must be a mistake somewhere. Jupiter fills all space before us. If we get caught in its gravitational power, we'll all be killed. We got to turn back. Send the message down to the engine room. Reverse motors and lift." Diane cried, "Daddy, but Lance!" I'm sorry, honey, but we can't risk 20 lives and 250,000 credits worth of corporation property on the hazard of finding one man. Give the order, Mr. Todd. Todd said willingly, "Aye, sir," and reached out to push the audio stud. My heart sank. The needle was almost upon the split second that should have seen us putting Biggs' mysterious plan into operation. I yelled, "Skipper, please!" "Give the order, Todd," repeated Hansen regretfully. But Todd's hand never reached the button, for just then there came a terrific straining lunge of the ship. The floor seemed to slip beneath my feet. I toppled headlong to my knees. Plates groaned and creaked in metal agony. I felt a sensation of wild acceleration. A dizzying sense of speed intensified, plunging us forward, downward. And Todd cried, "Too late? Too late, Skipper! God help us, we're falling into Jupiter." I told you folks say I'm hard-boiled. People also claim I'm a wingding. They say lots of things about me, none of them nice. But I'll say this one thing for myself in self-defense, that once in a million times I show a good streak of common sense. This was one of those times. While everyone else was wailing and hollering and going off the top of their buds, I got smart and carried on. I roared, "Damn it all, Lance knew this was going to happen and planned for it. Depress that number 3 lever, Todd. Shoot the juice through those coils we've been building." And Todd was so rattled that he obeyed me. Like I told you before, we'd created a wild-looking network of wires all over the framework of the Saturn. We had even constructed a whole new inner hull, juicing it according to some diagram that didn't appear to make sense. Now the rheostats rheostated and the condensers condense, and the air got so full of electricity that my teeth began to hum like bees in a bathtub. And it got hot in the control turret, but our frightful plunging motion ceased. Not just like that, you know. I don't mean we stopped stock still and hung motionless in space, but we drifted into an easy glide, a gentle leaf in the breeze sort of motion. Cap Hansen's jaw fell down to his 4th button. A gasp worked its way out of his lumbar region. It's impossible," he said. I don't believe it." I didn't either, for what we were seeing mirrored on the turret visiplate was something no man in the universe had ever seen before and lived to tell about it. We were seeing the troposphere, the stratosphere, the surface atmosphere of the massive planet Jupiter at easy visual range, and we were drifting to solid ground so gently that we were in no more danger than a parachutist approaching a field full of sofa cushions. It didn't even occur to me then to notice how far off the scientists had been in attributing fantastic characteristics to unstudied Jupiter. Because its density was so much less than Earth's, they had envisioned it as a gaseous or semi-liquid planet, which was so much hogwash. It was a normal-sized core surrounded by blankets, thousands of miles deep, of atmosphere. It was lush, luxuriant, green, steamy with vapors, riotous with vegetable life, protected by its swaddling clothes. It was the most likely abode of life man had ever found outside his native Earth. But, as I say, I scarcely noticed this at first. I was conscious only of my own pulse-numbing astonishment, of the casual, lazy motion of our ship, of Captain Hansen gasping beside me in a cracked, incredulous voice. "Anti-gravitation! He's found it!" Our task was not yet done. The instructions called for the lifting and depression of a dozen more studs, but by now Dick Todd, who is a damn sight better navigator than he is a mental giant, was hunched over his controls, playing the intricate keys like a master organist. In 3 hours that sped by like as many minutes, we had gained the surface of Jupiter. We sought the declension point Biggs' ghost had set forth to us. We hovered over the juncture, spotted a small, glistening mote of silver beneath us, lowering on our amazing anti-gravitational beam. It was a perfect landing. less than an eighth of a mile from the lean, gangling, radiant, unspace-suited figure who came racing across the field toward us. Afterward, when everyone had stopped trying to talk at once, and a modicum of coherence worked its way into our glad reunion, I pressed Biggs for explanations. He grinned in that amiable, modest way of his. "Why, it wasn't much, really, Sparks," he protested. "I was never lost in hyperspace, of negative space at all. You see, when I cut myself loose in the life skiff from the infinite mass of the Saturn in order to reestablish the ship's finiteness, I also made my own craft finite again, which is pure common sense. Anything less than infinite is necessarily finite." "Comes the dawn," I groaned. "And I like to think I've got brains, but go on." "Well, by sheer accident, the spot in space where I became finite again happened to be here on the surface of Jupiter. I was pretty much surprised, as you can guess, to learn that there is a definitely habitable planet. Good air, plenty of food and water, no handicaps but its tremendous bulk." He sobered momentarily. "None of the others who ever crashed here survived, I guess," he said. "I found 3 or 4 spaceships broken to bits. Well, anyway, I realized that the only way for me to ever get away was to find some method of counteracting the planet's terrific gravity. And it suddenly occurred to me that the answer lay in a laboratory curiosity created way back in the 20th century, a piece of magnetized steel that floated within upright supports above a counter-magnetized plate. I adapted this principle and gave it a few refinements of my own. The instructions I gave you created a dual magnet hull for the Saturn. The inner hull positively charged, outer hull negative. Counterbalance, you see? The outside of the ship repelled the gravitational attraction of Jupiter so strongly that it could never have landed. The inner hull tempered the effect of the outer so that an easy drifting motion was obtained. You could vary the speed of this simply by altering the amount of EMF running through the coils." "We discovered that," interrupted the old man. "But you still haven't told us, son, about your ghost. You like to scare the almighty hell out of all of us. How?" Lance grinned shyly. "Well, I can't take credit for that, Skipper. You see, it was sheer accident. I found a deposit of some strange new substance here on Jupiter with the most peculiar properties. The stuff seems to polarize light at its source and reorganize it into a tridimensional image at a distance which can be controlled by electric power. When I discovered that my own life skip couldn't make the long trip to Europa or Io, I decided to project my image out into space in the hopes I'd find someone. The telekaleidoscopic rays, I guess we'll call them till we get a better name, are naturally attracted to metals. This cut down the haphazardness of the attempt. It was sheer chance, though, that you should be my rescuers, though I might have known you wouldn't abandon me without a long search. I'm mighty grateful to you, sir." His words struck Hansen like a thunderclap, and the old man groaned. "Oh, my God." "What's wrong, Skipper?" "I just remembered we was supposed to be on Europa 24 hours ago. By this time, all the available claims will be gobbled up. When the corporation learns about this, we're all going to be sunk." Diane said indignantly, "Ridiculous! You've made the first landing on Jupiter, Daddy. Surely that should be enough glory for them." "That's glory," admitted Hansen dolefully, "but it ain't enough glory for them. I know this outfit, honey. I've been working for a man and boy for nigh onto 40 years. Their motto is get all you can and then some. It ain't going to matter to them we found our lost first, discovered anti-grav, and made the first landing on a new planet. No siree. They sent us out to find polarium deposits, and if we don't come home with the best claim..." Biggs said, "Polarium? Did you say polarium, Cap?" "That's what I said," groaned the skipper. "Now be a good boy, Lance. Go away and let me suffer in peace." "Why," grinned Biggs, "I don't believe there's any reason to suffer, Captain. Because you see that strange new substance I mentioned? The one out of which I constructed my telekaleidoscope is polarium. There are tremendous deposits of it here on Jupiter. Why not? This is the mother planet of Europa." So, there you are. That's Lancelot Biggs for you. Screwball, genius, wizard, and luckbox extraordinary. Toss him in a mud puddle and he'll come up clutching a diamond every time. Not once in a while. Every time. And I guess it was just about now that the old man slipped me the high sign to drag Hips out of there. Look, Sparks, he suggested, how about you and me take a little walk and explore this here new planet? I said, oh, I'm quite comfortable here, Cap. He jabbed an elbow into my robes ferociously. Are you coming peaceable? He hissed, or do I have to pull off your leg and beat you over the head with a bloody stump? I got it then. Diane and Biggs. They were eyeing each other like two marshmallows ready to melt. So I said, well, all right, Skipper, if you want to. Bye, folks. And do you know, they never even heard me. End of section 16. Section 17 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Return of Lancelot Biggs, Part 1. Gilchrist had no fear of the sun's heat. Then Biggs gave him a new kind of hot foot. I guess it was about 7:58 solar constant time. Yes, it was exactly that because I just received a clearance OQ for 8:00 from the Sun City Portmaster when the portal of my radio turret opened and in waddled Cap Hansen, skipper of our void-mangling freighter, the Saturn. The old man's optics were dancing like a nudist in a hailstorm, and he wore a grin on his lips that stretched from ear to there. Guess what, Sparks? He chortled. I got a surprise for you. Guess who just came aboard? I said gloomily, if it's anybody like that sourpuss encyclopedia on legs who came aboard at Luna, you can have my resignation right now, if not sooner. I've been hectored and bulldozed and criticized so much lately that I'm beginning to feel like one large apology with corpuscles. I wasn't joking either. You know me, Bert Donovan, the easygoingest bug pounder who ever loused up the ether with Morse code. I don't get mad often, and my nerves are as steady as a forger's fingers. But this newest addition to the Saturn's personnel had me on the verge of babblin' baby talk. His name was Horatio Gilchrist. His rank was Major, and his title was Efficiency Expert. To summarize briefly, Major Horatio Gilchrist was a rank efficiency expert, and I do mean rank. He had pale, green, watery, squinting eyes and a nose like a gimlet. Said proboscis was always in everybody else's business. He snooped and sniffed and sidled about the Saturn like a pup in a petrified forest. And he had a habit of popping out where least expected, like a fat man in tights. He was always making suggestions. He told me how to conserve juice by preheating the tubes before I transmitted. He advised Cap Hansen, who had been roving the spaceways man and boy for more than 40 years, on astrogation practices. He quoted facts, figures, and statistics at Dick Todd till our acting first mate grew as haggard as a parson at a barbecue. I can't stand it, Sparks, Todd moaned to me feebly after a session with Gilchrist. He's driving me wacky with his confounded efficiency. The hell of it is, half the time he's right. There are ways to save time, money, and materials while operating the Saturn. We all know that. But you can't run a spaceship like an adding machine. But such complaints were as futile as a bathing suit on Mars. Major Gilchrist ranked every officer on the Saturn, and his suggestions had to be obeyed or else. Cap Hansen said commiseratingly, I know, Sparks, I hate his... I don't like the gentleman much either, but listen, this is something swell. This guy who joined us at Sun City is none other than... But he never finished his sentence. At that moment, the chronometer tagged 800. The hypos whined, the stern jets roared, and the Saturn lifted gravs from Venus as smoothly as hot butter sliding off a griddle. My eyes opened wide, my mouth dittoed. There was only one pilot in space whose touch on the controls was that deft, that gentle. "Biggs!" I cried. "Good old Lancelot Biggs!" I turned and banged hell for leather out of my room, down the ramp and into the control cabin, with Hansen vainly trying to lumber along in the suction of my slipstream. As I had guessed, it was my old chum and erstwhile roommate, Lance Biggs, at the studs. Beside him stood the dark-haired beauty who had been Diane Hansen and was now Mrs. L. Biggs. I yelled, "Lance, you knobby old son of a scarecrow! Where did you come from? Where have you been? How did you two get aboard?" Biggs, Lieutenant Biggs to you, upstart, swiveled and grinned at me. Marriage might have worked wonders on the inner man. I wouldn't know about that, but it had not changed his exterior in any way, shape, or form. He was still the old, lean and lanky, gawky and gangling caricature of humanity I'd always known. Tow-headed and wistful of eye, and blessed with a nervous, oversized Adam's apple that bobbled up and down in his throat like an undigested billiard ball. "Hello, Sparks," he said mildly. "We came aboard at Sun City. We've been honeymooning, but my leave is up now, and I've reported back for duty." I said, "Anne, man, am I ever glad to see you. We've been one hop, skip, and a jump from the loony bin on this trip, and I don't mean could be. We could use somebody who has a few brains." Biggs looked puzzled. "Why? What seems to be the trouble?" "Pig-headed bureaucracy, that's what," puffed Hansen irately. "Take it from me, son, the major—" Then suddenly his gaze, slipping past me, grew wary. His eyes veiled and his arteries stopped hardening. Without a pause, he continued in a milder tone. "Major difficulty seems to be that we need brushing up on the latest space practices. We're a bit rusty, you know, so the corporation has assigned a very capable officer to—" "Oh, why, there he is now. Come in, Major Gilchrist." And in slithered the efficiency expert, glaring like a teetotaler in a tap room. As usual, he had a nasty comment for everybody. To me, he said, "Sparks, you left your battery on. A sheer waste of valuable current, sir. Waste. Be kind enough to go aloft and attend to it instantly." Then to the old man, "And you, Captain, surely you know the company rule against allowing women in the control cabins of spacecraft." Biggs, having set the studs into lock posts, slipped from the bucket-shaped pilot's chair and walked to his wife's side. No, he didn't exactly walk either. Biggs's locomotion can scarcely be dignified by that term. It's a stiff-legged sort of galump, like an ostrich on ice skates. But his tone held a proper degree of uxorious dignity. "The lady, Major," he said, "is my wife." But the old freezeroo didn't chill Gilchrist at all. He just sniffed down his long, sharp nose at Biggs. "And who," he demanded, "might you be?" It was Cap Hansen who answered. The skipper's voice was warm with justifiable pride. "Permit me, Major, this is my son-in-law and first officer, Lieutenant Lancelot Biggs. He just reported back for active duty. I'm sure you've heard of him. He invented the VI unit and the uranium speech trap." "Oh," said Gilchrist frigidly and stared at my chum like a vegetarian at a hamburger. "So you're Biggs. This is too bad. I had just succeeded in training Lieutenant Todd to a point of efficiency. Now I suppose I must start over again and teach you how to manage a spaceship." Imagine it. That kind of crack to Mr. Biggs, one of the brainiest spacers who ever lifted grabs. Dick Todd was a good guy, but he wasn't Biggs's equal by 10 decimals. I held my breath and waited for the explosion. Cap Hansen's mottled old cheeks began to glow like a neon sign, and Diane whooshed like an enraged Bunsen burner. But Biggs spoke up hurriedly. "Yes, sir," he said. "Very good, sir. I'll be most grateful for your instructions, sir." That was the kind of palaver Gilchrist liked. For a moment he looked half human as a tight little smile shuddered along his lips. He said, mollified, "That's very sensible of you, Lieutenant. We may get along after all. For a while I feared your lucky accomplishments in the past might make you a bit difficult. Have you plotted our homeward course?" "Yes, sir," replied Mr. Biggs. He lifted a sheet of paper from the chart desk, handed it to the Major. Gilchrist studied it briefly, lifted his gimlet eyes. "Not bad, Lieutenant, not bad at all. A little old-fashioned, perhaps." That was more than I could stand. If Biggs wouldn't take his own part, I had to. I burst out, "But Major Biggs just graduated from the academy 2 years ago. How could his astrogation be old-fashioned? There's not a better plotter in space. Lance has yanked us out of more troubles." "Sparks." That was Biggs, warning me with his voice and with his eyes. "Didn't the Major tell you to go turn off your batteries? You better run along." "Oh, Q," I snarled. "I'm on my way. Come up and see me in my turret sometime, Lance, where the air is fresher." And I beat it before Major Gilchrist caught his breath. So there it was. A couple hours later, I was sitting in my cubbyhole, still fuming over how the holy bonds of matrimony had changed a once vivid and daring spaceman into a vapid and scary yes-man, when there came a knock on the door. "If you owe me money," I growled, "come in. If vice versa, there's nobody home but us Amperies." The door eased open, and it was Biggs. His face was sober. He said, "Sparks, can I talk to you for a minute?" "Why don't you go ask Gilchrist?" I snorted. "He gives the orders around here." He closed the door behind him, snapped the safety. "It's about Gilchrist I want to talk." "Then do your talking," I advised him rudely, "somewhere else. If I never hear that skunk's name again, it will be too soon." "Don't be hasty, Sparks. He's not a bad chap, just a trifling headstrong, maybe." "Some people," I scorned, "like spiders. There's no accounting for taste. Headstrong? You could use that skull of his to split granite. And you." My indignation rose as I talked. "You're as bad as he is, feeding him the good old soft soap till it ran out of his ears." "It doesn't pay," said Biggs in that peculiar soft schoolmarm fashion he sometimes affects, "to antagonize folks you have to get along with. Whether we like it or not, Major Gilchrist has senior authority on this ship. But we can talk about that some other time, Sparks. This is what I wanted to show you." And he hauled a plot chart from his pocket, gazed at me anxiously as I scanned it. Well, you know how plot charts are. Nothing but one solid mess of figures, figures, figures. Trajectory, flight velocity, loft and acceleration computations, all that junk. They're about as easy to read as the shorthand scribblings of an illiterate Choctaw. I passed it back and said, "Looks okay to me. Why the corrugated forehead?" "Look again, Bert," demanded Biggs. "Look carefully at those trajectory coordinates. I may be wrong, and I don't want to influence your opinion by saying anything, but..." This time I got it. The figures joined together and formed a picture in my mind, a picture that startled me worse than a surrealist drawing. I gasped, "Soul?" Biggs nodded. That's what I thought too. The course he plotted skirts the sun, swings past it at a distance of only 10 million miles. I'm a lot of things, but one of the things I am not is unresponsive to suggestion. I broke into a hectic sweat and started for the door. "Oh no," I yelped. "Maybe he'd like to play pussy wants a corner with the prominences, but not me. The nearest I want to get to any Corona is to smoke one. The guy's nuts. I'm going to tell him." But Biggs grabbed my arm. "It's no use, Sparks. I've already told him." You have?" "Yes, and he said..." Biggs's larynx performed some incredible involutions. He said he knew perfectly well what he was doing. And so do I howled. He's plowing us smack dab into Soul's gravitational clutch. Well, I don't want some. I have no ambition to become part of a sunspot. No, said Biggs thoughtfully, that's one thing we don't have to fear. Gilchrist's mathematics are OQ. Our velocity will be great enough to overcome Soul's gravitation. But what are we going to do? I stormed about the heat. 6,000 centigrade ain't exactly what I consider a cool, refreshing climate. That's the trouble. I told him we'd be boiled like beans in a pot if we passed that near Soul, but he poo-pooed my warning, said our refrigerating system would keep us cool and comfortable. Biggs shook his head helplessly. I don't know what to do, Sparks. After all, his word is law. I moaned. And how long, I asked, before we began to French fry in our own carcasses? About 5 days, Sparks, 5 or 6 from the current. He stopped suddenly. His pale eyes glowed. His larynx began leaping up and down like a Mexican jumping bean. Current, he repeated, but of course, that's it. Excuse, please, I demanded, puzzled, but Biggs shook me off with an evasion. Not now, Sparks. I can't tell you now. There's no sense in both of us getting into trouble. But I think I know a way to convince Major Gilchrist we must change our course. So a couple of days skidded by, as days have a habit of doing. About the middle of the second day, Hanson came up to my turret looking as confused as a stork at the old maid's home. He said, Sparks, I've been hearing funny things. Your digestion? I asked. Or have you been dosing your asthma with that 90-proof cough medicine again? That'll make you hear things. And see 'em, too. That's enough, interrupted the old man coldly, of them kind of comments. What I've been hearing is bad. There's a rumor floating around that we're on a dead trajectory for Soul due to Major Gilchrist's course plotting. Oh, that, I said. Forget it, Skipper. Mr. Biggs knows all about it. He's got ideas. Well, said the skipper, relieved. In that case, I guess everything's OQ. And he waddled happily away, which gives you some idea who's the real mastermind on the Saturn. That very same night, Diane Biggs stopped me outside the officers' mess. Sparks, have you seen Lancelot anywhere? I haven't laid eyes on him all day, and I'm worried. You ought to know better than to fret wrinkles into your pretty brow over that one-man quiz program, I told her. He's OQ. Right now, he's engaged in some mysterious project of his own devising. When last seen, he was swiping generator supplies from the storeroom. Don't ask me why, because maybe I know the right answer, and maybe I don't want to have to tell. He's not going to get in any trouble, is he? Well, not exactly, I chuckled, though things may be a trifle hot for a while. For I had seen the stuff Biggs had snaggled from the supply room, and I had also watched him sneaking out through the airlock to the Saturn's hull. I had a pretty fair idea what was going to happen, but I figured it was his pigeon, and I didn't want to upset the Bostons. So that was all till the next day. But the next day, everything happened at once. To begin with, when I tried to make my daily contact with the transmitting station on Luna, I couldn't coax so much as a squeak out of my radio apparatus. It was as lifeless as a Venusian swamp snake on Pluto. I sweated and swore and got under the banks to find the trouble, but everything seemed OQ. Wiring, rehos, ampies, all were Jake, but the radio wouldn't rad. It just hissed and sputtered and murmured as feebly as a college girl in a parked car. The trouble was, I finally discovered it wasn't getting any juice. Nary a bit. Meanwhile, Dick Todd audioed me from the bridge. He fumed, Sparks, for Pete's sake, tell Garrity to turn down the thermos. It's getting hot up here. Which sentiment I could personally double in spades, because it was getting hot in my turret, too. My shirt was a dish rag, and my forehead was leaking like a rented rowboat. So I called Garrity, but the chief engineer spoke up before I could ease a word in edgewise. Is that you, Sparks? he bellowed angrily. "It's about time you were getting in touch with me. What the devil's the matter up there? Yon control turret is might nigh stewing us in our own gravy. Turn off the heat." Well, I'm not dumb. Not too dumb, anyway. 2 + 2 equals Lancelot Biggs. That's why when Cap Hansen and Diane wilted into my turret a few minutes later, looking like a brace of parboiled lobsters, I just grinned at them. Hansen's eyes were haggard with despair. He wailed, "Sparks, this awful heat. You know what's causing it? It's because we're getting too close to the sun, that's what. You told me Lancelot had everything under control. Where is he?" "If I'm not mistaken," I assured him, "he's entering now by the portcullis gate." And I was right. Hatless, jacketless, soaked to the belt with perspiration, but grinning triumphantly, entered Mr. Biggs. He mopped his forehead and said amiably, "Lo, folks, hot, isn't it?" Diane ran to his side fearfully. She cried, "Lancelot, you must do something. Daddy says this heat means we're going to plunge into the sun. You must let—" Biggs smiled serenely. "Now, honey, don't get excited. We're in no danger. This isn't solar radiation. I caused this heat." Well, that didn't surprise me. I'd guessed it all along. But Diane and her papa stared at him wildly. "What?" croaked the skipper. "You done this, son? But why?" "Why, simply because," began Biggs, but he didn't finish his explanation, for there came a savage interruption from the doorway, and in an angry, spiteful voice, "Continue, Mr. Biggs," snarled Major Gilchrist. "Do continue, please. I am most eager to learn why you performed this abominable act of sabotage." I said, "Uh-oh," and looked for a hole I could crawl into and drag in after me. Mr. Biggs's grin faded. Hello, Major," he faltered weakly. "Mr. Biggs," raged the efficiency expert, "may I ask why you wound a dozen coils of uninsulated wire about the Saturn's hull and connected the electrical helix so formed to the power generators? Don't deny it, sir. I've been outside to see your handiwork." Biggs said faintly, "Why, You needn't lie to me, Mr. Biggs. I understand too well. You deliberately established a heterosis field around this ship in order to create a rise in temperature. Was that it? You wish to make us believe the sun's rays responsible for the heat. Isn't that so?" "It's a long worm that has no turning," Biggs finally asserted himself. He raised his quiet but determined eyes to those of the corporation official. "Yes, sir," he said. "That's exactly what I did." "And why, sir?" demanded Gilchrist venomously. "Because, sir, a close study of the course chart has convinced me that we are in grave peril if we continue on our present trajectory." "What? You question my astrogation, Lieutenant?" "Excuse me, sir, but I do." Major Gilchrist's gimlet beak quivered like a saucer of gelatin. His sallow cheeks flooded with color. "Preposterous, young man. The Saturn will skirt Sol at a distance of 20 million miles. "The correct estimate, sir," disagreed Biggs gently, "is 10. I fear you neglected to take into consideration the space warp created by Sol's tremendous mass. I have prepared alternate course instructions, sir, with your permiss—" "Silence, Lieutenant!" Gilchrist was wild with fury now. He had no ears for logic. He wouldn't have listened to a first-run performance of Lincoln's Gettysburg Address with the sound effects by the original cast. "I've heard enough. You are guilty of having deliberately conspired to disturb, alarm, and distress your shipmates, of having maliciously essayed an act of sabotage against your ship, and of flagrantly disobeying the commands of a senior officer. Your rocket, sir. You will go below instantly and confine yourself to quarters under arrest." Lancelot Biggs said nothing. His larynx lipped, but without a word he stripped from his breast pocket that prized golden symbol for which all true spacemen would die, and with steady fingers surrendered it to Gilchrist. Diane stifled an impetuous little cry. Cap Hansen, his beefy face a wreath of anxiety, said, "But, Major—" "I advise you, Captain," rasped Gilchrist viciously, "against defending Mr. Biggs' piratical actions. One thing I will not tolerate is defiance of my orders. Donovan," he turned to me, "you will remove the fruits of Mr. Biggs' labors from the Saturn's hull. The heat which now inconveniences us will vanish when we are no longer the core of an electromagnet. But just to make sure that no further efforts are made to beguile us into terror created by non-existent dangers, henceforth I will assume responsibility for all electrical stores and equipment aboard. That is all. Get to work." Thus ended our gay little tea party. End of section 17. Section 18 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Return of Lancelot Biggs, Part 2. And of course, it was just as Gilchrist had said. As soon as Biggs's fantastic maze of coils and wiring was removed from the Saturn's hull, the thermometer crept back to normal. But friend Fahrenheit wasn't the only low thing on the Saturn that evening. My spirits were buku slumpy when I slipped around to visit Mr. Biggs after dinner. He was pathetically glad to see me, but apprehensive on my account. You won't get in any trouble, Sparks." I said, "You're under arrest," but the balloon-headed little slob didn't say anything about solitary confinement. Probably because he didn't think of it. "Lance, what the hell are we going to do? I just ran over our figures again and I got goose flesh looking at them. The Saturn's approaching the critical spot if we don't do something, and damn soon to make Gilchrist change his mind." "I've been thinking feverishly, Sparks. You know my motto, get the theory first. I thought by heating the ship I might frighten Gilchrist into changing course, but he caught on to my little trick." "And we can't try it again," I fumed, "because Major Nuisance has put all the electrical equipment under lock and key. In another 24 hours, this freighter is going to be a bake oven." "I know," mourned Biggs, "and Diane—" He stopped suddenly. "Eh? What was that? What did you say, Sparks?" "Nothing," I told him glumly. "I was just moaning." "Oven!" cried Biggs. "Bake oven, of course. Ovens aren't all electrical. Listen, you know where the main fuel valve lies?" Why, yes, but..." "Then get down there, quick, and shove the release lever to emergency discharge position." And dump all those good tons of crude oil off into space?" I gasped. "Lance, you've lost your mind." "Don't argue with me. Do what I say. Oh, something else. Are you familiar with the refrigerating system?" "I better be. We're going to need it soon." "Go to the condensation valve and close it. Be sure it's tight, Sparks. Smash it if you have to." I stared at him stupidly. It didn't make sense, but then the brilliant plots of Lancelot Biggs seldom do. I said hopefully, You think it'll work, Lance?" "It has to," he retorted grimly, but hurry." So I did what he told me. I moved the release lever of the fuel oil emergency discharge to wide open position. I shed a salty tear as I did it. It almost broke my economical heart to watch those tons upon tons of thick black goo flood from their storage tanks out through the forward vent into the empty reaches of space. Then I found the condensation valve and jammed it as Biggs had directed. Then, not knowing what else to do, I sat down and waited. I didn't have to wait long. Results began resulting immediately, if not more so. I suddenly discovered that once again, as earlier in the day, I was sweating. I removed my coat. That didn't help. I took off my shirt. No use. If I hadn't been dead certain that within the short time there would be visitors to my turret, I'd have jettisoned my southernmost garments too. But having no desire to embarrass Mrs. Biggs, I stood fast, and stuck fast too, by the way. So things started happening. The chief audioed from the engine room. He hollered, "Sparks! The domed heat is on again. Turn it off, or by God, sir." Well, Biggs hadn't said anything about an allegiance with the crew, but it looked like a great opportunity to stir up a mild case of mutiny. So I said placidly, "Sorry, Chief, but I can't do anything about it. Take a gander through your paralens. You see that big red thing blazing out in front of us? That's what's causing the heat." Garrity gasped. You mean the sun, Donovan?" "We're going to pass it," I told him, "at a distance of only 10 million miles. Figure it out for yourself." And I hung up. Then Doug Enderby called from the mess hall. I gave him a dose of the same medicine. Then Harkness, he screamed like a stuck pig and began demanding a change of trajectory. I told him, "Don't talk to me about it. Tell Gilchrist he laid the course." And I had just blanked the screen when in raced Gilchrist himself, followed by Cap Hansen, Diane, and Dick Todd. "All right, Sparks," bellowed the efficiency expert. "What are you up to now? I'll see that you get busted out of the service for this. Rank disobedience, conspiracy to break shipboard morale, plotting with an imprisoned officer, deliberate sabotage." Yeah, Biggs was right. Major Horatio Gilchrist was a nice guy, in a repulsive sort of way. I glared at him. "Just a moment, Major," I said boldly. "If you mean this heat, you better hunt yourself up another victim. You know perfectly well Lieutenant Biggs is in durance vile. And as for my having done anything, why, how could I? You assumed complete control over electrical equipment." Gilchrist raged. But this heat! Somebody has made the ship unbearably hot again." "Somebody?" I asked him shrewdly. "Or something? I guess you've forgotten, Major, that our real peril, of which Mr. Biggs warned you, is our proximity to the sun." "Nonsense, sir! The sun is getting closer," I finished, "every minute. You have undoubtedly looked at the ship's hull to make sure there are no wires or coils on it." Some of Major Gilchrist's cockiness had oozed out of him. He said uncertainly, Yes, I did. The entire hull is thickly coated in some glutinous substance." Oh, golly. That was one thing which hadn't occurred to me. I'd just sort of taken it for granted that the fuel I had dumped would have whipped away into space. Silly logic on my part, for I've run the spaceways long enough to realize that nothing ever floats away in the void. Anything you chuck from a space vessel shares your velocity and hangs right along by your side. But I made the finest dramatic act of my life, gasped, and clutched my forehead wildly. "The oil? My God, the oil tanks have burst. Captain Hansen, we're doomed." And the skipper, too, came through nobly. He moaned and raced to the wall thermo, whirled from it frantically. 102, he bleated, "and getting hotter every minute. We'll be stewed like peas in a pot." Gilchrist's lips turned sickly bistre. He ran his tongue over them and faltered, "But my computations." "Were wrong," I told him. "Dead wrong. Take a look at these other figures, Lancelot Biggs figures." And as I thrust the sheet of paper into his hands, I reached out and elbowed the audio button that establishes a complete circuit of every chamber aboard ship. Instantly, the babble of angry, frightened, complaining voices burst upon our ears, the cries of hot and terrified men demanding help from the bridge. "Can't stand it a moment longer," came the cry of Enderby. "Change course, skipper." And from the engine room, the roaring blast of Chief Garrity. "You've got no right driving us to death like this, Captain. Change course, sir, or by the saints there'll be mutiny." And that did it. Major Gilchrist's nerve collapsed. His self-assurance slipped from him like a robe from a strip-teaser's torso, And all of a sudden, he was no longer a tough, gimlet-eyed, hard-boiled efficiency expert, but a nervous and very frightened earth lubber caught in the grips of forces too strong for him. "Into the sun?" he babbled wildly. "The sun? Oh, I mustn't die like this. Do something, somebody. Captain, you must change the course. Use the other set of coordinates. I was wrong." That was all I waited to hear. I shoved the new set of figures into Todd's hands and shoved him toward the door. "Get going, Dick. There's no time to waste. But before I could even finish, there came an interruption that turned my spinal column to a slow trickle of icy water. The plates beneath my feet seemed to sag momentarily, then rise and hurl themselves forward. I slipped and fell to my hands and knees and found it hard to rise again. A dull weight fastened itself upon me, nor was I the only person so stricken. Diane had tumbled too, and Cap Hansen was holding on to an upright stanchion for dear life. Gilchrist lay prone on his puss, his face a mask of terror, and the audio rasped with the ominous cry from the bridge. "Captain Hansen! Captain Hansen, sir, come quickly! We've been caught by Saul's grabs!" Well, it was about that time my heart began pounding the hell out of my shoelaces. Up to now, I'd been disgusted and sore and fretful, but not in the least worried. In spite of Gilchrist's pork-patedness, I had felt a serene confidence that before danger actually threatened, Lance Biggs would find some way to wangle us out of our difficulties. But now we were in a sorry mess indeed, caught in a gravitational grip thousands of times greater than Jupiter's, 1,000,000 times more deadly. Once from afar, I had been the unwilling but horror-fascinated witness of the fate of a ship gripped by Sol's terrific attraction, a dark mote struggling futilely against the brazen magnet that beckoned, a moment's brief and hopeless essay to escape, then a tiny ochre flame glinting wanly. Such a vision must have been flashing also through the mind of Major Gilchrist, for from his prostrate vantage point he loosed a howl of sheer panic. "Oh, no!" he screamed. "Oh, no! No, no!" How long that monotonous denial would have continued there was no way of guessing, but Cap Hansen, who despite all his faults has little use for a fool and no use for a coward, put an abrupt end to it. Straining against the pressure that half immobilized us, he lurched to Gilchrist's side, bent and silenced the efficiency expert's wailing with a sense-rousing slap across the cheek. "Stop that, you damn fool!" he roared. "The audio's open. Do you want to panic every man aboard this ship?" And as Gilchrist relapsed into whimpering silence, he swiveled to me heavily. "Sparks, there's only one chance. The velocity intensifier. Tell Garrity." The velocity intensifier, or VI unit to give it its more common name, was that device invented by Biggs which enabled a spaceship to increase its normal cruising speed to an incredible 186,000 MPS, the speed of light. I could see the old man's idea. Attain that velocity, and we might break free of Sol's hold. "Aye, sir," I said, and was just about to cry the necessary orders to the engine room when, "No!" The familiar voice of Lieutenant Lancelot Biggs rang through the turret. "No, Sparks, don't do that. It is sure death. As our speed increases, so does our mass. We'll only accelerate our fall into the sun." I remembered then that every cabin was hooked into a round-robin circuit via tele-audio, so though it would have been humanly impossible for Lancelot Biggs to come up to this turret now, he was as truly with us as if he stood beside us. I cried back answer, "But what can we do, Mr. Biggs?" And, most stunning surprise of all, my words were echoed by the groveling goon on the floor. Major Gilchrist, his voice cracked but fearful, bleated, "What can we do? You must help me, Mr. Biggs. Save me!" Maybe I was mistaken. but I thought I could detect a ghost of a chuckle in my gawky pal's voice. He said, "Major, according to Space Practice Law Number 3, Section 8, a space officer convicted of malfeasance or confined under suspicion thereof pending trial and conviction may not offer, suggest, or cause to be given any orders, commands, or directions which may affect his ship's course or trajectory." "You're free, Mr. Biggs!" screamed Gilchrist. "Free to come and go as you please. I was wrong. You're not under arrest any longer. Save me, but save me." This time Biggs did chuckle. I heard him do it. So did every man, mouse, and mess boy aboard the Saturn, and... "Very well, Major," he said. "Thank you. Todd, set the ship on the new trajectory." Todd said, Huh? Cap Hansen said, "What?" And I croaked, "Just like that, Lance?" Biggs' tone wobbled as if he were nodding his head. "Sure, just like that. Make the necessary stud adjustments, fire the rockets designated in my alternative plot course, and shift trajectory. That's all. And, oh yes, you might send a couple of men outside, Skipper, with disruptors. Have them clear the hull of that caked fuel oil so it'll be a little cooler in here." "Honey," he was talking to Diane now, "I'll meet you up there in a few minutes. Wait for me." Major Gilchrist's eyes looked like two poached eggs. As the full meaning of Biggs' words dawned upon him, he began roaring, but angrily and loudly. "A trick! A dirty, low, mean, contemptible trick by a renegade officer! Mr. Biggs! Mr. Biggs, sir, I am placing you under arrest again. Remain in your quarters, sir, or..." But Todd had already sprung to his task. I had given the orders to Garrity's crew, and Cap Hansen handled this new threat. Again, he hunched over Gilchrist, struggling to rise form, and his voice was a whiplash of scorn. "I wouldn't, if I was you, Major," he warned grimly. "You seem to have forgot that a minute ago 40-odd men aboard the Saturn heard you begging Lance Biggs to save your scrawny hide. One more crack out of you between now and the day we hit Earth, and this whole affair will be reported to the company. So help me, Hannah." "And in case you think we can't prove it," I assured him sweetly, "it might interest you to know that I plugged in the audio recorder 5 minutes ago. We've got a nice little transcription of everything you've said since you entered the turret. Would you like to hear that played at the trial?" So that, boys and girls, was all, except for a tiny conclave sometime later in Cap Hansen's quarters. Biggs was there, and Diane, and the skipper, and of course yours truly. We were asking and receiving a once-over lightly on what, to all of us, save Lancelot Biggs, was still a deep, dark mystery. The old man said, "So we really wasn't never in no danger at all, son? We never was going to run afoul of the sun?" "Well, yes," said Biggs, "and no. We would not have fallen into the sun, but we were in danger. Our trajectory, as plotted by Major Gilchrist, within a few short hours would have carried us to a spot where Sol's blazing heat might have crisped every soul aboard to a cinder. It was necessary to convince Gilchrist of our peril before it was too late to avert disaster. Heating the Saturn artificially seemed the best way to do this. I tried to make him think Sol was burning us up yesterday, but he got wise to my little scheme for heating the ship electrically. And you," I said, "got jugged. And he gathered all the electrical equipment into his own paws. But nevertheless, you did turn the Saturn into a stew kettle. How?" Biggs grinned amiably. "Why, you ought to know, Sparks. You helped me." "A mule," I admitted, "helps a man plow a field, but it doesn't know how or why. Not that I'm a jackass, but..." "It was very simple, really. You turned the release valve, allowing the fuel oil to discharge from its tanks onto the outer hull. The hull became coated with a thick layer of oil. Now think hard. Oil in a vacuum heated by an outside source." "I got it," I groaned. That's the trouble with Lance Biggs' logic. Once you hear it explained, it always looks so easy. I said, "A convection oven." "Why, yes. It's a heating principle invented by Dr. Abbott way back in the 20th century. A large curved reflector, in this case the hull of the Saturn, concentrates the sun's rays on a layer of black oil. A container, highly evacuated, retains all the heat thus formed, raising the temperature of the oven to almost any desired height. Biggs grinned. Our problem was not the heating of the ship. That was a cinch. Our only hard job was convincing Gilchrist that we must change our course before we got too hot. Cap Hansen nodded sagely. And your space oven worked fine, son, he acknowledged, but there's still one thing I don't understand, the pressure. The ship's equipped with artificial gravs and all them things, but I distinctly felt the sun's gravs grab hold of us. That's when I got the willies. Biggs said modestly, You can thank Sparks for that too. He did it when he jammed the condensation valves, made the moisture content of the ship's atmosphere rise. The grav plates, being electrical by nature, short-circuited. Thus, we were all subjected to an extreme gravitational attraction, which was the direct result of a capacity overload, but which, under the odd circumstances, everyone naturally attributed to the sun's proximity. He smiled faintly. You might say it wasn't the heat, it was the humidity. Which sage, if time-worn, observation was the last comment our insanely sensible first officer would offer on the case of Major Gilchrist versus the rest of us. And since the efficiency expert withdrew into his shell and stayed there for the rest of the trip, nothing more happened to disturb the peace and tranquility of ye good ship Saturn that voyage. So Biggs is back, a slightly older, slightly wiser, definitely more conventional Biggs now that he's a married man with responsibilities. And after all the messes his crackpot ideas have got us into in the past, I guess we ought to be glad he has settled down. But I don't know. Married or not, Biggs is Biggs. And wherever his gangling frame intrudes itself, things have a way of happening. For instance, next month, the Saturn's taking off for Uranus on a simple, ordinary cargo trip. On the face of it, it looks like smooth sailing, but Biggs is back on the bridge and, well, anybody want to make any bets? End of section 18. Section 19 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Love Song of Lancelot Biggs, Part 1. All Lieutenant Biggs wanted was a shipboard bouquet for his wife, but the seeds grew a little too well. Well, it's just like I told you. The last time you friends, dopes, and country hicks lent me your ears, I said the Saturn was scheduled for an ordinary, routine, commonplace cargo shuttle to Uranus. But I also hunched it that inasmuch as my screwball pal, Lieutenant Lancelot Biggs, was treading the bridge, almost anything was rather more than likely to happen. And I was right. Only, even in my wildest nightmares, I didn't have any idea what was going to be chucked at us when we laid our lumbering old space freighter down in the cradle at Sun City Spaceport. You see, the Saturn shuttles back and forth between planets of the solar system, carrying everything and anything. When you carry cargoes like that, you often find yourself loaded up with plenty of trouble, and I don't mean maybe. And with Lancelot Biggs, those cargoes can do things. What happened was that Johnston, he's an Interplanetary Corporation's port clearance official on Mars, came loping over to our jalopy like a hound in a Hamburg orchard and closeted himself with Cap Hansen. For about a half hour, they held privy council, as clubby as moss in an all-wool suit, and when they appeared again, the hush-hush was so loud it almost deafened you. A few minutes later, stevedores started hauling into the Saturn's cargo bins an accumulation of airtight, leaden containers. These workmen, too, were furtive as clergymen at a crap game, and all I could get out of them by way of explanation was the one-word sentence, "I don't know nothing about it." So I hunted up Lancelot Biggs, who generally knows practically everything about practically everything, and of course I found him standing with one gangly arm draped limply about the shoulders of his brand new bride, Diane Biggs, née Hansen, staring at a perfectly commonplace Martian sunset as though it were a gala world premiere presented especially for his benefit. And I complained, "Hey, Biggs, what's all the mystery about? What makes with the cargo?" Biggs said, "Oh, hello, Sparks. Gorgeous evening, isn't it? You know, this magnificent sunset makes me think of that beautiful old Martian poem, 'To be with one's love when the scarlet orb—'" "Yeah," I said, "it's pretty, but unimportant. What I want to know is who's hiding what from who, and if we're toting high explosives to Uranus, why doesn't the old man tell me so I can quit now?" That got him. He snapped out of his trance and stared at me bewilderedly, his oversized Adam's apple bobbling up and down in his throat like an unswallowed electric light bulb. "What's that, Sparks? High explosives?" And Diane said, "But that's impossible, Lancelot dear. You know Daddy would have told us if—" That's as far as she got with her ifing, for at that moment the skipper himself came waddling across the field like a pint-sized tornado on toes and rasped, "All right, let's get going. Everybody aboard. Sparks, audio all hands to rocket posts and get your clearance OQ. Lancelot, set trajectory for our Aptus and make it snappy. We're lifting gravs immediately, if not sooner." "Iaptus?" gasped Diane. But Daddy, I thought we were shuttling a cargo to Uranus." "Was," snapped the old man, "not is. Orders have been changed. Get going, everybody." Well, there are limits. I planted my tootsies in good old terra firma and said stubbornly, "Not me, Skipper. I'm not stirring a step till I know what this is all about. Why this sudden shift of destination? And what were you and Johnston sneaking around corners to whisper about? And what are those lead cubes the cradle monks have been storing in our bin?" "I ain't got time to explain now," said the old man. "Every minute counts. Now run along and—" "Aha!" I ahaed. "So it is explosives. OQ, Skipper, consider me an ex-member of the Saturn's crew as of 2 minutes ago. Space travel's dangerous enough without lousing it up with dynamite, which might or might not. My aim is to sail the spaceways in peace, not in pieces." Cap Hansen's beefy face modeled dangerously and he choked, "Confound you, Sparks. If there was another bug pounder available, I'd accept your resignation with whoops of glee. But as it is, well, I'll tell you this much. It ain't explosives. Something perfectly harmless but very valuable, which it's important we get to Iaptus before the Cosmic Corporation beats us there. Now, will you get going or do I have to—" "Oh, goody," squealed Diane. "A race, eh, Daddy?" "That's right," growled Hansen. "And a mighty important one, too, with about 250,000 credits hanging on it." I sniffed. "Is that all? Then what's all the rush about? The race is not always to the swift." "Oh, no?" The skipper glared at me. "Says who?" "Says a guy named F.O.B. "Well," snorted the old man, "all I gotta say is that there Aesop friend of your'n didn't never bet on the ponies. Now, get going, everybody, before I—" So we went, and of course, with Lancelot Biggs on the bridge handling things, it didn't take long to get going. Within a half hour, we'd lifted gravs from Sun City, and in 3 shakes of a rocket's tail, Biggs had twisted our crate's nose about and pointed it at Saturn's 8th satellite, approximately 800 million miles away, which left me with nothing to do till Slaps gonged the dinner bell. So I was just sitting there reading the latest edition of Spaceways Weekly when the door of my turret opened and in walked L. Biggs. Well, call it walked if you want to. That overworked verb neither accurately nor truthfully describes Lance Biggs' peculiar style of locomotion. His method of self-propulsion is a sort of cross between a sidle and a glump. Think of a giraffe wading in oiled ball bearings, or a Mexican jumping bean on stalks, and you'll have some idea what I mean. Anyhow, he came in, closed the door behind him, and grinned at me triumphantly. "Well, Sparks," he chortled, "I found out." "Yeah?" I snorted. "Well, now if you mosey around and find in, too, you'll have both sides of the swinging door, won't you?" "Found out what? What are you talking about?" "Why, what you wanted to know. I found out what we're carrying to Aptus." My interest revived like a zombie at a black mass. "You did?" I exclaimed. "Finally! Wormed it out of the old man, eh? Well, what is it?" "Seeds," said Lance. "Huh?" "Seeds." I said, "Don't look now, but there must be something wrong with my ears. It keeps sounding like you're saying seeds." "That's exactly," said Biggs patiently, "what I am saying. Sparks, we're carrying seeds to Iaptus. You know, little round dew gummies I finished for him with unfledged thingamajiggers in them. Yeah, I know what seeds are. But I'll be damned if I know why we're carrying seeds almost 1 billion miles across space to a hunk of rock so cold and bleak that you have to thaw out the air before you can breathe it." "That's just it," explained Biggs excitedly. "You see, until just recently, it was thought that the climatic conditions on Iaptus made that world uninhabitable. But recently, an exploration party has discovered that after you melt your way through a quarter-mile sheathing of ice, the entire planet is honeycombed with a vast, connected, sponge-like series of caverns. Good, warm, habitable caverns with earth to grow things in and ice to cold storage them in," I concluded. "After you've grown them? It sounds enticing in a horrible sort of way. So who wants to live there, snowmen?" Biggs said soberly, "Practically everybody who's heard about the discovery. You see, Sparks, they not only learned that Iaptus could sustain human life, they also discovered that the entire planet is one great storehouse of precious mineral ores. Miners, adventurers, homesteaders, humans from all over the solar system are flocking there as fast as they can drive their spacecraft. Iaptus is a boom planet. It's a gold rush that makes Sutter's Mill and the Klondike seem like a polite game of musical chairs." I moaned feebly and pawed what by this time ought to be, even if it ain't, my graying thatch. "What you're saying," I complained, "begins not to make sense faster than ever. Thousands of people flocking to the Iaptus mines with picks and shovels and dreams of wealth, and we joined the gold rush with a cargo of seeds. Why?" "But don't you see?" explained Biggs. "Where there are mines, there are humans. Where there are humans, there are communities. Where there are communities, people get hungry." I burst in. "Of course, now I get it. We're bringing them the seeds to sow vegetables with. Is that it? And oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. If we get there first, it'll be worth millions." Because I had remembered the most favored company clause in the general space regulations, the paragraph which grants an 11-year commercial monopoly on any product to that company which first introduces any product to a newly developed outpost of civilization. These extraterritorial rights are the prizes for which the outfits like ours and the Cosmic Corporation vie eagerly, because when you gain such a privilege, it's like finding a free pass to an 11-year ride on the gravy train. One of the luscious feathers in our company's commercial cap is the monopoly on electric refrigerators to the Mercurian outpost. just as the deepest lines were graven on the face of our board of directors when the cosmic corporation grabbed the atmosphere conditioning privileges on methane-blanketed Uranus. But my glee was short-lived, for Biggs looked embarrassed. He shuffled from one foot to another like a cow in a quagmire, and they're not vegetable seeds, Sparks, he said meekly. Huh? I gasped. Then what are they? What other kinds of... Why, said Lance, they're flower seeds. I said, flower seeds? Sweet howling serpents of Sirius, curl my hair and call me a chrysanthemum. Has the whole darned IPS gone la-di-da? Why, in the name of... Biggs said soberly, now don't get upset, Sparks. It's not so silly as it sounds. As a matter of fact, it's one of the most intelligent moves I've ever known the the officials of our company to make. You see, flower seeds are a great deal more valuable than vegetable seeds. Oh yeah, sure. That's easy to prove, too. When a man's starving, just give him his choice between a loaf of bread and an orchid corsage. No, Sparks, that's not the situation at all. You see, the problem here is not one of feeding the Iaptan colonists. They have plenty to eat. The satellite is so near its mother planet that edible supplies can be imported in great quantities. And even though food concentrates are not always particularly tempting to the palate, like, I told him, dead fish aren't always particularly pleasing to the nostrils. Nevertheless, continued Lancelot Biggs, the Iaptan miners will have plenty of food. But to borrow an expression from a wise old book, man does not live by bread alone. There is such a thing, you know, as maintaining public morale. And one of the best ways of doing this is to offer people some small but tender fragment of beauty, something to delight the eye with its color, soften the air with its fragrance. In short, flowers. You know, it's like some old Indian philosopher said way back in the 20th century, if a man has but 2 coins in his pocket, he should take one of them and buy hyacinths, wherewith to feed the soul. Nevertheless, I interrupted doggedly. So, pursued Biggs, our company is being very clever in hurrying this shipment of flower seeds to Iaptus, not only because the people will love them, buy them, plant them eagerly for the pure sensual pleasure of watching something grow, but also because there is big money in it. Didn't you ever hear of the famous Holland tulip market where the fabulous prices were paid for unusual buds? Footnote. Every reader possibly knows of the tulip mania in Holland, 1634 to about 1638 AD, when speculation in bulbs became as wild as speculation has been at other times on the stock market. A record price of 13,000 florins, equal to about 260,000 florins today, or $104,000 American money, is reported to have been paid during the mania for one bulb of the variety Semper Augustus. Geiger, The Planet World, editor, end of footnote. Who knows, but something like that might happen on Iaptus, and our company might make millions. Out of which, I conceded grudgingly, we might even collect a half a day's pay as bonus. Well, maybe you've got something there, Lance. Maybe it is a good idea. But when I signed up for space service, I never thought I'd end up as a flower boy to a cosmic wedding. End of section 19. Section 20 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Love Song of Lancelot Biggs, Part 2. This last comment elicited an unexpected result. At the word wedding, Biggs stiffened like the feature attraction at a postmortem. A frenzied look glazed his eyes. Oh, he gulped, wedding. Sparks, thanks a million. I had almost forgotten. Forgotten what? I demanded. Why, my anniversary. Anniversary? Are you off your beam? Why, you and Diane have only been married 2 months, nodded Lancelot Biggs. Day after tomorrow's our 3rd anniversary. He swallowed sort of shyly, which is hard to do when your emotion exhibits itself in the frenzied leaping of a laryngeal elevator. Diane and I, well, we celebrate our wedding every month on the anniversary of the day we were married. And no quicker road to the poorhouse, I sniffed, was ever macadamized. So, what are you going to do by way of celebration, Romeo? Take her to the observation deck and treat her to a view of the starry firmament revolving in its courses? That's about all the excitement there is available on this crate. Biggs had been thinking furiously, a process which is always demonstrated by the way he shuffles from one foot to another. Now he snapped his fingers. No, I've got it, Sparks. Something unusual, a real surprise. Something that will startle and delight her. I know, I hazarded. A new frock. You're going to whip it up in your spare time out of tarpaulin and old tablecloths. No, Sparks, I'm going to give Diane, he paused dramatically, flowers, fresh flowers. I stared at him stupidly, and no cracks about how I couldn't very well do anything else. Flowers, I repeated. Where in the blazes are you going to get fresh flowers out here in the middle of space? Biggs jerked a knuckly thumb in the general direction of the ship's hold. Why, down there, of course, from our cargo bin. I stared at him disgustedly. Oh, sure, I drawled. Pardon me all to hell. I plumb forgot about them. But look, aren't you overlooking one tiny detail? Those blossoms are in what is technically known as the papoose stage, which means they're only about 6 weeks shy of blooming, not to mention the fact that at present they're planted in airtight lead containers. Biggs shrugged easily. Oh, that, he scoffed, a mere nothing. Haven't you ever heard of hydroponic culture, Sparks? Whatcher? Hydroponic culture, he repeated. It's a method of growing plants artificially in tanks of water, chemically treated with the constituents necessary to growth. It's very old, over 300 years. Maybe so, I granted, but those seeds are very young, and you've only got 72 hours to work in. Even with artificial culture, how are you going to bring them to full bloom in 3 days? Biggs said happily, That's the most wonderful part of it, Sparks. It so happens that only recently I've been conducting a series of experiments on plant culture. If my theories are right, I think I've discovered a way to speed up the growth of living vegetation tremendously. Of course, my ideas are still only in the experimental stage, but I'm practically certain they will work. I said, uh-oh, and started for the door. Biggs stared at me anxiously. What's the matter, Sparks? Where are you going? I don't know, I told him, but wherever it is, it's a long way from here. I've had experience with inventions of yours before. If you're going to start fiddling around again with things you don't know anything about. But I do know all about it, Sparks, wailed Lancelot, and I'm almost positive my plan will work. Now, be a good fellow, will you, and help me carry one of those lead containers up to that spare chamber on A deck? And let's see, I'll need a tank, a quart of vitamin B extract, an ultraviolet ray lamp. So, you know me, Lollipop Donovan, the eternal sucker. I helped him. By way of alibi, I might as well confess here and now that I didn't think anything would come of Biggs's experiment. Oh, I know in the past he's pulled so many bunnies out of the chapeau that his hat resembles a rabbit warren. But this time I would have bet my somewhat battered immortal soul to the black gentleman with the long tail that Biggs had bitten off more than he could chew. 'Cause according to what my mama done told me about bees and the birds and the flowers, that biological phenomenon we know as life requires a certain amount of time to establish itself. But small items like impossibilities don't faze Mr. Biggs. He's the kind of guy who never says die until he finds himself reporting for duty to the white-winged watchman at the pearly gates. So, for several hours, he fiddled and diddled around with a complex array of gadgets he had accumulated. Finally, he turned to me and said with a smile of satisfaction, "Well, Sparks, there it is. How does it look?" "It looks," I told him frankly, "like a nauseous bathtub on stilts." "You mean you really expect to grow flowers in that overgrown fishbowl?" "That's the idea." "Well, how about the ultraviolet ray lamp? What's that for?" "Why," said Biggs, "that's an important part of my new invention. It isn't, exactly an ultraviolet ray lamp anymore, Sparks. I made a few minor adjustments on it. It now emits rays in the Hertzian range. That is between 1 m and 1/10 cm in length, electrical waves for which, up till the present time, no use has ever been found. But if my theory is correct, they should irradiate the growing seed pods with—" "Never mind," I interrupted him hastily. "You're just wasting your breath and my time. Let's turn on the juice and see what happens." "All right," said Biggs. "Let's have that container. What have we here anyhow? Rosa rugosa. They should be lovely. Diane will be delighted." "Aw, hell," I said. "Did we get the wrong container?" "Wait a minute. I'll go get one with flower seeds in it." "No, Sparks. Rosa rugosa is a type of beautiful red rose. These should be exquisite. Here, I've got the seals open. Help me scatter some of these seeds carefully on the surface of the water. There, that's it. Now the radiation." He clicked a switch and the lamp turned on. That is, I suppose it turned on. I wouldn't know about that exactly, for it emitted no light, but it must have been emitting something, for it did funny things to the light already existing in the room. Turned things all topsy-turvy. You know how it is when you stand in front of a photographer's shop where they have those violet incandescents? Your flesh sort of turns bilious green and your lips look like something the cat dragged out of the wall? Well, that's what happened now. I looked at Biggs and grinned, and he looked at me and split lavender lips in a blue-fanged, terrifying smile. "Well," he said, "there we are. 72 hours from now, when we reach Iaptus, Diane should have a magnificent bouquet of dewy, fresh earth roses, the first ever to be worn on that outpost." "And 72 seconds from now," I told him, "I'm going to have the screaming Mimis from looking at that grass-colored pan of yours. Let's get out of here." Well, for the next couple of days, nothing much happened. The Saturn had been cut over to the VI unit. Footnote, the VI, Velocity Intensifier Unit, is an invention of Lieutenant Lancelot Biggs which permits spacecraft to attain velocities approaching the limiting velocity of light, i.e. approximately 186,000 miles per second. Editor. End of footnote. Of course, and we were jogging along at a very tidy and comfortable rate of 185,000 miles per hour toward our destination. Having helped Lancelot Biggs to the best of my abilities, I now cooperated in his further efforts to the betterment of my sanity by remaining away from his experimental chamber. He, too, remained pretty much in seclusion. The only time I saw him was on the second day, after noon mass, when he came wandering up to my turret, mumbling to himself like a cow in a clover path. "Sparks?" he demanded. "What rhymes with void?" "Boyd," I told him promptly, which I ain't, and annoyed, which I am. Can't a hard-working radio man even catch up his slumbers around here without you getting in his hair? Why? When did you develop the poet complex?" He flushed and laughed awkwardly. "Well, it doesn't really matter," he temporized. "I was just trying to... Well, I thought it would be amusing to write a little poem to say to Diane when I give her the roses. You know, sort of a love song." "Some people," I snorted, "are born for trouble. And some people have trouble thrust upon them. But you're the first guy I ever knew who went out of his way looking for it. Now it's love songs to go with the roses. By the way, how are the roses coming along?" "Well, all right, I suppose," said Biggs. "I haven't been in to see them since yesterday. You see, I have the thermos turned up to max in that room, and it's pretty hot." Not half so hot, I told him, as the old man's going to be when he finds out you're the one who swiped that container from the cargo bin. Biggs looked startled. Oh, has he discovered one of them's gone? You darn tootin' he has. He came busting up here and asked me if I knew anything about it. I suggested maybe it was mice, but that didn't go over so big on account of mice don't generally build lead-covered bungalows. So if he happens to ask you, you'd better, interrupted an irate voice from the doorway. What? The two of us spun like drunks in a revolving door. It was Cap Hansen himself, big as life and twice as furious. Biggs gulped. Oh, hello, Skipper. Sparks and I were just talking about poetry, I finished. Lance was looking for a rhyme for... Don't lie to me, blazed the skipper. I heard what you was talking about. So, Lancelot, it was you tooken that container of seeds out of the cargo. Biggs said, Why, yes, Captain, but... The old man suddenly remembered he was Lancelot Biggs's father-in-law, as well as his chief. His face wrinkled like a prune, and he said in a melancholy voice, Now, son, you shouldn't ought to have done that. Don't you know you're going to get in a peck of trouble? Them seeds was valuable. I know, replied Biggs, but I just took a few seeds out of one of the containers. Nobody will ever notice. And it was our anniversary, Diane's and mine. The old man shook his head sadly. Lancelot, I'm surprised at you. Just took a few out of one of the containers? Don't you realize that whole box of seeds is ruined now? Why do you think they sealed them things in lead? Uh-oh. Suddenly, but belatedly, I knew what he meant. So did Biggs. The two of us stared at Hansen, then at each other haggardly. Lancelot whispered, Cosmic rays? Oh my gracious, I forgot all about... Sure, cosmic rays, groaned the old man. You know they create mutants in dormant germinating cells. Now that them seeds been exposed, they ain't worth a tinker's damn to anybody. They won't breed true. Lord only knows what kind of freaks and fiddle-de-diddles that'll come up. If anything comes up at all. And he shook his head. Lancelot, son, I'm sorry. But you know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to enter this in the ship's log, and I'm afraid them seeds may cost you your job. It was just at that moment the vocoder on my set began chattering. The interruption suited me fine. I leapt to the controls and hastily tuned in my caller, but whatever pleasure I had felt dissipated instantly when I learned who he was and what he wanted. It was Tommy Jenkins, the bug pounder at Ganymede 4, Space Colin in Compang code. He said, That you, Donovan? It's not my grandmother, I retorted. Why the code, Tommy? What's up? Taxes, said Jenkins, skirt lengths, and the big chief's blood pressures. Sparks, how far are you from my Aptus? I checked trash swiftly on my flight record. About 15 hours, I answered. 12, maybe. Why? You better make it 10, because we just got word the Cosmic Corporation freighter Gemini is closing in on Yappy with exactly the same thing you're carrying, a cargo of flower seeds. Orders are to beat them there at all costs. That is all. Solujo. And he signed off. I turned to the old man. You heard that, Skipper. His face was the color of adobe hut. I heard it, he croaked feebly and stared at Biggs with lackluster eyes. Trouble. Nothing but trouble. Lance, is there anything we can do to speed up a little? Biggs shook his head. No, he groaned. We're spinning the VI unit almost at maximum acceleration now, 185,000 plus. If we boost it any higher, we're taking chances. We may exceed the limiting velocity of light and lose ourselves in the negative universe like we did once before. A sudden anger disturbed his usual calm complacency. If we lose this race, he stormed, the company has nobody to blame but itself. They merchandised the VI unit and made it available to every ship in space. Still, we must beat the CC to Iaptus, even if we have to take chances. He turned to me suddenly. Sparks, call Jenkins again. See if you can get an exact locus on the Gemini. I did so. A few minutes later, Biggs was seated at my plot table, anxiously scanning the course trajectories of both their ship and ours, reeling off involved and typically Biggsian mathematics that would have warped the gears of a calculating machine. The creases on his brow etched deeper as his columns of figures grew longer. Finally, he stopped scribbling, lifted his head. Well, asked the old man with bated breath, what's the answer, son? It's close, Biggs told us. Perilously close. As near as I can figure, it's a nip and tuck race. They started later than we did, but their point of departure was nearer our mutual goal. From the viewpoint of distance alone, they should drop gravs on Iaptis 1 hour before we do. Hansen groaned. Licked again. No, said Biggs, not quite. There's one thing which may save us. Iaptis diurnal revolution. It's not simply a matter of reaching the satellite. They must actually beat us to the mining city. If their calculations have figured our position as we've figured theirs, they may be overconfident and think they've licked us just because they have an hour's advantage. And this is risky, Cap, but... Go on, said the old man with rising excitement. Risks don't scare him. Danger is his bread and butter. Go on. If we can hold the velocity intensifier in operation until just before we effect landing, we'll drop to normal acceleration right smack over that sector of Iaptis where the mines are, thus canceling the 60-odd minutes of stratosphere cruise the Gemini will have to make and dropping us into the cradles at practically the same moment. If that happens, I broke in, who gets the contract, Cap? Is there any provision for deadlock in the space regulations? The skipper fumbled with the loose-leaf pages of his memory. Yeah, he finally decided, there is. The Interplanetary Commerce Code rules that whenever two companies effect a simultaneous landing, their product shall be offered the governing board of the newly opened territory in direct competition. I snorted loudly. How a lot of good that does us. It'll be a matter of choosing seeds against seeds. And if I know those cosmic corporation crooks, they'll bribe the Iaptis governing board blue in the face. Wait, cried Biggs, it may not be seeds against seeds. It may be seeds against flowers. Huh? Gasped the old man. What was that, boy? My, horticulture experiment, said Lancelot. By the time we arrive there, perhaps by now, we may actually have flowers to show them. Exhibit A of the sort of thing our seeds will produce. It should provide a clinching argument. Hansen stared at him bewilderedly. You mean them seeds you swiped are growing flowers in 3 days? That's what I hope, nodded Biggs. Let's find out. Come down to my growth chamber and we'll see. We needed no second invitation. In -0 seconds, the three of us were galloping down the ramp to the room where Lancelot Biggs had installed his hydroponic tank. We waited breathlessly as he fumbled with the lock, then gasped and choked as the door opened and a steamy mist gushed out to smack us in the pans with an almost ponderable force. Then, regardless of the heat, the three of us were crowding into the narrow cubicle and... Great snakes, I gasped. Good God Almighty, croaked Cap Hansen. Oh my gracious, bleated Biggs. For we had stepped not into the metal chamber of spacecraft bunkroom, but into what seemed the foetid fen of some steamy swampland jungle. End of section 20. Section 21 of 12 Stories of Lancelot Biggs by Nelson Bond. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by cyndajm. The Love Song of Lancelot Biggs, Part 3. It's hard to describe what that room looked like. Imagine a Gauguin painting come to life. A tropical hothouse gone berserk. That gives you some idea. The original tank wherein Biggs had sprinkled the rose seeds was completely invisible, submerged beneath a crawling octopus of greenery. Writhing fronds spewed from the container to twist in tumultuous entanglement beneath our feet. up the walls, across the ceiling, twining and spiraling around every piece of furniture, every bracket, any support to which suckered tendrils could cling. A heady perfume thickened the air, perfume from monstrous growths that no more resembled a rose than I looked like a wasteland Martian. Cap Hansen had been right. The action of cosmic rays had done weird things to those original germ cells. Footnote: science has already discovered that the bombardment of cosmic rays is at least partially responsible for the creation of freaks, sports, or mutants in both animal and vegetable world. Life on atmosphere-blanketed planets is not subject to this bombardment because of the protective heaviside energy layer, but spacecraft must be carefully shielded from such radiation. Editor. End of footnote. Rosa rugosa had, figuratively and literally, gone crazy with the heat waves. Here, triple-headed roses with spiny petals reared themselves awkwardly out of thick, spongy palmate foliage. There, a pinkish, cactus-like rose thing clung tenaciously to a table leg. Elsewhere, gossamer fine lavender petals, propelled by stirring gusts of air, drifted lazily across the room toward us, dangling epiphytic roots. It was a startling exhibition of Mama Nature gone nuts. Only in two respects did these fantastic creations resemble the roses from which they were mutant. Each variation had thorns, as we discovered painfully when we tried to walk amongst them, and all had some shade or tint or hue of the fundamental red rose whence they had sprung. Cap Hansen groaned, "Oh, my golly, what a mess of all the... Hey, let me out of here. Whatever's going on, it's getting us too. Your faces." Biggs cracked indigo lips in what was supposed to be a placating grin, but looked more like a hungry pitcher plant licking its chops. He said, "The color means nothing, Captain. It's just a matter of light refraction." "Which doesn't alter the fact," I reminded him, "that the experiment's a flop, Lance, old boy. I guess we might as well call it quits. Clean this mess up and throw it away. We can't show this stuff to the IAPTIS board. They'd toss us out on our necks." Biggs nodded dolefully. "I guess you're right, Sparks. This is a bitter disappointment. I did so want to surprise her." "Her?" grunted Hansen. "The board's made up of hymns." "I mean," wailed Biggs plaintively, "Diane. Now she won't get her anniversary corsage." So that was that. The skipper went back to the bridge to give our second-in-command, Lieutenant Dick Todd, the necessary trajectory instructions, and I stuck around sweating and swearing to help Biggs clean up the aboriginal morass he had created with his experiment. It was tough going, too. Like I said before, those roses had thorns. By the time we got done, our fingers looked like first prize in a needlework exhibit. It was just as we were finishing and Biggs was draining the final rugose drops of fluid from his tank that he loosed a little yelp of excitement. "Sparks!" "Now what?" I asked. "If it's another experiment..." "Look! This one bred true, in spite of the cosmic rays." And with quivering fingers, he held up for my inspection one tiny bud which had been nestling coyly in a corner of the tank. A small but perfectly formed, brilliantly scarlet rosebud. Well, I guess it was the irony of it that got me. I stared at the poor, pathetic, bedraggled little thing for a minute, then I chuckled. "Well, there's the love song you were looking for, Biggs." "Eh? What's that?" "When you give her that bud," I told him, "you can say to her, 'Roses are red, violets are blue. The rest went wacky, but this one grew.'" Biggs said defensively, "Well, anyhow, this proves my theory about growth stimulation was right. May not work in open space, but it will work on a planet where there are atmosphere blankets against cosmic ray penetration. And Diane will get one rose." And with painstaking care, he transferred the bud to a glass of water, poor little pitiful symbol of noble experiment which flopped. And that was all until 10 hours later. It's a shame to gloss over the excitement of those next 10 hours, but it was mostly technical stuff you Earth lovers wouldn't understand. The main point is that though as a botanist, Lancelot Biggs may be a bum Burbank, as an astrogator, he is in a class by himself. His computations proved correct to 4 decimal places. We held the Saturn on the VI unit until we were so close to Iaptis that the perma-alloy walls of our space freighter started humming with tropospheric pressure, then released to normal acceleration, and bingo! There we were, smack dab over the new and as yet unnamed mining town, just as Biggs had predicted. Our appearance out of seemingly thin air, you understand what I mean if you know how the velocity intensifier works, not only created a sensation on Iaptis, it darn near created an accident in our little segment of atmosphere. For when we switched over, we found ourselves not more than a quarter mile from the Cosmic Corporation's Gemini, which had been easing into Iaptis complacently, unaware that we were within several thousand miles. Instantly, there was hectic excitement upon both ships. Landing rocket jets flared, grav clamps growled, and the 2 of us hurtled groundward like brickbats. It was a photo finish. We nosed into one cradle just as they stern jetted into the second. And just as Cap Hansen leapt from our airlock, the Gemini's skipper burst from theirs. Hansen bawled, "IPS freighter Saturn landing with a cargo of flower seeds." His competitor screamed, "CC freighter Gemini claiming priority on..." But neither of them got to first base. A representative of the Iaptis colonists came to each ship, and the messages they delivered were identical. The governing board has decided that landings were effected simultaneously. Consequently, you will present all wares for decision in open competition. Please report immediately to the general offices. So there we were, a few minutes later, standing in the council room of the Iaptis governing board, Cap Hansen, Lancelot Biggs, Diane, and myself, glaring angrily across the room at representatives from our competitor spacecraft, the Gemini. Gemini means twins, which in this case was right, because the glares Cap Hansen and Cap Murgatroyd were hurling at each other were Siamese. The Iaptis governor, an Earthman named Larrabee, said quietly, "Gentlemen, welcome to our new colony. Now, I believe you each carry cargoes in which you wish to claim commercial priorities for your respective companies. Will you be kind enough to declare the nature of these cargoes?" "Mine," said Cap Hansen loudly, "is flower seeds," and scowled at Murgatroyd. "Mine," said Murgatroyd loudly, "is flower seeds," and scowled at Cap Hansen. The Iaptis governor stroked his jaw thoughtfully. "This is a delicate situation, gentlemen. You both carry a cargo our colonists will receive eagerly. It may be rather difficult to decide which of you, but I must let you present your own cases. What types of flowers are you carrying?" "Roses," declared Cap Hansen defiantly. 18 varieties of roses, including the rare perennial Venusian swamp rose." "I see. And you, Captain Murgatroyd?" 34 separate and distinct varieties of flowering plants," declared our opponent triumphantly, "including roses, geraniums, nasturtium, pinks, practically everything, sir." Yes, that seems to be a point in your favor, Captain Murgatroyd. Now, the size of your cargoes?" 500 lead-sealed 10-bushel containers," gloated Captain Murgatroyd. "Very good. And you, Captain Hansen?" "The IPS," snarled the old man, "don't go in for samples. When we carry a cargo, we carry a cargo. 1,200 lead-sealed 10-bushel containers, Your Honor." "Excellent! Excellent, Captain. That seems to be a point in your favor. This is most difficult. Captain Murgatroyd, perhaps you could give us some ideas to the growth potentialities of your flowers?" Murgatroyd grinned and dug into an inner pocket, brought forth a folder which he placed in the governor's hands. "Yes, sir. Here is a 4-color brochure issued by our company describing each and every type of plant we have brought to Iaptus and reproducing pictures of those flowers in full natural color." The governor shook out the papers, and my heart played tag with my shoestrings. The CC's publicity department had done a magnificent job. Those natural color photographs were luscious enough to make the mouth of the rankest amateur gardener water. Gay yellows and soft blues, brilliant splotches of crimson, dainty sunny marigolds, shy nodding violets. That pamphlet was a tempting hunk of stuff. But I had been wrong in thinking the governor of Iaptus could be bribed. He was an honest man. He turned to Cap Hansen. "And you, Captain, have you a similar brochure?" The old man scrubbed his jaw feebly. "Why, the truth is, Your Honor," he began. It was then Lancelot Biggs stepped forward, interrupting the skipper. "Truth is, Governor," he said blandly, "our company does not depend on printed booklets to sell its products. There is, you surely realize, a certain amount of artistic falsification, or should I simply call it artistic license, employed in reproducing facsimiles of living objects. Therefore, in order to sell our goods, we always attempt to offer a living example of our product. I have here," he dug into his jacket pocket and brought forth a bulging waxine envelope, "the bud of one of our most gorgeous blooms, the famous Rosa rugosa. You can see for yourself." With the look of a proud papa, he opened the flap of the envelope, started to withdraw his single rosebud, and stopped suddenly. A look of startled alarm drained his face of all color. He whispered, But this." "Go on, lad," prodded the old man. "Show 'em. You got a bud there, ain't you? Well, show 'em." But Biggs didn't show him. Instead, he closed the envelope again, slipped it back into his coat pocket, and his liquescent larynx bubbled frantically as he said, I'm sorry, gentlemen. I haven't anything to show you." "Why?" I demanded. "Lance, for gosh sakes, why? What has happened to—" He turned to me haggardly. "The bud," he choked, "died." Well, I'll hand it to that governor. He was not only honest, he was so fair and square you could have used him for a measuring rod. He said consolingly, "That's too bad, Mr. Biggs, but accidents will happen. Is there anything further you have to say on behalf of your product?" "I got plenty to say," stormed the skipper. "Just on account of one bud died didn't mean we ain't got—" "Excuse me, skipper," interrupted Lancelot Biggs mildly. I think the time for deceit has passed." "What? What's that?" "I think the governor should be told the truth," said Biggs. "We should confess that our seeds are not a first-class product. Might not indeed even flourish in the soil of Iaptus." "Lance!" I cried. "Do you know what you're saying? Don't talk like that." "Yes, Governor," nodded Lancelot Biggs sorrowfully. "I'm afraid that's true. Your colony wouldn't want our seeds. For one thing, they're all roses. The Cosmic Corporation offers you all kinds of flowers. For another thing, our seeds are not particularly hardy. Furthermore, I'm afraid a number of them were spoilt in transit when the leaden containers were broken, allowing cosmic rays to seep in." "Biggs!" howled Captain Hansen. "Shut up this minute and get out of here. What do you mean by telling lies like that? A number of our containers. It was only one container, and—" The governor interrupted him with a smooth lift of the hand. "Never mind, Captain Hansen. We understand. Thank you, Mr. Biggs, for your frank statement. Gentlemen of the council, you have reached a decision?" "Yes, I thought so. Captain Murgatroyd, it gives me great pleasure to award you, on behalf of the Iaptus Governing Board, full priority rights to the flower seed concession on our new colony, as set forth in Rule 14, paragraph—" "Ruined," wailed Cap Hansen. "Sabotaged by a wolf in cheap clothing. Diane, why did you ever marry that falsifying good-for-nothing?" He broke down. We led him, babbling incoherently, back to the ship. But there, Diane, who had held up nobly throughout the proceedings, turned to her husband curiously. "Lance, dear, you know I've always backed you up in everything you've done, but why did you do this? Don't you know the loss of this monopoly will cost the company millions and may cost Daddy his job?" Lance nodded. Yes, I know that would be true, dear, if there were not other factors involved. Cap Hansen lifted his head drearily. Other factors? Yes, Skipper, something amazing has happened. Something so incredible that even I can scarcely credit it. It all turns about something Sparks said. Who, me? I gulped. Now don't drag me into this. You remember that, love song you suggested to me? Queried Biggs. I nodded glumly. Sure. Roses are red, violets are blue, the rest went wacky. But this one, finished Lancelot Biggs triumphantly, is blue. And dramatically he drew from its waxing envelope the rosebud he had refused to show the Iaptis governor, tossed it on the table before us. We all stared at it in gasping bewilderment, for he was right. That tiny rosebud was a brilliant, penetrating, heavenly cobalt blue. Cap Hansen choked. But a blue rose? I've never seen such a thing before. Neither, crowed Biggs, has anyone else. But flower lovers have dreamed of them for centuries. Footnote. Although the attempt has often been made to produce a blue rose, no one has ever succeeded. The reason a blue rose has never been produced is that blue has never arisen spontaneously in the genus Rosa, and no blue flower of another genus has ever been found that will transfer its blue color to the latter. A breeder who could do this would make a fortune. Geiger, The Plant World, editor, end of footnote. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, perhaps millions, have been spent by botanists in an effort to create that rare, often wished for but never accomplished example of beauty, the blue rose. A fortune awaits the first man to put such a thing on the market, and by luck, we have done it. You mean people will buy this thing? From now, declared Biggs, until the end of time, this single mutant will parent a whole new breed of blue roses, and botanists throughout the entire solar system will mortgage their hothouses to buy slips from this parent plant. Now you see why I couldn't show it to the governor? I couldn't risk letting the secret get out until I'd taken the bud back to Earth, patented it in the name of the IPS. Incidentally, he coughed delicately, our company should be very pleased. I think we may anticipate a considerable bonus for our part in creating this new species. I said, but hey, wait a minute. There's something wrong somewhere? I seen that bud before, but when I did, it wasn't blue. It was as red as an old maid's face at a striptease. Looked red, you mean, corrected Biggs, not was red. That was a matter of color reflection, Sparks, caused by the Hertzian ray lamp I'd installed in the laboratory. You'll remember our faces were green, our lips purplish. You see, color is a tricky thing. For instance, when you see a green leaf, what color is that leaf? Why, you just said green, of course. Ah, no, said Biggs, it's every color but green. Colors by which we designate objects are not their true colors. Quite the reverse. They are the colors those objects reflect. Footnote. Sunlight, as Sir Isaac Newton discovered, is a combination of the 7 colors that compose the spectrum. An object is red because it is so constituted that it reflects the red rays of the beam of sunlight, but absorbs all others. A lily is white because it reflects all the rays. A buttercup is yellow because it reflects only the yellow rays, absorbing all the others. An object is black because it absorbs all the colors of the spectrum. Geiger, The Plant World, editor, end of footnote. Under the Hertzian wave, this precious bud, he caressed it fondly, apparently reflected all colors save red. We therefore thought it a normal red rose. But now that we see it under ordinary light, we realize it absorbs the red range as well as all others save the blue. He shrugged. So there you are. And now, darling, if you will allow me, I would like to give you a little anniversary present. The first blue rose ever to be grown. But Cap Hansen snatched the bud from his hand feverishly. "Oh, no, you don't. That there thing goes right back into your fish pond and keeps growing until we get back to Earth, which is going to be as quick as we can make it, or maybe more so. If you two got to have an anniversary treat, I'll see to it Slops whips up a special banquet tonight, complete with champagne water and everything. How's that?" And from the look in Diane's and Lancelot's eyes as they moved toward each other, I guessed it would probably be all right. For when a man and a woman feel that way about each other, they don't really need special dates to celebrate. Anyhow, Lancelot Biggs had warbled his song of love. Love sends a little gift of roses. Yeah, blue roses. But what did you expect? That wacky wingding of the spaceways never does anything in a normal way. Or does he? End of section 21.